to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I hope you guys are having a great beautiful summer day. Actually, here it was just a stunner out here on the east side. Beautiful warm weather, probably out there having picnics, getting down to the beaches, going out camping. I hope everybody is. As we all know, in this Pacific Northwest, you got to take advantage of these times. I'm not going to mess about today. I want to get right down to the bottom line. We've got ourselves a pretty loaded up week coming down the pike, so I figured we'd do ourselves a quick little show tonight and discuss a little item that was just kind of a fun item that's kind of popped up now on my radar, and one that I think is going to have certain people bristling pretty heavily probably at first blush looking at my thumbnail. And all I would ask of them is give me some time to explain on this one, because I'm not saying that there is a necessarily trade imminent here coming down the pike with Chris Jones, or that even that the Chiefs have placed Chris Jones on the trade market. Let's get that clear. I'm not trying to make it a trade clickbait situation like that, but I've been doing this YouTube game for a few years now. I've been down a few stretches. I've seen a few roads, been around the block a couple of times. And the thing that stands out to me is these trades happen very quickly. And they are the type of trades that fans come out and poo-poo and say, this is no way that ever would happen. That team would never move this guy. They would have moved him. They were going to move him back then, before training camp, back before the draft. They would have done this. This would have happened. That would have happened. It's not really how football works. I think it's proven itself to be one of the most fluid states as far as rosters, player movement. Just guys don't rarely stay with their one team throughout their career, no matter how they're loved, no matter how much success they've had. It's just one thing can sometimes lead to another. I mean, hell, we saw this, faced with this ourselves last year with the Wilson trade, a guy many of us thought was going to potentially retire here through the end of his career. So it's something where nothing's set to a guy being there forever. And while Chris Jones appears very much a foundational piece of the Chiefs, he is a guy who is starting to get older, and there's a couple of baselines here that could make this kind of fluid situation come to light. So let me kind of lay down this whole thing kind of from stem to stern on this a bit. First, Seahawks have had a baseline of making trade camp deals and deals for really good players, not just marginal mid-grade trades, but I'm talking making home run type swings. They've done this a few times over. They've been willing in their assessment and process to go throughout an offseason and have a positional group where they maybe don't feel great about it, but they just say, hey, we'll double back to that later. We'll eventually get back around to that where we can, handle that. We'll figure out in training camp. And for me, defensive tackle remains one of those positions that feels like much in the same way they would do that here again. And in fact, when you look at it, two of the three trades you've made in recent years in this training camp period, Sheldon Richardson for a third-round pick, Jadeveon Clowney for a third-round pick, and then, of course, the Jamal Adams trade for a lot of picks. All of those were made to the defensive side of the ball. All of those were also made with a bit of an eye towards helping out the defensive line, even in the case of Jamal Adams, whose trade was precipitated on a big part of him being able to bring his blitz game to the Seahawks and then utilize it to the tune, of course, giving him a season where he set the all-time record for defensive for sacks. So we know the Seahawks have been willing to make this trade in the past, and that they will look at all times throughout the course of a whole NFL season to go and make that trade. Schneider's always said that for him, roster building is not merely an off-season tool, but something that they ascribe to 24/7 as far as finding value, keeping their ear to the ground. If there was a situation where Jones was to reach out onto the market, they certainly would be a team that would be right there at the front of the line, I think, listening. And when you go through the teams of potentials that could look at Chris Jones, the Chiefs are not going to probably move him within the AFC. They're going to look to the NFC. And a lot of the teams that you might think that are contending teams in the NFC are already kind of set as far as their defensive tackle position goes. It might not be as big a market as far as trade go as you might think. Now, for those not aware, Chris Jones is right now at the moment holding out. That means $50,000 a day he is being fined. This is money that cannot be forgiven like it used to. Seahawks used to have holdouts back in the LOB days, and then they would forgive the fines. They always would. And so now you have a situation where with the new CBA, owners got tired of that. They said, hey, the reason that you're being fined is because you're supposed to be here contractually. You're not here contractually. I get to fine you then for that. So now they've not only made it to where the team can't forgive the fine when the player comes back, but that they have to continue to compile the fine every day, $50,000 by the CBA agreement. Now, there are still creative ways, of course, to get around this. I'm sure lawyer accountants out there going, yeah, you could just easily just do this and this and put a package on the deal and it's all, said and done. That may be the case, but still, I think it's very telling that it's reached this state with Chris Jones and the Chiefs people that they are in a holdout place. He's not holding in. He's not in there saying, hey, my hammies a little tight. I just can't do anything today, coach. What's working though is like my hand, my right there in these fingers, right what you'd use for a pen, if you wanted to sign something, those are working real good. Everything else though, I don't know, it's all tight. Don't know why. Maybe I just need some fluids. So it's gotten to a point where there is a little bit of contentiousness. He wasn't there at their Super Bowl party thing where they unveiled the Super Bowl rings and all that. He hasn't been there. So he's a little bit perturbed by the situation, and understandably so. Chris Jones is still 29 years old, a little bit older, as I said, but he's not ancient by football terms necessarily, and he is coming off career highs in sacks, tackle for losses, quarterback hits. In the playoffs, he added another 2 sacks and was still very much a force at playing what he was bringing to the table for that team. He was the centerpiece in many regards of that defense. Some good linebacker play and some decent stuff going on in the secondary times, but he's the guy that made that defense go. He's the straw that stirred that particular drink. And when you want to think about Chris Jones, if you're not as well aware of him, this is a guy that is basically just about a half step, 3/4 of a step right behind Aaron Donald in his ability to dominate a football game and impact a football game. He was certainly very good against us last year when we played him against the Chiefs, but he's not on Donald's level. But this guy is on a Hall of Fame kind of state, on his rise where he's headed to another couple of seasons, and he probably starts to put himself into that place where it just goes without saying that he's going to get in. Multiple time Super Bowl winner. Big guy, he's strong, and he can move really well. He has a good understanding of how to use his hands. There's nothing not to like in his game. But the Chiefs are also in a situation right now where they're in that little bit of pickle that we found ourselves in 2015. You're the 3rd, 4th year into a run like this. You've paid your quarterback, not only paid your quarterback, but now you're getting into year 3, you're getting into year 4 of the deal. You got some other guys you've had to pay. And then you're starting to have to bleed some of those players out that you would want to have to bleed out, but you just don't have the money to give it to them. Case in point, Tyreek Hill last year. If you talked to us a year and a half, 2 years ago and said, do you think the Chiefs, especially coming off how he looked in that Bills game where he was unstoppable in that playoff game and one of the epic games we've had in recent years, a conference championship, he's coming off that the kind of performance. Go, well, would they move that guy? No, they'll never move that guy. He's a foundational piece. Yet they moved him because you have to start. It's the thing I always say, I harp on with these quarterback salaries. You can talk all you want about moving this money around moving this, but they're still making such a huge part of the salary. And then you have the other aspects to that of when you're successful, everybody else wants to get their respect. Where's my respect? Where's my respect? Am I getting my paid respect? I could be getting my paid respect. And things get really crunched down as far as the numbers go. So previous year, you had to move Tyreek Hill when they maybe didn't want to do it, but it didn't teach the Chiefs necessarily that wasn't the proper thing to do, because on the back of that, they could reinforce their offensive line, get draft picks, get younger, get a little bit cheaper with that youth, and they've, of course, gone back and found another Super Bowl. This past offseason, they had Orlando Brown, a guy that's a pretty good left tackle. I tend to think that he's maybe one of the best in the sport. They didn't think he's at that rate. He wanted a contract that they thought was going to be a little bit silly. Had to move on, not because they didn't like the player, not because the player wasn't still good, but because they're dealing with the quarterback contract situation. And where do we find the Chiefs right now as far as their cap is concerned, roughly? Well, Sports Track has them at $71,000. No, not $7 million, not $71,000 in current cap space as they stand right now. By what I say in this creating a fluid situation is if the Chiefs start to get really frustrated here and say, look, we've got a track record of success moving Tyreek Hill, getting these picks back, reinforcing in other places. We're not driven by any star on this team, maybe absent Patrick Mahomes and Kelsey. So if that's the case, then as good as Chris Jones is, can we not build up around him? Can we not find some other places to go to kind of make this work a little bit? And this can twist very quickly. As I say, understand again, I've been doing this channel a couple of years because I know there'll be a contingent out there, and I can already see the comments. They're going, this is crazy. No, it's clickbait. There's no way this could happen. I was here saying, and advocating for let's go trade for Jadeveon Clowney and getting those same comments back when I was doing my channel. So it's like I've been down this road. I was down this road with Jamal Adams, advocating at the time even to make the trade, considering where the team was, considering what they needed on the defensive side of the ball, because they had not addressed it that past offseason. And they went out there and made the move. So it doesn't always look likely in these early situations like this that a trade will happen, or that even the Seahawks would be one of the favored teams to come out there and throw the Chiefs something that they would like. But I still think it's a possibility. And part of what we'll be talking about, I'm sure, in the chat on this is where you guys stand on this and how you feel. Certainly put in the comments. Am I crazy? Am I out of my mind even consider this? I don't think I am, but I can understand the other hand of this, which would be, you're in year 2 of the rebuild. You're not quite in that go for it mode to go for this player. He's going to command a huge salary, and that's a big part of this, because us Seahawks fans have been sitting here for this whole offseason going, we need some defensive line help. It's the meme where the guy's picking, he's poking on the dead horse, come on, do something. That's what we were doing a little bit through this offseason when it came to the defensive line. John, you're going to sign one of these defensive tackles? We got, okay, Dramon Jones, great. Okay, Jaron Reed, great. But we lost 4 guys out the door. So Cameron Young, okay. Maybe he's got something, okay. We still got Miles Adams, and I'm going back through all 22 tape, and boy, Miles Adams is sure flashing on that all 22 tape. Big time. So he's a guy that I'm going to be definitely featuring here really soon, because he could be a guy that they're a little bit more leaning on and liking his upside where he's going than maybe us as the casual fan may not be seeing as much. But the point being is that many of us Seahawks fans have been banging this drum throughout the course of the offseason. Meanwhile, the defensive line market has gone bananas. It is absolutely in a place where you're just going, okay, everyone's getting paid big money. It started, Daron Payne, Jeffrey Simmons, Quinnen Williams, Ed Oliver, Dexter Lawrence of the New York Giants. Guy after guy after guy after guy getting paid big money, and you're watching the market just get pushed ever bigger and bigger. Nobody's touching the Donald contract, which was about $31 million a year. But to put this in context, Chris Jones, who signed his last deal, and heading into that last year, that deal signed a 4-year, $80 million deal. So, by his measure, he's making a third of what Aaron Donald's making. Yet from his standings going, but I give you every bit of production that Aaron Donald's given you. So why shouldn't I be closer to that mark? And that's where we come to maybe the tough part of this trade as much as anything in coming to a way to make it happen, is that you're going to have to probably get him into that. It's at least a 4-year, $100 million deal based on the contracts I'm looking at. Everything's been pushing up into that 91, 94 on a 4-year, 96 on it. You're at least probably going 100. You're probably going 105 to 110 to make this happen on a 4-year deal. So it's going to be pricey to make it happen. And that's the part of this that would be very difficult to make happen. And maybe the biggest stumbling block beyond Chiefs eventually making him available and the Seahawks having the willing compensation that they can hand him. You can alleviate some of this by including a guy like Noah Fant, who now not only clears $6 million off the books, but also then provides the Chief with a piece that they don't really have. Kelsey certainly still moves really well. He's still one of the best tight ends in the game, no doubt about that, but their second, third tight end is not that strong. And putting a second guy in like that to the offense, as Reed could in that case, could provide help, could be beneficial to a team, especially with a guy like Kelsey, who has played so many years and has been very healthy. But if he goes down, it might be nice to have a guy there in the waiting in the wings where the offense doesn't have to skip necessarily a huge beat for them. But it does give the Seahawks instantly then some relief of $6 million off the books. They would probably have to find some other methods to get creative in order to get this done. If you've got a contract now that signs for an $80 million on 4 years, and you can get that deal down to, let's say, 5.5 in the first year, let's say that it probably would be to where you could get the first year of a $26.5 million deal, maybe get him down to 25 because of his age, because he's not. The one thing that's different of Dexter Lawrence, Quinnen Williams, Daron Payne, Ed Oliver, and Jeffrey Simmons is that he is an older player than those guys in the contracts they signed. Part of it was because they're going into their prime. He's essentially kind of getting into the edge of his prime. That could impact a little bit of it, but just to try to keep this in the sake of realism, if it's about $26 million or so at that point, you're probably going to need to have about let's call it $8.5 million of cap space. If you squeezed everything down the line, you gave him the minimum base, right? Minimum base, throw it all into kind of a bonus money centric situation. And with clearing the $6 million you would from Noah Fant's deal as the inclusion in the trade. That just leaves $3 million to make that happen. Put this in context again to give you a real world situation of this occurring recently this offseason. Niners signed Javon Hargrave for a 4-year, $80 million deal. He gets he has a $5.5 million salary hit this first year. So if the contract's up by another 15%, 20%, that's what you would probably raise that base number by to then arrive at what the cost would be to lock that in at that point just totally blank, Chris Jones. So it would be hard to pull it off, but the inclusion that it'd be hard more in the future as you have to kind of figure it all out with that. But the inclusion of putting Fant into the deal in the front end, not to mention you could throw a kicker. You could say, okay, hey KC, I just heard today Kadarius Toney twisted his knee. That guy has been a walking medical tent unit since he's entered the league. He's really talented. He's as amazing as anybody in the open field. And I know a lot of fantasy owners are hot to trot on him. But what if you got an Eskridge thrown in this deal that saves Seahawks an additional $1 million to then put that through? I'm not saying that would happen, but there are some inventive ways, creative ways to I think get this deal done from a standpoint of, though it would be hard, I don't think we would have to convert this contract based to bonus, that contract based to bonus, voidable year over here. I don't think we would have to do a lot of that. There may be a little bit of it in there, but for a talent like Chris Jones, as good as he is, this is still a guy last year, by last year's account with Aaron Donald out, I think Aaron Donald's still better as a player, but being that he is a little bit younger and being that he came off the last season of playing the best of any defensive tackle probably in football, reeling that in at this time for this defense with this need, I think would be a pretty nice little boon here for our Seattle Seahawks and just the kind of player that you would love to add to this front, not only to up the talent, but now to kind of round out the depth properly. Now you don't have role players being elevated in the roles of being, we're going to need you 50, 60% of the snaps this game. You can kind of move everybody into their kind of right particular spot. When it comes to that trade, I think you are looking at, as far as the deals go, this is another tough one to sort of gauge for a couple of different reasons. The age. So the fact that you're bringing them in at 29 and not 25 or 26, that in football, I know even though it's a couple years difference, that does sort of change sometimes the details of these kind of trades. So let's say we are moving him for, you'd probably get like a Noah Fant. You definitely would have to kick in a first round pick. So you've already built decent value there. And then I think you're going to have to find probably the equivalent of a second round pick, future second. So it wouldn't be in this next year's draft if you're giving up this first round pick, right? It would be the 2025 second round pick you'd be giving up at that point. Or you could potentially look at a guy like Eskridge or Taylor or somebody along those lines who might drive some more, value for the Chiefs, where they rather would want a player because they feel like they're contending status. So we'll take the one future pick, but then we want the player and Fant right now to offset this loss. That could be where they go as far as the direction with the two, if they're open doing it. I know that there's not a likelihood that I'm not saying put betting money that the Seahawks are going to trade for Chris Jones. What I am saying is that Schneider's been fluid in the past. He's not been rigid in his approach of this is how we built our roster. We don't leave this. Those trades I mentioned that were made, those trades that were made for big value at that time, to bring on big salary at that time, were made before they had even played any games. It wasn't trade deadline deals. It was training camp deals. And these holdouts, we haven't had many of them that have gone down the line like this, where guys have been willing to eat that $50,000. I think it is telling that we're at a point where we got a player doing it right now. And if he does it for 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and you're starting to get to $250,000, could drive some urgency in this situation as to we see what happens with it. So I looked as a baseline to see if there was any kind of trades in recent history that have come down as far as defensive tackles are concerned. And what's surprising is that there's just not very many defensive tackles moved. I think probably for the reasons that we saw this offseason. If you had a defensive tackle, you were paying that guy. If you're Washington, you're paying Payne. If you're the Titans, you're paying Simmons. And on down the line, the Giants, it just bam, bam. These guys aren't letting them out of their grasp. They're not letting them get away. If you got a good one, you hold on to it. It's becoming, in an era where we have many positions that are talked about how they've been devalued. Safety, middle linebacker, running back. The one position that's becoming more valued, that there's a stock market arrow firing up on it, and that would be the defensive tackle position in the NFL. The cost for these guys, the price to be paid, just dollars. I'm not talking about draft picks and what you give up in that respect, but that is significant. The only couple of trades I could find were DeForest Buckner being moved about 26 years, 25 years of age by the 49ers at that time to the Colts for the 12th overall selection in that draft. And then you had Leonard Williams go for a 3rd and a 5th from the Jets to the Giants, though, he hadn't shown a lot at the Jets at that time, so he was maybe not viewed as a full-on bust, a useful player, but certainly not. I think he kind of got a little bit better once he got to the Giants in the role they put him in at that time. But those were really about the only ones I could find. So there's not a lot of a baseline of this stuff happening in recent history, but we'll see. I'd love to hear where your guys' mind is on this. I see if many of you are in the position of we need to be patient. We need to just trust our process. We need to not try to extend out of this. Let everything kind of organically grow. Or you got an opportunity to, hit the Nas button in your Vin Diesel, I live my half mile at a time. If you want to be that kind of guy, that was a horrible Vin Diesel, by the way. But if you want to do that, then this would be the kind of move to do it if it does open up. And looking at the teams, if they are going to kind of X out teams in the AFC because they don't want to give a contending team Chris Jones that's going to help put them over the top of them. But then you look at the NFC teams that are in a position to be able to do this kind of move, both from it being a contender kind of move you make. You're in rebuild mode. You're not trying to bring Chris Jones into 29 and give him this contract. But if you're in a contending type mode and you need a defensive tackle, Eagles are pretty set at defensive tackle. Cowboys, pretty set at defensive tackle. I think the two teams that would leap out that would be contenders with us on this, and it'd be a pretty small list, I think you'd be surprised at the end of the day, would be probably Minnesota and Detroit, as the two teams jumped out to me that might be ones that have shown a willingness to be aggressive in the past, and this would be a move, I think, a bit up their alley as far as definitely something that we'd have to contend with. But I think the Hawks could offer a pretty good little package between picks and players. I don't know if those other two teams could offer the same. They might be able to offer the picks, but not the players. But we'll see what the Chiefs do with this situation. They're in quite a bind, $71,000. That's how much cap space they currently sit on. Now, if they were to sign Jones to a new contract extension, of course, they could probably squeeze the money in of his cap hit because you take his base money minus his bonus and you come to a certain amount. They could probably come under that amount in the first year of the cap hit for them for Chris Jones at that point. But then that would remove basically all of the free cap space that they have moving forward going on into the season. And as they're looking at right now with the Kadarius Toney knee tweak thing, they're going to want probably some versatility down the road in order to fix if something goes broken. There's a position where they have a devastating injury that they don't want to just be in a position of, well, we paid Chris Jones. There's literally nothing we can do here but kind of sit on our hands and hope it resolves itself. Hope a young guy steps forward. Let's see what you guys think, though. I would love to hear what you think. You feel good about the defensive line? Would you love to make this kind of deal? Am I just out of my mind for even think it's a possibility? Or is there maybe, some rumblings that you guys are hearing about? I did try to see if the Chiefs were out there kind of, putting any kind of feelers out there. Not doing that yet, so that hasn't occurred. But again, this is one where you go back to even the last time they were in negotiations. It didn't seem like the contract was really easy last time either. And now it's getting a little bit doubly hard. And this can start to drive a little bit, of course, as we've seen bitterness in players in certain respects that you can't kind of come back from unless you really show them the respect. Really show them respect. I appreciate you guys watching here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I will be back as well tomorrow here. We're going to talk a little bit with the chat. It's a nice little quick short in and out show kind of thing today, but we'll be on with last second sports tomorrow as well at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So please do 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. So we're going to be just talking Niners, talking Seahawks. I'm going to try to see if I can talk him into how his Niner teams are going to fall off this year. And it's just not their year this year. And last year was their real true chance, and they missed their chance. And now they have to go lick their wounds for a season and go figure it out. We'll see him next year. We'll see if I get him. Brought up along to that type of mindset. But I would love to see where you guys' thinking is on this, as to where Hawks fans are as far as patience or urgency. Is it, let it slowly grow, let it just keep doing what it's doing. We'll figure out the defensive tackle position next offseason, or it's good enough right now. We don't really need it. That's the other part of this too, of course, which is that the Seahawks are maybe doing this by not of we're waiting for the right moment to strike to address the position, as much as they're saying the modern NFL defense is one you build back to front, not front to back, especially if you're going to rock the 3-4. It may be in fact, not maybe, it is a good, solid argument, I think, to be made on the other side of this as to why it's not as smart to go in that direction as it might be to some others like ourselves. And a lot of this just, again, born out of the fact of certainly that you just don't feel great about this defensive line coming into the season. Your defense was the worst part of this team last year. That defensive line was the worst part of this defense. Stopping the run at times, there were Mission Impossible movies where Tom Cruise had easier missions than your ability to stop certain offenses this last season. So when you lock in on this being a worry, if you're one of me as a fellow Seahawks fan, locked in on this being as much of a concern as it is, that's why. Because you just don't want to see the history repeat itself on a team that could be really good down the line in a lot of ways. An offense that could be one of the best in football. A special teams unit that could be one of the best in football. A secondary that could be one of the best in football. See where I'm going with this? The leg with the 3 chairs. You got the one weird chairs with the one leg's the little small tiny leg, and the other two legs are the long legs, and the little leg ain't holding its end up. And I just don't want to see that this season. That'd be crappy if that's the thing that would keep us from being a contender. Where we are a good team, we are a playoff team, but we fell short because we couldn't address the defensive line, and who could have seen that coming? That would be a bit tough. Not saying that's the way I know it's going to go. I'm not proclamating or predicting, but I'm just saying it is a way that I've heard a lot of concern from a lot of Seahawks fans on this. That's not just, the random person here, random person there, and doing a lot of these shows. And I think it's one worth, hopefully, the front office looking at and realizing they have to address. And I've got to give them credit in this respect that all of those trades I was for. And even though the Jamal trade hasn't exactly worked out to this point, hard to predict when a player is just going to suddenly in the prime of their career physically break down. That's a tough one to see coming. He wasn't busted all up all the hell with the Jets. He hadn't played a tremendous amount of football to where you'd expect his body to go like it did. And you got to give the Seahawks credit in that first season where he did set the defensive back record. They didn't bring him in here, though the times there was a lot of cover 2 and single high stuff, which was stupid with him. At least they let him loose as far as around that defensive line and go wreak some havoc. So that one's been a tough one with it, but Sheldon Richardson provided you a pretty solid body up front throughout the course of that season. You didn't sign him to a big deal after that point, but he was at least solid in there for you. And Clowney was the best player on that defense that year, probably. So, this has worked out, too, on the other side of that. When you've made these moves, you can't just merely say, well, Jimmy Graham and Jamal Adams, and it's all bad. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Appreciate you guys for watching. Do me a favor and hit that like button. We've got well over 100 people in here, 40 likes only. So let's get that like button up a little bit if we could for me. I would really appreciate it. Back, I'm a little behind on a couple of donates, but I will catch up here on that for sure. Here, let me get my deal going. Joe Mann in the house. You're the first buddy up. You're the first guy up tonight, man. How you doing, AI? Hello. Go Ox05. Jones trade would complete me. It would complete me too. You guys would probably get the full Tom Cruise, eyes fully watered, tear doesn't drop, right? You're seeing the bubbly eyes with the tear in there. Chris Jones walking into the room. Yeah. Then the 2 tears like on cue, right? You complete me. Megan, how you doing? It's good to see you in the house. Seattle Supersonic Boom Shakalaka. Just love that intro. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brother, indeed. I had some fun making it. Alan, how's it going, man? He says, I'm in. That's right. Tap that I am. I'm in. You guys come in this house, you better hit that I am sign. I'm in sign. If I can speak it right. A little more coffee going. Sajin, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Spud Homer, hello. Hey, Spud says, hey, Brando, what's the free agent linebacker class next year look like? Not particularly strong. I actually have some of the information here right now. Not very strong. Teams are starting to kind of value their middle linebackers a little bit more. And I think the other thing that would impact this would be that the draft is going to shape up at first view right now as one that would appear to, sorry, I'm bringing up the position right now. It would be one of the strongest in the next year's draft, the inside linebacker classes. Devin White remains a guy out there. Josie Jewell of the Denver Broncos. Obviously, Bobby Wagner returns back potentially as a free agent. Christian Kirksey, Jordan Hicks, Levante David, Devin Bush. So we've got a couple linebackers. Patrick Queen's right now currently on pace. I would probably say, unless Patrick Queen really has a great year, he's a guy that's probably going to reach free agency because the Ravens just did sign Roquan Smith. So, Patrick Queen, Jordan Hicks at 32 is probably a little old at that point. Even Kirksey's getting up there. I mean, why not just go back to Bobby at that point? Bobby's only a year older than Hicks. So Josie Jewell, Devin White, Patrick Queen would probably be three guys that would be the main people you would take a look at. That'd be the main ones. Garth Knight's been a member of the Hawks Nest for 11 long months. Thank you, Garth. And it's very good to see you in here tonight as well. He says, is Chris Jones available? So yeah, technically not available. Not available. But I think in a situation like this where it reaches a holdout, we've seen how many holdouts in the past couple of years? True holdouts. We've seen a lot of hold-ins. We've seen a lot of guys that come in and then don't work out. We've had that here, experienced it in Jamal's year. But we haven't seen actual true holdouts. And that kind of started to get my attention with this, Garth, and maybe pay attention to it a little closer, especially understanding the contentiousness of the last negotiations that occurred on this. Maybe kind of creating a feeling in Jones already of a little bit of bitterness, and then that only gets accentuated as you start to head into these negotiations. The Chiefs have also had a place with these guys in recent years where they have a number. They had a number with Tyreek Hill, and when he wanted to cross that number beyond what they felt comfortable with, they moved him. They had a number with Orlando Brown, and when he wanted to go beyond that number, and they got the one franchise tag year, they moved on from him. So the Chiefs have also shown that willingness to go. I am doing a 1-1 together here a little bit with this, but if it does happen, it'll happen fast. And I'm not sure it won't be dragged out for a couple of weeks and all that. This is going to come down pretty quick if it did. But I think it'll be resolved. But if he did become available, if this does become something that does change in that way, I'd jump all over it, Garth. AI says it's too expensive to trade for him. It would cost a lot, and it's tough when you got to give up all those picks and maybe a player, and then you got to pay him on top of it, to AI's point. Goak says, can we please have the throwbacks versus the Oilers jerseys when we play the Titans? I would love to see it. The fans are clamoring. The players are clamoring. I'm about ready to start a petition, quite frankly, because I have heard it so much. I mean, legit. Because I would love to see it too. I'm right there with everybody else. I got popped up on my feed today like a Vikings channel was talking about how badass the alt jerseys, the retro jerseys were. And I just keep shaking my head with it. I predicted it a couple of years ago. When you guys see these jerseys eventually, that us old heads have been banging the drum for years. Bring it back. Bring back that jersey of my youth. Y'all probably thought it was because we were being just nostalgic and we wanted our, take me back to the 80s stuff. But it's not. It's because they look that cool. They're going to look even better on the field when those guys are running around. And I hope if the Seahawks are probably in a position of starting to maybe think a little bit, they tend to switch through jerseys pretty fluidly. They go through it a lot. Fluidly is the word of my day, by the way. I was looking for a different word. That was the word I landed on. But they've gone through once every 10 years, 15 years, they're going to change their jerseys. So you're just about due for a change. And if you're looking to go to a change, just those over there, let's go with those. Let's roll with those. Half the schedule. Who says no? I don't think I've seen one person say no to that. Big Country, howdy, man. How you doing? Big Country, you got to be stoked a little bit. The Mariners starting to look a little bit better. A little bit better. Chris Richards, not if they're going to be playing that stupid 3-4 defense. If they go back to more traditional defense like Pete Carroll says, which is the 4-3, then I say yes. That is a very key component of this, Chris, which is, of course, that Chris Jones, not Chris Richards, but Chris Jones has played in a 4-3 defensive scheme throughout the course of his career, and you could make the argument he is really a pure in that. I might say that, the one thing is with that, and I tend to agree with you on that, Chris, but I would say the one thing that does maybe make me feel a little bit different about that is, one, we've seen a guy like Aaron Donald go from playing in a 4-3 defense in a similar fashion his whole career and transition to into 3-4 defense and not miss a beat. And, especially if it's a particular 3-4 defense, that's an attacking style 3-4 defense that has the linemen getting upfield, not just holding their ground and controlling blockers, as you typically would do with a 3-4 defense. Well, what's the defense we're running? We're running the exact Aaron Donald defense that he was running back there with the Rams after he transitioned from that 4-3. So that provides me a little more, Chris, comfort with that than I might normally have, or confidence with that's not going to be an issue at that point. That they'll have a way of getting around that. But I'm also on board, Chris, going back to the 4-3. So that's just a in general kind of thing, you know. Seahawks blue and green, I don't want to get rid of our trade capital for him because I feel we need one more draft, then make the run for the Super Bowl. Problem is, a good defensive tackle is hard to find. Fantastic thoughts from your standpoint on this one, Seahawks blue and green. I love where your head's at with this. I don't have any problem making the patient approach in this situation. You know what I mean? I don't have an issue with the patient approach at all, or taking that standpoint. Because it makes a lot of sense, you know, saying, hey, I don't think it's the right time. It's year 2 of the rebuild. The team is so young. I could get that as a complete argument, and I would not push back against that hard at all. I'm open to this deal being done, though I think because of the final point of the sentence that you put at the bottom. Problem is, a good defensive tackle is hard to find. And indeed, that's the part for me. That's the part for me that stands out in this situation where I look back at this draft. I look back at recent drafts. I look back at the fact that there's NFL teams right now that do have really good defensive tackles, star-worthy defensive tackles, and none of them are letting any of them get away. Not one of them is letting any of them get away. And that starts to get me back to a place of getting a little bit into, you know, your breath gets a little more sudden and you go, well, we could definitely still find one of these guys, right? I mean, we're not going to be left with a great roster. We're just missing the defensive tackle, and I don't think we will. And all the things I've said earlier too about us building the defense back to front and whatnot, I do believe that, and that this defense, they've taken this as a, you know, purposeful approach to how they build this defense versus other defenses like a 4-3, which would definitely be built front to back. But that's where I come back to a little bit in the willingness to be aggressive from my standpoint on the Seahawks blue and green, is that I go, boy, I don't know if you're going to find that defensive tackle in next year's draft. There's some good ones. I've already started to scout them. You got Chris Jenkins' son out there in Michigan. You got Jerzon Newton, which just sounds like a defensive tackle name, by the way. That's just completely a defensive tackle name. And there's a couple other guys out there. Hall, Ohio State, I think. I was looking at a few of them. They look all right. They look all right, but they do tend to take a little bit of time as well sometimes to develop. Much like the edge rushers, those young defensive linemen don't always just, you know, burst up onto the scene unless they're really, really freakish, which may be hard for our Hawks to find because they might not be drafted high enough to get that freakish guy. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it, man, as well, being a member of the channel as you are. It says, Brando, I would trust your judgment as to whether or not he's a worthwhile consideration. If you give the green light, I would be all for it. When I come down to this, I think every decision tries to become informed, and that's a great donation on the back of what I was just talking about with Seahawks blue and green. I mean, this goes right in tandem with it, in my opinion, which is that on the surface of this, I would be right where Seahawks blue and green is on this, where I would say, look, you're year 2 of the rebuild, all the stuff, young team, not ready to go. This would be a move that you would make next year, not now. If you were making it at all, if you weren't just looking to continue just organically, just let it flow. But I also look at how wide open the NFC is this next year. I also like always operating with a little bit of a sense of urgency in the approach when it comes to football, because it's not like all sports where you have to just sort of sit there and slowly watch the seed come out of the ground. And, you know, you don't have the stop animation camera thing that just takes frame and then you can speed the thing up. It's just like, no, we'll get to the bud soon. It's just right now, it's just, you're getting the green, the growth coming out. It'll eventually have buds. Well, then will it bloom? No, it won't bloom. It'll take another few months. A couple years after that, you'll get the bloom. Football, you can kind of push the bloom up a bit. And maybe I am a bit over aggressive in my feeling for it, but this isn't just any old player you're trading for. This is a guy in Chris Jones who was the most dominant defensive tackle in NFL last year and who has been for a decent amount of time, not in that he's old as hell now kind of way. Still got, to me, a good another at least 3 years of being a dominant player, 2 to 3 years. And even with the trade haul that we get, a first round pick or a first and a future second, and the money you give him, if I get 2 to 3 years of dominance over that stretch, I think you could become a Super Bowl winning team with that roster. Granted, it's going to be relying on him, being a guy who maintains his health at that point, because you're removing some of your room for error, not only in the money you're giving him, but in the salary cap you're giving up for, in the draft pick capital you'd be giving up for him. But are you going to be able to go find a defensive tackle in the future? Maybe. Is it going to be an impactful one? Probably not. But this is where I come in. Maybe it doesn't have to be, because of the nature of the defense you're running. Because now you're more reliant on your edges. You're more reliant on your secondary. You're more reliant on the complexity of your scheme, confusing quarterbacks at times, pressure-based looks, those type of things where you can manufacture stuff and it's not relying on the dogs up front who are just going to go out there and hunt. But I think about this still with a little bit of the older mentality of saying, no, you still need the dogs that can hunt. You're still going to need those times you can drop everybody back in coverage in your soft zones and get those guys up front generating quick, fast pressure. And this guy is the kind of guy that could do that. This is the kind of guy that's going to demand double teams and then free up Bobby Wagner on the back end to flow so that he doesn't have to take on double team blocks half of his freaking snaps. This frees stuff up in that way. So I don't arrive here softly, and I don't think, as I said, I don't think Garth, this is one that's likely to occur. I don't think that the Chiefs are going to let Jones go. They know how good he is and what he means to that defense. They'll probably just find a way to make the money work, and then they'll just tighten their cap down as far as they can go. But they also have shown on the other side of this a willingness to go the other way with it. And if they do, I hope that John Schneider's ready to pounce. Jacob Haas, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Megan says, got Charles Cross jersey today. Not sure if we should take Jones, but I guess we could do worse. I understand hesitancy on this. I get it. I'm not if we were to pass and the Seahawks said, nope, not the right time, I'm not crying tears on it. I ain't getting angry about it. I get it. Pop says Chris Jones and Seahawks would drastically change this defense up front, in my opinion. I would agree with you. Changes the nature, the look of it, the upside of this defense. Just balances off the team a little bit better. AI says 29 is too old to give up a bunch of draft capital. I get where you're coming from, AI, and history does tell us the defensive tackles don't tend to, remain dominant into their early 30s. So, but then we do have a good example too of Tyreek Hill last year, don't we? Tyreek's about the same age, gets moved to the Dolphins, and the Dolphins come out of that deal with a guy that, receives 1,800 yards from last year. And so, it is definitely that's the risk there that is at play with it. But there are success stories too, on top of there being, to your point, more non-successes, more it didn't work out situations than not when you're trading for a guy of that age. Brian Meyer says Jones is just too much outlay for the team at this time. IMO. I get it. I love you guys being so even-keeled. I love it. Alan says Chris Jones, Jaron Reed duo in Seattle would be dope. It would be pretty nice. You could line Jones up at times, even in the zero tech kind of one tech role. He's done a lot of one tech stuff with Kansas City. It's easy enough to slide him into that spot. But yeah, you want to run these two-man fronts that the Seahawks rocked a lot of times last season. Right? The two man on the line of scrimmage and then the outside linebackers. That would be a duo that you could maybe pull that off with. That'd be a duo with enough beef up there to maybe pull some of that off. Max says we would have to give up a first and probably a second and then pay him $25 million APY. You are 100% on those. That was my assessment of it too, Max. That was exactly my projection on it as well. Defensive tackle salaries are going. The last ones have pushed right up into the nose of 25. Connor says, I really wish the Giants paid Barkley instead of Lawrence because Dexter Lawrence would have been equally as good of a pickup if for a little cheaper. I would have loved it. I would have been all over Dexter Lawrence if they did that. And quite frankly, if we're going to miss out on a big name, a DeForest Buckner, or in this case, a Chris Jones. There are still other names out there that can jump out that are potentially guys that can help this defense still. I shout out to somebody on the channel and put me on to the Colts defensive lineman, not Buckner. They've got a run stuffer out there that maybe down the road we can take a look at and see if, he might work potentially. I forget his name, but I was looking up some of his play, and he's really, really solid against the run. Doesn't give you anything as a pass rusher, but he's solid against the run. The aforementioned Leonard Williams, he's going into the final year of his deal with the Giants. They've already decided they're going to pay Lawrence instead there. They're really up against the cap now too with the signing of Daniel Jones, and they're going to have to eventually figure out something with the Saquon deal, so they're not likely to probably sign him again. He may be another guy that you can go out there and target, and Williams would be fantastic as well. I would love to get my hands on him too. So as far as upgrading this line, so there are other places to look too, but this would be the one where you get a difference maker, not merely just kind of a slightly above average kind of player. Megan says, sorry, B, you really need to convince me that Jones is the way to go. I'm not sure that he is, but I will admit that I don't know all that much about him. He's just been a really dominant player, Megan, and not just merely a good defensive tackle. He's out there in the NFC. We don't see him as much out here in the NFC. We're very much aware of Donald, but this guy's been very close to him step for step in their careers, and he's coming off of his best season. So, and he's a couple years younger than Donald. But I wouldn't try to convince you too hard on the folks like yourself that feel in this place. I'm not against it. It's one of those things where I can be for something and then still be kind of for the other side of it too and understanding it. So I'm not even going to try doing the big sales pitch with it outside of, here's just kind of the particulars of what could make it go. And it does have me interested as a possibility. I like this stuff as far as these kind of roster considerations of how to roster build, what's the timing, when's to make these kind of moves, this right move, what is the type of go for it move to make. Gar says, Brando, give me your idea of a trade proposition knowing we'd have to ink Jones to a deal. So I think my deal would be, Noah Fant, because I looked at their number 2 and their number 3 tight end for the Chiefs, and it's not great. And Kelsey is getting older. So I think you get Fant in there, which helps also Seattle out then, Garth, because you offset some of what the cost would be for that first year. Let's just concentrate on the first year cap hit. Don't get on the $25 million number, folks. Don't get caught too much on that of what the cost would be for Jones. Think of it more like it would cost you $8 million, $8.5 million on the first year of the cap hit to bring Jones in here. So if you can include $6 million on Fant on the top end of the deal, you need only really clear 2.5 on the other side if you're going to lower down the first year of the hit substantially. So I think you could put him in, and that's probably worth the value to the Chiefs of like a 4th rounder. You put a 1st rounder pick in there, the next year's draft, and then you throw them a 2025 2nd round pick or Darrell Taylor. You let them have their choice of the two. Make them feel like they got some control. Rodney says, Brando, no way Jones leaves KC. I live here, and he has expressed over and over he wants to stay in KC. And that's why I do say the likelihood of this isn't great that it does occur, Rodney, for sure. But I also have seen these situations in doing this channel and covering them live, covering them as they go through their machinations and their ups and downs and their drama and their off seasons to the seasons. That's why I was referencing a little bit of what I've seen in situations like this before, like with the Sheldon Richardson or the Jadeveon Clowney situation, where teams get to a point suddenly very quickly where they got to make a decision that they're not very happy to have to make, and that fans 3 weeks prior had said, there's no way. I mean, you can go and look, at I think I made the Clowney video, and you can still, I think, go back on the one where I said it's the making the case for Clowney, and go back and I think and still find comments of the people saying, there's no way Seattle would ever make this deal. They can't afford it. There's no way this money could be made. There's no way this could happen. And it's like, yeah, there's not a likelihood of it happening, but there's certainly ways that these things can suddenly happen and occur, and football is a weird sport in that respect. What you think's a fixed and set can suddenly change in a major way. And as I was saying too at the top of this, Rodney, remember too, you talked to people 2 years ago, is Russell Wilson ever leave Seattle? No, Russell would never leave Seattle. You would have been tarred and feathered in Seattle for even raising that as a possibility. So, I don't think the likelihood is that he leaves. But I also think that it's getting to a spot here with the daily $50,000 that can't be forgiven, that they got to find a way to get the deal done. And they are sitting on only $71,000 of cap space approximately right now, give or take maybe $1 million or $2 million. Probably wouldn't make much of a difference when it comes down to that. And I'm sorry, I'm behind on my donos here. Let me catch up here really quick on the donos. So my bad. I get bloviating here, folks, you know. I get bloviating. David Pugh, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it, David. And all of you guys' support, as always, thank you so much. It says, now that Cam Chancellor is eligible for the Hall of Fame, do you think he deserves to be among those legends? I love me some Bam Bam Cam, by the way. All love for him. Well, let me first say that, you know, Cam Chancellor is a guy that I absolutely have a lot of fondness for as well. You have different ways you might view these players in retrospect, or some of them you raise higher. Some of them you may not look as fondly as you did. Some of them you look just like how you looked at him in the past, but I don't think anything but respect has only grown for Cam in retrospect for, you know, the career he gave you here in Seattle. I think the impact was pretty great when he was here. He was never an All-Pro, and he was a 4-time Pro Bowler. I guess maybe AP All-2 team or whatever, but not the, you know, first team or anything like that. His AV value at 55, a metric there by Pro Football Reference. No. I loved Cam's career, and I don't want to seem like I'm shading him at all, but the man played 7 years, and I don't think he started in his first year. So you got 6 seasons of play, and you got the 4 Pro Bowls, which is great, but that's, to me, you've got to be closer to a decade of dominance in the NFL to be considered for Hall of Fame. And if the NFL chooses to want to loosen those standards, as some feel like they have in recent years, and I would tend to agree with those folks a little bit, that doesn't mean I want to loosen my standards of what I consider a Hall of Famer. I don't think it should become a Hall of Very Good. And if you're going to be a guy like that only played in a short amount of time, you need to be even that much more dominant during your stretch. And if you're not getting even all pros at that point, and I think that was aligned. I don't think he was robbed. I don't think it was like, well, Cam should have been the all-pro as a strong safety that year over this guy. I think it was pretty fair the way that broke down with that. So, you know, very good player. Certainly a Ring of Honor member, a guy to be held in high esteem, but I can't put him in the Hall with that short of a career. Just it wasn't that impactful enough to be able to quantify that. I mean, looking at how hard it is too, for those folks who might pull their hair on that, look at how hard it is for these safeties that have played 11, 12, 13 years in the league to get into the Hall of Fame, who had career stats and who had the accolades that far surpass what you get from Chancellor. How do you go over the top of them for Cam? That's a tough one for me, David. You know, I think they have a pretty good argument to be made on that because he was on a legendary defense that won 1 Super Bowl. And it's a very good career. I love Cam, but I just can't get there myself with it. I think it's just unfortunate, but he's a couple years shy of what it would require to kind of get into that consideration point. We'll see, though. Maybe the legendary defense thing will end up weighing heavier value for him down the road and helping him get in. Kevin Lownice with a $20 donation. Thank you, Kevin, for that big $20 drop, man. You are very kind. I really do appreciate you. It's also excellent to see you in the chat, man. He says, between his age and the amount it will cost, I'm out on Jones. I think it will bite us in the butt. Go Hawks. I think Kevin brings up the real bottom line, valid counter arguments to going out there and signing Jones, and that they are very stark in what it sums out to. Guys at 29, 30, 31 years old don't tend to get healthier. Aaron Donald signs that deal after the Super Bowl win, and the whole next year, as he's into his 30s, loses a whole season to injury, basically, or 3/4 a season, more than 3/4 a season, a little more than 3/4. So, you know, there is a track where these deals aren't always great in working out, and that there is a risk that you really can't mitigate that you have to sort of sign up for if you're doing it. There are those guys that have played in the defensive tackle position into their early 30s and still can provide really, really great level of play. But the rule of thumb is always what we talk about here. And the rule of thumb is certainly as guys get to 29, 30, 31, they're, not at their best football. A guy like Gerald McCoy for Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who's real dominant early on in his career, and then just body starts to break down as you get later on and gets a little bit older. And there's a lot more of those tails than there are of the guys that can kind of keep it going. But he's such a dominant force. He slides into that realm of like a guy like a Fletcher Cox, where it's just they are just so good. Even if they lose 5, 6, 7, 8% of what they are, they're still a very sub-dominant player in what they bring to the field. But I'll say it once on this particular show, I'll say 1,000 times, I don't want to seem like I'm not completely pushing back on those folks that say I'm just a no-go, because your reasons are valid, and to say no on this one is I get it. The other way is a lot safer than this approach, and there's not necessarily a reason outside of we can go for it this year, we can hit the throttle on this quicker, and maybe that's being a little antsy in the pantsy rather than being patient enough to let this thing kind of unfurl in the order that it needs to. I think it's completely valid your guys' part to bring that up. As I was saying to you, Megan, I wouldn't push too much on that too far as a counter on it. I like the thought of doing a deal. I'm open to doing the deal, and if you can pull off the right value, I would do it. But I would not in any way push back on those to say it's too much. It's just, and the injury risk, the cost. Let's wait on these kind of deals. Guard Knight, thank you, and Kevin, thank you for the $20 donation, and as well, thank you for your thoughts on it. I think you're in a place that sounds like that there's a bit of a split here with the fan base. Where some for, some against. I kind of felt like it was going to be about that, but it's also I was kind of interested to kind of get the pulse on this one a little bit too, of where people would stand on this, where they consider where the team is and whatnot. But thank you, man, so much for the $20 donation. You're very, very, very kind for that big time donation. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I thank you as well for the double dono. He says, could we trade Noah Fant and the rights for Kansas City Taylor Swift concert within 3 years? Well, that Taylor Swift concert value might be bigger at that point than the Noah Fant rights. So I don't know. That might they might not think that's a good enough deal for them on that one, Garth. They go, nope, no. They want a kicker, I think, Garth. They want a kicker if they're giving up their they're getting their they're not getting their Swifty love on. You better throw a kicker in the play. Fant remains an interesting piece. Part of the future. Trade possibility. Going to use him for a 1 year off. Don't know quite yet what the plan is for him as far as the Hawks are concerned. David Pugh with another $20 donation. My goodness, you guys are being very kind tonight. Thank you for all the donations and the love. I appreciate it. And nothing but love right back at you guys on that. So thank you, David, for the big $20 donation. He says, overall, if we don't win a Super Bowl this year or next year, I think signing Jones would be a mistake. A big Emerald City ring makes a lot of pain go away. But that's only if we win it all. If we don't, I think he's a mistake. And very much this would be the move to where you've got a time in the next 2 to 3 years, David, let's say 3 years, that you have a go for it move left in your gun. You've gotten out the other side of the Jamal deal, good or bad, indifferent or the other, and the pain of that is no longer felt. The dead money of that's no longer felt. And now you're in a position to be contending and potentially going to Super Bowls, and you can go make that go for it move. And my certainly argument for a while now has been that the modern cost in the NFL is that you do indeed have to make that move. You no longer can just sit back on the roster you've created and just hope it all works out. That there's got to be that one extra thing that you can inject into the team to help it out. And there are many different examples of this with teams doing this across the board over and over again in recent years, kind of acknowledging this as a sea change across the board. The Niners going out there and getting Christian McCaffrey in a really aggressive trade. The Rams going out there and jumping on Odell Beckham. They signed, I guess, Odell Beckham, but the trading for the Von Miller in addition to that. You see these kind of moves being made by these contending teams, these extra moves. Chiefs last year with Kadarius Toney, which wasn't as big a risk for them because that wasn't a huge swing move, but it was for a guy that hadn't done a whole lot. They were definitely taking some risk on at that point. Those moves are always going to be, on that kind of risk. But yes, David, if you're making this move, it's an acknowledgement that you're trying to go get the Super Bowl in the next 2 years. That a time is now to go make this try to happen. And maybe that's a bit premature with it, but you are signaling that to the fan base that, okay, here we go. There is not going to be we're year 2 of the rebuild. No, we're year 1 of the contend mode. Window's now fully open. We've kicked it up. It's open. The breeze is blowing in. Now we got to go make hay while the sun shines. So that's where there's no deal you make in the NFL where there is not the risk that is involved, and there's varying levels of risk involved. I think that the downside of this, if this doesn't work, is that you have dead money on the books that, or bad money on the books, I guess, that you have to sustain with. You have a first round pick, but that's if you were to have a bad year, would you really feel, to me, the huge pain of this first round pick? If it's a top 10 pick you're giving, it's like, oh Lord. But if you're giving a pick that has you 22, 23, 24 in the first round, that's not as big a swat. If the next year's second round pick after that you gave up in the deal was a late second round pick that was almost like a third round pick, it's not as much the pain there with it. So it's, there's definitely something to have to deal with if it goes bad here, but it's also not crippling to you and still remaining and staying in that contending mode, especially at that point, still with a very young roster. But I agree with you, David. The success of this move is really getting the Super Bowl, winning a Super Bowl, kind of a bust kind of thing with it. And if you're not going to see your team elevated to that place, right? If they don't think they can get there with him at that point, then it's certainly not a move that you would make. But I agree with you. I would say that the success of the move would be based on if you get to a Super Bowl. I don't know if it has to be in the first 2 years, David, because you're signed to a 4-year deal. He'll be 31 after 2 years into this deal, not necessarily ready to retire. But I would say that if you don't get a Super Bowl in the time of him on the roster at that point, and that's a Super Bowl or bust kind of move. And if it's not that, then don't make it. That's for sure. Thank you, though, man. David, so much for the $20 donation. Very, very kind of you guys. Jason McEwer, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Do please keep an eye out on your community post board, as I will. We've been doing Thursday shows for members of the channel, and we'll continue to be doing that. So please keep an eye out over there, Jason. But thank you for becoming a member of the channel, man. Welcome back aboard on. Randall McDaniel in the house with a $5 donation. It says, compare Jones to Buckner at this stage of their career. How does the compensation and potential trade differ between the two? I think Jones is a tier above. Yes, so DeForest Buckner certainly is not quite at the level of Chris Jones. I think he's probably a top 6 defensive tackle in the sport. Depending on, who you want to argue with on that, or who's making their argument for what. Trying to double check his age on this. I think he's 27-ish right now. Let's see. So, DeForest Buckner's 29 as well. Wow. They're both 29 years old. Chris Jones must have come into this league real young. Well, I guess they both came in the same draft. I did not know that. You learn something every day. So this would have been trading for 4 years ago. Or for Buckner, he was coming off a 7.5 sack season for San Francisco, 62 total tackles. He had 2 forced fumbles, 3 passes defensed, real good numbers. But that's almost, half the stats of even what. That's half the stats of what Chris Jones put up last year. So that's where the value on this one, Randall, becomes a little bit tough to gauge, because you have now that was 3 seasons ago for Buckner. So Buckner at 26 years old goes for a first round pick, the 12th overall pick, with production that was kind of about half the production of what Jones went this year, but now Jones is 3 years older. Also, the contract you're giving Jones is to push this up to $26 million a year. The contract you're giving DeForest Buckner was $21 million per year at the time 3 years ago, which dollar for dollar is probably about an equivalent contract with 3 years of inflation for the position. And Javon Duffy, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Javon. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you. So that's where I was coming to the value on this, Garth, being, okay, it's going to cost you a first-round pick, and they're going to know that first-round pick's not really, probably not the 12th overall selection in next year's draft. They got to kind of wait a year for it. So you got to give more to them than that to me. I think Fant gets you a 4th-round pick. I think you got to throw a 2nd round in there. But then I don't think it goes further beyond that because of the age difference, because he is heading to become 30 years of age. But then the tough part does come as a bottom line on trying to figure out what the cost would be for Jones. You've only had a couple of these trades in the last 20 years of football made. Defensive tackles. They just don't get moved. Guys reach for agency and then move, but you don't see a lot of guys moved in a trade. So it's hard to find very many deals out there as far as to kind of gauge it. And you don't have there's no deals we have where multiple 1st-round picks for this guy. We got none of that. So I don't know if that's telling or not, or if it's just that if you have a guy that's worthy of being a 2 first-round pick trade target defensive tackle, that at that point you just keep that guy and you just pay him. Maybe that's more of the guiding light with that one. But I guess there's some similarities there and differences, Randall. But you're right. I think Jones he is a cut above. Aaron Donald will be the most dominant defensive tackle of this era. But Chris Jones is going to be a guy that's then mentioned as soon as the exhale goes out, the inhale comes back, the next exhale will be Chris Jones. That will be the next guy other people don't, and there won't really be an argument to be made for anybody else. No, you won't be able to go to any other guy and go, yeah, but Jeffrey Simmons though. But him, nobody else. It'll be these 2 guys as the 1-2 pecking order, and then everybody else down here as far as being really good players, maybe even Pro Bowl players. But these guys considered kind of in their own sort of hemisphere. Thank you though, Randall, for the dono. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Brando, would you be willing to give up for Jones? What would you be willing to give up for Jones? There's a fake Chiefs fan in here who wants DK. Take your hands off my DK. You can't have DK. I've been telling fans this. I've been slapping other football fans' hands off the DK cookie jar for 3 years. I got the mom slap like instincts, CIA like quickness of reaction skills. The second I see that hand dip into that jar, I'm gonna be slapping the top of them knuckles, and it's gonna hurt. You're gonna feel like I whipped you with a towel on the top of your knuckles after I've done it. So nobody gets DK. Hands off. Go find one of your own. We found ours. You go find yours. I think it's my value on it, Garth, would be 1st-round pick, Noah Fant, future 2nd-round pick in like 2025. Maybe you got to throw like a 5th rounder in this year's draft, or maybe a 4th rounder in this year's draft. Something like that is one final little cherry on the top of the sundae. But I think that would be about the cost. I don't think it would be 2 pure 1st-round picks because of his age, even though he is as dominant as he is. But I'd be willing to do it. I'll roll those dice. I think Jones is still, when watching that Super Bowl game and you're watching the Chiefs defense and he's just controlling so much of the action down there, both in the run and in the pass. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono, the triple dono there, Garth. Randall coming in with another $5. Says, a plus for Jones for me is he got paid once and his play didn't fall off. It took off. Always my fear with the big guys. That's always a fear. Right, Randall? You and I went through the, you know who the guy is. I got to look up his name now because it's one of those things going to bother the hell out of me if I don't look it up. Albert Hainsworth. You and I lived with the Albert Hainsworth situation, and there just seemed like a couple of those guys throughout that time, be it him or Big Daddy Dan Wilkerson picked number 1 overall and giving all that money out the gate, and then just, there was certainly just not as much seemingly kind of drive there for that guy as the talent promised. So you do have to worry about it, but that is a plus for me too. This guy signed this deal back 2020. And it was $20 million a year, big money contract, and he's only gone out there and gotten better as a player. He's not gotten worse or drifted off, and they've gone out and won another Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowls in this time, since signing that deal. And he's been a force in the playoffs. You know, you've been able to watch, you turn them off in the playoffs, like not just that Super Bowl, whenever you turn him on, he's out there making something happen. And he's a guy you have to dedicate 2 blockers to, which we need more of that down along our defensive line. But I have a little bit more faith because of that reason you gave Randall. He is still 29, so he's not 31, and you're looking at this being 34, 35, expecting him to be playing a prime amount of snaps at that point. You sign him to a 4-year deal. You expect it to go probably 3 years. You hope you can get minimum 2 years, but at least maybe 3 years of dominant play during that era, and that you're getting yourself to a Super Bowl in the back of that. That would be the plan if you're doing this. It may be too early. I'm okay with that. Let's take our time, Brandon. Tap the brakes, Brandon. Pull the e-brake, Brandon. I get it. I'll pull the e-brake. We can turn this car around. I get it. But I'm definitely going to be watching the situation with the Chiefs going, how is this going to go? How many days of $50,000 are we going to roll on this? How many? But you're right, Randall. We've got a good amount of the big guys that once they've gotten paid, it's falling off is the way to put it. A large amount of them end up doing that, especially if they get, really, really paid. Garth, thank you for another $5 donation, man. Appreciate all the donos. Says Brando, with all due respect, I think that it's that is pathetic trade recommendation considering there are 30 other teams in the market. Won't happen that way. So let's break that down, Garth. And this is a little bit of the consideration. I'd ask, let's go and look at this. I don't think it's 30 teams. The reason I don't think it's 30 teams is I don't think that I think the Chiefs, and there's a pretty good baseline for this, right, in recent history. I don't think that the Chiefs, Garth, are going to be willing to move him within the AFC. You have an AFC that's packed with really good teams, a lot of contending teams. Who are they going to want to give to him that's eventually going to then maybe have him come back in the playoffs and then beat him on the back of that? I think instead they're going to look to the NFC. So you take your list of 30 and instantaneously you can half that to 15. So then we go, okay, it's 15 teams. Now, are they going to move him now? Or is a team like the Arizona Cardinals going to jump to the forefront here? Like that's a bad team in the NFC and that's not in a contending mode. Are they going to try to make some go-for-it move right now for Chris Jones? I don't think so. I don't think the Rams would, with Aaron Donald already there and the money they're paying him and with all the dead money they have on their books. I don't think they could even do it if they wanted to. The Niners don't have the money to pull it off. They've got to find Garth Knight the money to go pay Nick Bosa. So we've got 16 teams we basically halved by me cutting out the AFC. Now you can cut out another 3 teams out of the NFC West right out of the top. So that leaves us 12 respective teams left now, right? 12 respective teams left. The Philadelphia Eagles are stacked at defensive tackle. They wouldn't make this move. The Cowboys are stacked at defensive tackle, including drafting Mozzie Smith in the first round. They're not going to make this move. The New York Giants have Leonard Williams and they just paid Dexter Lawrence. They're not going to make this move. The Washington Commanders have Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen, both of whom are highly paid. Daron Payne, who they just paid. So guess what, Garth? I just took 4 more teams off the board. Gone. So now we're down to 8. Now we're down to 8 teams if we want to pare this down even further. So let's go further on this. New Orleans Saints don't have the money with Mickey Loomis pushing the contracts in the manner by which he's done so, and already the money that they've added onto the books this particular season. They're out. Carolina's probably a little bit young, and they don't really, I would say, they could add him, I guess, theoretically, but their defensive line's pretty strong as it stands right now. I think they're going to be more about adding to their offense going into the future than they're adding their defense, but maybe they're a possibility. I'll at least put them as maybe. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are in cap hell right now, Garth. That's the problem with having the Tampa Tom dead money contract now eating up on their books this particular season. They're off the books. So we've got then the Atlanta Falcons left in that division. Falcons have already kind of signed their money this offseason, haven't they? Maybe theoretically they could make a signing here, but much like the Panthers, I'd say it's a very highly unlikely either of those 2 teams jump into this particular fray for where they're at roster-wise. It's not out of contention. I'll still put them in the list of possibility. I'm not removing them. But so far now, as we've gone through the NFC, and I've cleared through 3 divisions, Garth, I've got 2 teams, 2 feasible teams. So let's go to the NFC North. Minnesota Vikings, sure, they're a possibility. I wouldn't say they're out of it. Let's add them in. That's a 3rd. Detroit Lions, sure, absolutely. Let's add them into it. That's 4 teams. Green Bay Packers, I don't see it. I don't see it. They're not willing enough with the purse strings. They haven't made these kind of deals in the past. It's just not going to happen. And then we have the Chicago Bears as number 5. So by my measure, Garth, it's not 32 teams. It's 5 teams you got to compete with here when it all boils down as far as if he does become available. And that means that you're not paying ultra market prices then for the player. It means that it's going to cost. It means there's competition. It means you're not getting them for depressed value. But it also doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to pay the 2 first-round picks plus this, plus that, and then you got to give up this guy and that guy too. But thank you for the donation, Garth. Leland Kimball, thank you for the $10 donation. Hey, you guys are so kind tonight. Thank you for all the donos. He says, what's up, 12s? Sorry I'm late. I'll catch up on the first hour later. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Leland. Thank you for jumping in on the dono and hopefully liking the first hour, man. I appreciate the donation and the love, man. Go Hawks. We're 2 days, folks. 2 mere days away from the start of training camp. Can you believe it? Can you feel it? We are almost there. I hope you guys are jacked up to the nines like I am and ready to go in this situation. I am mighty hopeful. Thank you, though, for Leland for the $10 dono on that, man. I do appreciate you. Devo Martzall with the $10 donation. Devo, you are awesome as well, man. He says, hey, Brandon, good to see you. Thanks again for what you do. I'm usually here watching, just not always in the chat. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Devo, Leland, Garth, Megan, Randall. I mean, all my OGs here in the chat, you guys have donated and supported this channel for as long as I can remember going back on this channel. So thank you for that long time support and donations. And as I always say, if you're listening in, maybe occasionally hitting that like button on top of it, you're doing right by me. And you're doing everything to help this channel, grow and sustain. And part of what's helped this channel just start to really be able to step up is we've got some real big plans this upcoming year on the back of your guys' donos with this. We got the website about to drop. It's a good time right now maybe to say real quick posting on this of Underdog Fantasy, who has jumped aboard the Hawks Nest train. They are sponsored up with us here for the next year. And you can go over there now to Underdog Fantasy, play a weekly fantasy. It's fun. It's good stuff. I'm just kind of diving into the particulars because right now it's Major League Baseball, and I always kind of get into the baseball stuff with this. Always makes it a little uneasy, but we are going to be doing a lot of football stuff with this during the year, talking about it. And it's nice with Underdog Fantasy is you can go out there and you can do weekly fantasy football teams, and you don't have to figure out your bench or who to sit and who to start and go through a whole bunch of links. You draft your best team. They take the best of those players for the starting lineup who perform, and you go head to head against others to try to go out there and win some money. So if you go right now to Underdog Fantasy and put in my code NEST, all caps locks NEST, you're going to get yourself matched on up to $100 donation of your first deposit. Not too shabby. Go out there and have some fun this upcoming season. You like to play fantasy. You want to get a little bit better at fantasy. It could certainly, I think, maybe help you improve in that respect as you get a little bit better in the drafting and figuring those type of things out. And the week-to-week aspect's nice, where you all been there. You got your fantasy team dead in the water by week 3. You've given up. You don't even check who you're going to start. Well, with this kind of situation, you can week by week start a whole new lineup, refresh over again if it's gone bad for you before, or replicate what was successful for you in the prior week. Give it a shot. Use my code, NEST. Make it happen. As well, put a little disclaimer up here as we got to be careful with this type of stuff. Devo Marcel, thank you for that $10 donation. Very kind of you. Leland, thank you for the tenor as well. It's always good to see all the old names in the chat. I'll tell you what, folks, these folks have been with me for years on it. And so not just the donations, but just seeing the names in the chat always brings a big smile to my face. I hope you guys are having a great summer out there. Everyone's staying safe. Just having some beautiful weather out here. It's warm. It's hot. You just go on walks. Everything feels good. Pacific Northwest in the summertime, I've always maintained there is no better place on earth. You don't want to come here in December. You don't want to be here in January. But my goodness, what a sparkling, shiny place to be at in July. There is no greater, more beautiful area. Thank you, though, you guys, for those donations. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, quick heads up, B. Hand is out of a brace for the first time in 16 weeks, so I'm not sure how long I'll be here. No worries, Megan. Thank you for the $5 donation. Good to hear you getting out of that brace. That's it's got to be hampering having to sit in that thing for too long. You're like, God, just let me out of this thing. I can't take it anymore. But good to hear that hand's healing and feeling good. Hopefully, feeling a little bit better. Maybe not good, but feeling better. But no worries. We're not going to go super, super long tonight. We got a show set up tomorrow that's probably going to go pretty long with Jesse, as I imagine there's going to be quite a good amount of questions that I want to ask him. He asked me, and we might get from the chat on that as well. So we'll be going for a bit tonight, but no worries. No worries if you can. I understand, and thank you for the donation. Megan also with another $5 donation. Says, this time it's 2026. B and I, whoever else wants to come, will be at training camp for my 50th birthday. Hell yeah. Sounds good, Megan. 2026, a mere 3 years away. Just right around the corner. And yeah, we're putting it out there. We'll have that day be the day, Megan, we take over training camp, maybe. Yeah. Every guy should be a bunch of Hawks nesters out there taking over training camp, doing the stuff, doing the goods. Oh, thank you so much, all you guys, though, for the donations, man. You are unbelievable support on this channel. I'll tell you what, it is just crazy awesome. But I appreciate you guys, and thank you for staying with me through this off season. This one was an off season we really pushed as much as ever to keep the show going consistently, and you guys have still been here to watch and check it out and put your support behind the channel. I do really appreciate it. Joe Mann says, Jones a beast. Jones is a beast. Seahawks blue and green. We are seeing teams with top defensive tackles winning Super Bowls lately also. Fantastic point, man. Let's go through the recent baseline. You've had Chris Jones twice. You've had Aaron Donald, Vita Vea, Ndamukong Suh. I mean, these are just the last couple of winners. Yeah, you go even further beyond that. And not only that, even Super Bowl participants. The Niners were, I think, last time Super Bowl participants when they had Armstead kicked inside with Buckner. You know? So you see it on the other side of the field too. You do. It's a good point. Zygin says, what? Barkley still hasn't been paid? No, Barkley still hasn't been paid. He's mad about it too. Young Vital Game, Brandon's the best, 100%. Thank you, Young Vital Game. Very kind of you to say. Megan says, if we don't take Jones, who else will be looking at for the same position? So I think that you're more likely than not at this point with these guys, with what I would call the top 10 guys, top 10 defensive tackles in the sport, basically kind of off the board at that point. You're going to have to now reach back into player development and looking for the lesser guy. Leonard Williams, Megan, would be one guy. I think if the Giants are not able to compete as much as some people think they're going to be able to compete this year, he's moving into the final year of his deal and could prove to be a guy that's a nice little trade deadline guy to target. Also, the Colts have a guy I'm not as aware of his game, but he could be an interesting guy to take a look at, which is Grover Stewart. Shout out to whoever put me on. I'm sorry I can't give you the props or remember who it was. But somebody in my chat put me on to Grover Stewart, went into a little bit of a deeper dive on him. He's making like $10 million. You get him halfway into the year on maybe a trade deadline deal because the Colts have a rookie quarterback and they're not ready to compete. You know, cost you $4.5 million for the rest of the year, but you get a really good, fine run stuffing defensive tackle in there. You're looking to probably go more down to a mid. You're going mid-size, right? You thought you were going to get the full size, Megan. Give you when I get the car sales background on the family. You thought you were getting the full size. You thought you were getting the XL, but now you found you're going to have to go to the 2-seater, and it's got a few miles on it. You know, the boys down at the detail had to really scrub that thing out, but it's workable. It'll help. So you can still find those parts. I think some, like myself, are more really hot to trot on the idea of hammering it in a way where you really bring a guy in who could be a difference maker. And the thought process being, of course, that those that sit in my camp don't have a real big confidence or a lot of confidence that the team's going to be able to find that defensive tackle in drafts, because we're going to be picking to the depths of the drafts into the future. And the recent track history of this team drafting defensive tackles has not been necessarily amazing. Not that they've taken a lot of swings at it, but it's not been super great necessarily on the other side of it. So that's kind of what brings me around to Jones. Alan H., we also do have Shelby Harris is still out there. That's a possibility. Maybe somebody that they go out there, and I wouldn't mind that at all. And guard night, I agree. Daniel Jones signing by the Giants. I think that's going to be looked at when we look back on this as probably one of as the worst signing of the offseason for the money spent. Especially for what it's going to cause from a ripple effect with Saquon Barkley if it ends up being the thing that pushes him out of town. And then, so weird, that deal. Seahawks Jose Rodriguez says the Chiefs aren't going to trade him, in my opinion. I think it's not likely, Jose. It isn't likely. But I do think these things can swing either way sometimes when there's contentiousness in the air. And when you do reach to a place of a holdout where a guy is sitting out and it is costing him $50,000 a day and the team can no longer forgive those $50,000 a day fines by the new CBA guidelines, the cost is real. And for his willingness to get to that state of being at a place of holding out and eating that kind of money on a daily basis, I think does speak to there being a little bit more than just, well, negotiations are in a little bit of a tough state. They're finding their way through it. Seems to be that what I've read on it is that they're at an impasse, that they are far apart when it comes to the numbers. Brian says, any Sonic fans with NBA TV here where they're showing 2 Sonics Jazz playoff games tonight? Ooh, that was nice. I've been meaning to go back and watch some old Sonics games back on the YouTube. But thanks for the note on that. Young Battle Game, we get CJ, we get Chris Jones, our chances of winning the Super Bowl increase by a minimum 10%. We would be a legit powerhouse in the NFL. I think that's beautifully put, Young Battle Game, and I don't have anything to add on top of that other than I agree. I think it definitely increases your chances as substantially as any one player can. Max says, Chris Jones was my personal 2022 Defensive Player of the Year. You can make a real strong argument for it. The level of 15 sacks, career highs and those kind of markers like he did, and it wasn't career highs he got to 11 sacks, 15 sacks, 14 and a half sacks from the defensive tackle position. It's one thing to do that off the edge, to do that in the defensive tackle position where it's so easy to double team guys. Very, very impressive. And he got all those tackle for losses and the pressures on top of it. A complete football player on top of being a dominant one. And I will say, Jose, to your point, they can get the deal done even though they're really up against the cap. They can. I still don't think it's if they wanted to, the Chiefs could afford to meet. The Chiefs could absolutely afford to meet the Chris Jones asking price. Like they could squeeze that contract in, and the Chiefs have shown a willingness even in the past to lower down a cap hit really substantially to squeeze that first year number in. So they can make that work. Whether or not they get to the common number as they are far apart as it stands right now. Daniel Barry Sports Highlights. What's up, Daniel Barry? Keldon says, yay, Javon Hargraves, Niner Super Bowl. Am I right? Well, he does help you out, I think, tremendously, Keldon. I don't think that Javon Hargraves, though, is on the same level as Chris Jones. And the number one thing that stands out with Hargraves is that he is a really good pass rusher from the inside and one of the better pass rushing defensive tackles in the sport. But he's done that at the cost of his ability to stop the run. He was known way more as a run defender with the Steelers than he was as a player with the Eagles. And part of the reason I think the Eagles were okay with letting him go on that because they weren't getting kind of the complete game in what he was bringing, even though you were then going to have to pay him $20 million a year for a guy that really is just a pass rusher at this point in time in his career. It's not that, he's bad. He's just not great at the run right now at this point. So it definitely is different in that respect. With Chris Jones, he's a guy that commands, I think, way more attention than Hargraves has ever gotten on a football field. First off, he's been more productive than Hargrave, I would say, second off. And then Keldon, from a third standpoint, he's been more a complete player than Hargraves has been over the last couple of years. So I while there's some similarities there, and certainly Hargraves helps the Niners out, the other difference with this that comes into play, and you making the comparison, because I see the comparison you're making, is that the Niners have a great defense. You're building on a strength you already had, and maybe that reinforces that strength to a place of making it special, all-time like special. Maybe. But the questions with the Niners are going to come down to some other places that don't have anything to do with the defense. And bringing on Hargraves didn't do anything to fix those questions. Namely, what the hell are you guys doing at quarterback? I was always told if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. So if you have 3 quarterbacks, Keldon, how many quarterbacks do the Niners currently really have? Then the other thing comes into the offensive line. You lose McGlinchey. You have Trent Williams at 35 years old getting tried out there. Not a lot of 35-year-old left tackles in this sport able to in the sport sustain. A lot of them have played at 35. Not a lot of them get through a full season at 35 years old. So I think that those are really more the questions of the Niners than the defense. I know the defense is going to be dominant. I know the defense is going to be good for the Niners. And Hargrave definitely helps that. But that's the difference between us and the Niners with that, is that we have those things that are question marks. The Niners are not question marks for us. Whereas the defensive tackle position is a question mark. So it'd be more, Keldon, about the equivalent of going out there and making a trade for, like, let's say, if you guys had gotten Aaron Rodgers or something, I guess, along those lines, where you're shoring up what is a question mark. You're taking care of what's viewed and considered a deficiency to a degree. Seahawks Blue and Green says trade Diggs, Eskridge, and first. I don't think the Chiefs would take Diggs. Eskridge could make sense because of the situation going on with Kadarius Toney. I wouldn't want to trust that guy for a full season. Ben Ortega, everyone giving up on Eskridge again? I'm not talking to give up on him, Ortega. Ben, I'm definitely not giving up on him. This is mainly just about what could be a good asset to give back for the Chiefs that they could value to some degree that helps to make the deal get done in order to avoid having to give up an extra draft pick. And I'm okay with letting Eskridge and JSN fight it out for who's going to start the slot. But one thing is clear about that at that point, Ben, is that whoever wins that battle, the other guy is going to be sitting on the bench and doing a whole lot of nothing. And the odds are that it's probably going to be JSN, the one starting at that point. So I'm not trying to sell it out on Eskridge, but just try to be forward thinking in the view of where the thing goes. I'm hopeful for Eskridge. Save the Geese. I think the Seahawks are another offseason and draft away from really making a run. A trade like this should be saved for the 2024 season. Fantastically put, Save the Geese. And as you're hearing on a couple of these other comments, many other people are kind of feeling the same way. And I get it. Seahawks Blue and Green, Eskridge should be our returner. And the fact he can't do even that, yes, I'm done. Garth, if Jones is truly valuable to the degree many think, I want Schneider to make the decision versus Pete trying to get on MPV versus a hipster. I want John Schneider to make the move. I want it to be on his plate. I don't want Pete pushing, like to your point, like Garth, like some of us feel like maybe the Jamal deal got pushed a little hard more by Pete getting that deal done than John wanting to do it, especially with how much you had to give up in capital to pull Jamal in. But I have a feeling Schneider would have a price he'd go, and he wouldn't go beyond that. And John's pretty good, I think, about when he does get into some of these deals of this is as far as we go, and we're not going beyond it. We're not stretching beyond it. Chiefs guy's laughing out. He's laughing out loud. He says, "You're not getting Chris Jones. Stop it." Oh, come on, man. Chiefs guy, let us dream. Let us dream. You never know. You never know, man. David, I don't think half of us want him really anyways. So much money. It is pretty split, Chiefs guy. I will say that. It's probably like about a 50-50. Maybe that's what I need to do is a poll here. Let's see what the audience thinks. Start a poll. All right. I posed the question in my chat. See what you guys think. Let's see what you guys think. And if I miss your comment, do post it back. I'm a little behind on the comments. Got a lot of folks in the chat today, so I might be a little bit behind. Bear with me. And I might miss a few comments because we do have a lot. Big Country Hall, very good for Cam. That's where I see it. Horse says, I'm a Chiefs fan, and there's no way the Chiefs consider trading him without DK Metcalf. Kadarius Toney missed the first day of camp already. I don't want to lose Jones, but I said that about Tyreek. And I'm not, and Horse, if we will have some Chiefs fans, I know, both in here live and listening in retrospect, probably just for a few seconds, even if you're not listening long. And I do want to put it out there. It's not to say that I think this is a trade likely to happen. It's to say that this is a trade that if it does become one that does become available and occurs, I'm going to be willing to jump on it. There's a lot of people who go, well, this is not going to happen. There's no way this is going to happen. Please understand, and just, you do this channel for a few years, you go over topics and have times come down the track and things happen, and people tell you stuff that they'll say in your ear, there's no way you're bringing something up and they go, this isn't going to ever happen. And it will be teams, Houston Texans fans 3 years ago, Horse, were telling me there's no way they're going to trade us Jadeveon Clowney. New York Jets fans were telling me there's no way that you'll get Jamal Adams. It is something where I say that's not likely to happen, but there's also not the 0% chance that sometimes has been a little bit presented out there here too, a little bit. In regards to DK Metcalf, we just signed him to a new contract. So we're not on any basis going to eat the dead money, the hit that we'd have to eat in order to move DK Metcalf. On top of the fact that there's no way we would do that. I would think a little bit, Horace, from a Chiefs standpoint, you got the Valdez Scantling, you got some outside receivers. More of what you need is the slot guy in there. That's where I've come back to more of looking at maybe an Eskridge type as insurance for a Kadarius Toney on top of a very nice trade package you'd get as far as draft picks. But the bottom line from Chiefs fans, I'm not trying to push back on what you're saying as far as it's not likely to happen, but it's not an impossibility either. And I have seen these situations. They are fluid and they can move in a direction that is not always what you anticipate would be the obvious direction for it to go. Daniel Cap says, way against the Chris Jones dude. Every contract year, this guy's been a problem. But now he says Chris Jones was born to be a Seahawk. Daniel Caps, did I miss something? Are we rumored to him or something? No, I'm just trying to consider this stuff out a little ahead of times. And if it does come down as a possibility, it's going to come down fast. We're not going to have weeks to consider it if the Chiefs become open to this being traded. I'm not saying they will, but if they did, it's not one where I would have the time and ability to have us do a live stream show to talk about the ups and the downs and whether it's a plus or a minus situation. So it's me trying in some of these specs get out ahead of it. I also think it's just interesting to consider as far as a possibility goes. Is it a move to make right now? Would this be the right kind of player to make a move for in this? Is it too big a risk? This does get to a lot of the stuff that this channel is about, which is, the consideration of how to properly build a roster, how to properly manage the cap. How to know when is the right time to jump. Should you jump? Should you push all the chips into the center of a table in the given year? This stuff is where this kind of gets to at points, and it's a lot of the same arguments, I think, that are occurring across the front offices in the league as to what the right moves are to make. And that's what makes it so interesting to me to consider. Brian Meyer, Greed Earth, this has probably been brought up, but how could we possibly make any acquisition work cap-wise at this point? If we can't come up with the scratch to bring back Shelby Harris, why target Jones? Well, the view of Shelby Harris and Chris Jones, of course, are two different players, Green Earth. So, you're going to be willing to do a lot more acrobatics to go get Chris Jones than you are going to do to get Shelby Harris. To do it on a rudimentary level, to get rudimentary numbers presented, let's go through this like this. The Niners this last year signed Javon Hargrave for a 4-year, $80 million deal. It's $20 million on average per year. The first year of the hit was $5.5 million. So approximately 1/4, if we take the basic math on that, we can know that if we grind the numbers just right here, we can take 1/4 of the average APY and bring that down to the first year of the contract. For Chief fans out there, you would have been aware of this kind of deal as the same type of deal you did with Frank Clark when he was first brought up in the Seahawks, right? Wasn't it $23 million per year, but you got the first year cap hit down to what, 6.5, something like that on the first year cap hit? So 1/4 of the first year of the APY you could afford. Jones will probably average about $25 to $26 million average APY, about $105 million deal on a 4-year contract. So if we take 26 and we say, okay, what, 4, well, it's a little more than 1/4, I guess. So let's call it, if Javon Hargraves is 5.5 on a 20, then at 26, let's just call it 8.5. So $8.5 million is the amount of money you got to clear for the first year of the cap hit, Green Earth. Keep that number at the forefront of your mind. Don't get concentrated on the years afterwards. Let's take it this year because it's a go-forward move. So it's about this year. So you have $8.5 million. If you were to include Noah Fant in the deal, that's $6 million right there. So then at that point, you have $2.5 million that you have to come up with in order to sign him to that contract. Would you have to make a couple of other moves to make that happen? Sure. But is it out of the bounds to where there's no money, no scratch to make it happen? That's not the case. There absolutely is ways and means to make it happen at that point and not necessarily put themselves into cap hell in order to make it happen. But I don't think that their view of Shelby Harris is one of he's worth a certain dollar amount to them for the type of player they think he is at this point. And that's not necessarily, Jones is a kind of a game breaker, you know. He's the second best defensive tackle in the sport. Dan Caps, Double R, how you doing, man? Good to see you in the house. Mr. Paulesed. Roll with the guys you got and play the free agent wire when there could be cap casualties. I love the thinking. I'm not against it, and I think it's a smart, patient approach, and one that is the strong argument to be made is the best overall approach in this situation, even if this guy does become available. Love it. Samuel says Jones is a top 5 defensive tackle. There's no way he leaves KC without them getting a haul. I think they're definitely going to get a haul. I don't think that they're necessarily going to get 2 first-round picks plus for a guy at 29 years old. And if that's the case, I think we've got to ask ourselves, show me the last non-quarterback at 29 years old getting 2 first-round picks. I mean, what did Tyreek Hill get? So a first, a second, 2 fourths, and a 6 for Tyreek Hill. I mean, I think you're definitely looking in the neighborhood of the first round pick plus. I think it's definitely going to be a haul. But the fast breakdown on this is, and I feel I have to quantify this because I can feel Chiefs fans. I already can feel them here in the chat. I know he's not going to potentially go, but if he was to go, you know, I don't think you're getting the multiple first round picks plus for the 29-year-old guy at his age, especially for the team that then has to then trade for him, has to then sign him to a, you know, just short of Aaron Donald's market breaking contract. So that I think that will put things down. On top of it's not 30 teams. Casey's not trading him within the AFC. And we were just talking with Garf, kind of breaking down to, you get down to really about 6 teams that really would be potentially on board with trying to trade for him. John Stillwell, thank you for the $30 donation. John, coming in hot tonight. I appreciate it, man. I hope you're doing well. Handling some stuff out there on your end, and I hope it's going okay out there for you, brother. He says, when did Chris Jones come into the picture? I like that idea. I'm being a little bit forward thinking on this type of stuff, John. And for folks that are thinking that this is just silly, I get to see sometimes history repeat itself here on the channel from time to time. And I was a guy sitting here saying, before we made the trade to Jadeveon Clowney, and the nice thing is on this is you can go check my receipts. You can go see my upload dates on those videos. I was the guy sitting here telling my fellow Seahawks fandom that we should go make a move for Clowney. And people saying, no, they're not going to move. They wouldn't move Clowney. There's no way they would ever move Clowney anyway. No, then there was no way Seattle would trade for Clowney. Then they trade for him. And then I replayed this same sort of situation down with Jamal Adams. So this isn't a likely thing to go down. But the thought process that does exist out there that somehow there's an impossibility to this trade ever occurring, or there's no way it could ever come down or happen when we've reached a stage. And I know, John, this wasn't your question on it. I'm just piggybacking off. So to answer your question on this, John, we have Chris Jones right now in a situation where he's far apart in negotiations with the Chiefs. They want to spend one number. He wants another number. They've been in this stage for a while now. He didn't go to the Super Bowl party. He's put out the tweets of the players put out of, you know, not feeling the love. And now he's currently holding out, which means, John, that he's eating $50,000 a day, in fines. And this is very notable for me, for those folks, again, that are poo-pooing this a little bit. Go look in recent NFL history over the last couple of years of how many players have held out. Go look at the very, very tiny itty bitty list of players that have been willing to hold out under this new CBA. That's something that I think that is a little bit more resonating here to me on this, that he's in a state enough of being disgruntled enough to eat that money, not hold in, not go into the facility and go sit in the weight room and say his hammy's a little tight, as so many other players would have, but to say, I'm just not coming. I do agree with the Chiefs fans that say that this is likely to break in the favor of the Chiefs and Chris Jones both, and them eventually coming and finding a number to get this deal done. But we also do then have a track record of recently here with the Chiefs of them moving a Tyreek Hill that many, like one of the resident Chiefs fans just talked about, they would never have thought of would have happened or would have ever have occurred, a bedrock of the offense. Him and Mahomes going together like peanut butter and jelly. But that trade occurred. And then you had Orlando Brown, who's been a very successful left tackle for him. Chiefs fans, I think you would acknowledge this. You went back to the Super Bowl against Tampa Bay and your line was wrecked. No more Eric Fisher, no more Mitchell Schwartz. You couldn't pass protect. And you got Mahomes broken and your front office said, never again. Does never again sometimes then mean I got to cut the cost off in other places to make sure of never again on the forefront issue that I've decided is the forefront issue? Yeah, you better believe it. And you just had to move on to Orlando Brown because you weren't willing to pay him up at that market rate. It's the struggle of a little bit of, I think, what you Chiefs fans are going to start to go through here a little bit that you've been able to kind of avoid up into this point because Patrick Mahomes has been so awesome about taking the discounted deal, reworking the contract, is that you end up having to pay the piper when you pay the quarterbacks these kind of big market deals. And you've got to rob from Peter to pay Paul. And that's where they're facing right now, I think, a little bit with this kind of situation. I still expect the deal to get done, but they've had some success with moving Tyreek Hill. And in a lot of ways that they can look at that and say, hey, part of our willingness to then not decide that they're sacred cows, but instead it's our process, it's our philosophy that helps us go out and win Super Bowls, not necessarily just individual players here, especially when we have Patrick Mahomes as the guy that's the common factor, the common denominator throughout all this. Then why shouldn't we try to go sell high right now, maybe, on the back of just coming off another Super Bowl win? So I'm definitely, John, on this more putting 2 to 2 together a little bit with this. We'll see how it breaks down and the way the situation flows here with KC. But how long do you go? $50,000 a day, every single day of missed practice, and you can't forgive it. One day after another. What happens when we get to $250,000? What happens when we get $500,000? Where does the situation stand? So we'll see. I think they do find resolution. I'm sure they're working to get resolution, but I think there's also a much more of a crack now than has ever existed throughout the course of this offseason of a potential of the Chiefs giving a lot more consideration than they ever would have of maybe moving Jones. Or maybe I'm just dreaming big. Maybe I'm just a dreamer. Maybe I'm just a dreamer, John. I just got my heads up in the clouds, you know. But I like the idea of it too. And when I thought about maybe this being something that does present itself of being a thing where you've waited to kind of strike for the position, John. You've kind of laid low in the weeds, and you've waited for that one situation that might present itself on the back of some disgruntled player who still has a lot left in the tank, but just can't come to a common place with that team. And then you jump at that right time. And on top of all this stuff, we've got a baseline history of doing this in the past. We've done this in training camp in just recent years, 3 times over, major trades for pretty big time players each time. This wouldn't even be the biggest swing we'd made in the last 3 years at the training camp as a training camp deal, to put it in perspective. But I'm definitely, John, putting some 2 to 2 together here. I'm looking a little bit forward on this just a bit, but I love it too, because it's football theory, man. It's football theory. It's roster building. It's a proper way of building roster. It's why I love the people that come in and say, well, we need to be patient. It's not yet the right time. Even though you can get a Chris Jones guy. I love that they're being even keeled in their thought process and approach where even though you can get a guy like this would be a game changer. Yeah, but the age. Yeah, but the cost. Yeah, but the price. You know, that's what I want in here as much as anything. It's not necessarily agreement, but just think it through all the stuff, considering all the angles. Yeah. But John, thank you for your donation, man. And I do hope you're having a great night out there. Garth Knight with a $10 donation says, Brando, I got out of a brace last week as well. I fell reaching for a Bud Light and the doctors cleared me of my wrist brace yesterday. Still text with my non-beer drinking hand, but I'm thankful. You got to be careful when reaching for that Bud Light. I don't know. The wrist can get a little bit weakened for some reason. Just end up hurting your wrist. I don't know why though, Garth. No one's been able to figure that one out yet for some reason. I'm glad you're well and mending though. Hopefully that wrist is gaining strength. Garth, also with a $5 donation, says, I'd give up DK in a second rounder for Chris Jones. DK can be a pretty boy dropping passes in Missouri. Ooh, Garth throwing some shade at DK. I couldn't do it, Garth. DK is one of my sacred cows. He's staying here. I ain't trying to trade him for Chris Jones. I mean, that'd be giving Patrick Mahomes. Might as well just give Patrick Mahomes another couple Super Bowls at that point, in my opinion. So no way, no how would I do that. But it's all irrelevant anyway, because DK is only moving into the second year of a new deal that he signed. Seattle would have to eat Seattle would have to eat so much dead money in a trade for anybody with DK that they wouldn't have the money to do it. Say nothing of they'd have to eat so much dead money, then they wouldn't even have the money to then sign the new contract to the new player they'd bring in. So there's just no way that would happen. But Garth, thank you for all the donations tonight, man. I appreciate you, brother. I hope that wrist is doing better, and careful reaching for those Bud Lights, man. I don't happen. As soon as you grab it, the wrist just gets a little. I don't know why. It's a conundrum. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, okay, being 12s, I'm out. The wrist is killing me. Not sure I'll be on tomorrow as it's shopping and the like day but we'll see what happens. Talk soon. Well, sounds good, Megan. I think it's going to be a very interesting discussion tomorrow with me and Last Second Sports. I got some questions I'm wanting to go in and dive into with him. And so we're really going to try to chop it up and get down to the bottom line of what this is going to mean, because this division is going to come down to Seahawks and Niners most likely. So I think we've got to be well aware of our enemy, well aware of what we're dealing with, well aware of the mountain that we're going to have to climb, especially coming on the back of last season when we went 0-3 against that team. But appreciate you, Megan. Thank you for the donation. I hope that wrist continues to feel a little bit better. Maybe put it back it's okay to put it back in the split for a little while. Just to kind of quiet it down, keep it from screaming at you a little bit. It's not the worst way to go. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are tremendous with the donations tonight. I really do appreciate it. He says, I'm down if John can pull off a heist, but I don't like giving up a first and a solid player for a year of Jones a year before we are true contenders. Understood on that. And thank you for the $5 donations. Just some on top of the great, thank you for the donations, guys. You guys always seem to have some really great thoughts on top of the donations with it. And I do love the mindset of being very measured in our approach here. Even though I am, of course, advocating for being aggressive, I like the measured approach as well. There is a possibility here where you could pull it off in somewhat of a heist manner, depending on, I guess, what the particulars of a heist would look like. I don't think it costs the 2 first-round picks. I do think Wu-Tang that the list of teams that are out there to go get him is going to be a little more limited than some might think at first blush, because I don't think the Chiefs would trade him within the conference. I don't think that there's all 16 teams in the NFC that are, number one, in need of a defensive tackle, or number two, in a position to be in a go-for mode to go make a trade for Chris Jones at this point in time. So that would lower down the number of teams, which of course is a big harbinger of what the cost is going to be. If you've got 15 teams that are competing, the cost is going to be great. If you've got it down to more of a list of 3, 4, 5 teams, you would think the cost would maybe be a little bit reduced at that point in time. But it is going to cost, I think, like you say, a first, solid player, probably another pick on top of that, I would say. Minimum is what it is going to cost. And if that is too far for certain folks, and they say that's more than I'm willing to give, I ain't arguing with you on that. I ain't pushing back hard on that one, because I understand that standpoint of it. And I can even be talked into it. I just happen to lie as I was thinking this over the last couple of days and looking at the situation with the Chiefs and Jones and the holdout as it stands, thinking, if this was to turn another way, what would I want the Hawks to do? If the situation suddenly went bad, you suddenly had to react on your toes and make a call in the moment that you didn't expect you had to have made, what would I want the Seahawks to do? And more than the answer of going for just Jones, I think the answer of what it says about what your state would be on, where you stand with it, speaks to, I think, where your view is of where the team is at. I think it's the proper one, that we are maybe a year out from being contenders. This team maybe is still just a little too young to get into that realm of thinking of we're in go for mode, push the chips into the center table, go for broke kind of thing, right? Maybe it's a little bit too early to do that. I think it's solid. So I think it's a solid standpoint to take on that, Wu-Tang. Thank you, though, for the donation, man. Thank you for all the donations, you guys. Horace says, Chiefs fan here. Jones had 15.5 sacks last year. He had 2 taken away, and watching every play was double teamed 90% of the time. Chiefs need to keep him. I agree, Horse. I think that if I was a Chiefs fan, I'd want him to keep him. I wouldn't want him to move him. Find the money, take the risk, and do what you got to do. So I think that's the smart way. My eyes match to what you see as well from him, that when you watch that Chiefs defense, your eyes continually just gravitate inside to him. You've got some pretty good linebacker play on top of that, but boy, it's Jones that really jumps out to you where you go, wow, this guy is just wrecking shop in there. And they're just trying to control him. You can tell nobody's really blocking him. They're just trying to keep him kind of contained. Samuel J. Forsyth says, even giving up 2 firsts for Jones makes tons of sense. Our first round picks will be in the mid-20s. It's not like they are top 10 picks. You would think so. You certainly would think so, Samuel. I think that this fan base would have probably a heart attack giving up 2 first-round picks again after the Jamal situation. I don't know if I could go quite so far to the 2 first-round picks myself. Even giving in that second rounder, if I've got to give that up in the trade, I want that to be 2025, not 4. I don't want to go first, second-round picks both gone in the draft necessarily. But I'm willing to go almost kind of the equivalent to that as far as overall value, Samuel. You know, I'm looking to kind of take the second round pick, put another player, maybe a kicker pick at the other end of it kind of thing. But the argument could be made for 2 firsts. Daddy Cap says Jones is not significant unless you're talking Draymond, and that's the only energy us 12s need. There we go, brother. There we go. Double R says, I hope week 13 is as good of a game as last season. Good grief. Just watched it again. Seahawks are solid. Oh, thank you, Double R. Yeah, I hope so too. We had a lot of fun games last year. It was just a fun season of football to watch for some other years we've had recently. I mean, this one was just one. A lot of points, a lot of action, a lot of back and forth. None of the games kind of played out the same way. Samuel says a 15-sack defensive tackle would make our defense a lot better. All the questions would be answered. I agree, Samuel. I do agree. Nick, I absolutely love the idea of getting Chris Jones, but it needs to be at the right price. Buckner as well. Understood with that. Understood. And we'll see if either of those 2 guys are really made available, but I get where people are coming from. Whitebird says if we bring anyone else in, needs to be at least a 2-year contract. Let's not repeat what the Rams did. Yes, Whitebird, I think if you're bringing in Jones, you're signing him to a new contract as part of the deal. He's going to want that. That's part of what's causing their whole issue. So you're going to have to get that done. But I'd expect them to. Nick says, if we were sitting here at the trade deadline, let's say 6-2, I would absolutely have no issue going all out and attempting to get a big-time defensive tackle. I would prefer Christian Wilkins to both Jones and Buckner. I think Christian Wilkins is going to be the next guy getting paid out there by Miami. Every indication I'm hearing from them is that they're going to get that done. Yeah, so I think they're trying to get that deal done. I wouldn't mind Wilkins, man. Wilkins, I'm good with getting Wilkins if he does become available. But just looking at the recent track record, Nick, of these young defensive tackles getting paid as they're just about to go into their prime, just leaving their basically first-year rookie contract, they all seem to stay with the same teams. They don't seem to get moved. But any of those guys I would be happy with. I'd be overjoyed. Stuart S., Deion Branch, Percy Harvin, Jimmy Grahams, Jim O. Adams, have we not learned? It's definitely been somewhat of a tough recent track record on that respect of things. Yeah. I don't tend to pile all players in that way myself, Stuart, because of the fact that things fail for different reasons and trades are made for different reasons and guys are brought in for different reasons. And so, what I mean by that is, Percy Harvin, you knew he was a head case with the Vikings. You brought him in and he was a head case, and then you released him because you're like, we don't want to deal with a head case. Okay, well, you you kind of maybe should have made your peace with him being a bit of a head case when you brought him in at that point, knowing what you knew. It wasn't some shocker about Percy Harvin with what was going on with him at that time. It was kind of understood. Deion Branch, you made it because your receiving core got decimated and you were desperate for wide receivers. So you made the trade deadline deal out of just pure desperation. He was a typical undersized New England wide receiver running options routes with Tom Brady that how was he going to exactly fit here? That was one which didn't make a lot of sense. Even Holmgren, I think at that time would have had his powers removed by Ruskell, and Ruskell made the trade, was kind of like, okay. Jimmy Graham, you went out and got as a guy that was a flex tight end, an H-back tight end, a slot receiver for 67, 68% of his snaps with the Saints, who you decided to turn into an inline blocker. You know, Jamal Adams has broken down in the prime of his career physically. All kind of different reasons for why all of those trades are made. Hard to take all of those and just package them up into one package and say, see, this is why trades for first round picks never work out. Trades work. Trades fail. They do for different reasons. But if your baseline is smart for why you're doing what you're doing, you know, if you're getting a player to not to move him and have him do something completely different than he's always done, you know, or change him out of position or put him in a position to fail, or bring in a player that's not really a fit for what you do, as was the case with Branch. I don't know. I get where you're coming from on it, but I have a hard time packaging all those together in that way. I think there were different reasons to be applied. Nick says, one thing going for us, we have money to spend next year. Chris Jones and Wilkins need big contracts. I have a feeling neither make it to free agency is the problem. There we go, Nick. That's a big part of what's guiding me a little bit to being willing to be aggressive from my standpoint, being that I don't know where we're going to get the defensive tackles of the future here exactly. Maybe the draft. We'll be picking later in the draft. Not been a plethora of really good guys available to us in recent seasons when we've been picking in that realm later on. Gar says, Brando, that ain't getting Chris Jones with that offer. If and when it happens, we'll see that. We'll see, man. It's hard. I will say this, Garth. It's hard to put in I have no baseline to really go off of with this. You know, that's the issue here going on too. There's not a lot of defensive tackles that have been moved in the NFL the last 25 years, which is a lot of what I would use to inform myself on what the cost would be. I think this is also a little bit of a tougher one because it's not a guy going into his prime at 26 years old. He's heading towards 30 years old. So I think that does impact this to some manner. To what degree, I don't know, but it does come into play, I think. Leon Thatch, division coming down to San Francisco and Seattle. You better believe it is. You better believe it. It's a 2-horse race. Connor says, I think Dexter Lawrence is on his way to being Jones level. Lawrence had 3 times more pressures from a nose tackle alignment than any player last season. He also had the most pressures from an interior alignment. Dexter Lawrence got a nice game, Connor. He earned that contract. All the defensive tackles, in my opinion, this offseason, Deron Payne, Jeffrey Simmons, all of them earned their deals. All of them are fantastic players. So he might be there. Certainly we're about at that time, Connor, with the run that Donald and Jones have had of being ready for the next guy to come up to prominence, preeminence, as becoming that next true biggest problem in the league from the tackle position. Well said, man. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate all the donations, Garth, man. You're very kind. It says, Brando, I started getting tension headaches a month ago, and when I would close my eyes, I would see a shirtless Jim Zorn throwing to Jerry Rice with the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. Thoughts? You're just tapping into a multiverse that Zorn played in San Francisco, and then Bill Walsh went to Seattle and became the head coach there, which meant then Joe Montana came to Seattle. In that alt universe, the Niners win no Super Bowls. Jerry Rice ends up being a fringe NFL player, and Largent goes on to 20,000 receiving yards with Joe Montana and 4 Super Bowl titles in the 80s. So you're just, sometimes when you get in those meditative states, ethereally flying around, right? Astrally traveling, all that stuff, you're going to eventually go to places that are going to be a little bit weird. You hear it with all those folks that take all those highfalutin, weird South America drugs. But whatever it takes to relieve that tension, man. Sometimes the silver-chested one will get you there, Garth. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. He says, funny, I was looking at Jones's career stats and chance at a Hall of Fame. I believe he's at 65 career sacks, so the 100 club definitely within reach. And 2 rings. Yeah, I think as well, because he's a defensive tackle there, Randall, I don't think there's necessarily he doesn't have to have, I don't think he's got to have 100 sacks in order to get into the Hall of Fame at that point. So, for instance, we got Cortez Kennedy Randall in the Hall of Fame. He has 58 career sacks. And that's without Tez ever. That's one Defensive Player of the Year award, which certainly helped to kind of put him up there a bit. 10-year career did Kennedy have. But you can make a lot of argument that Jones has surpassed him. A pretty strong argument that he's surpassed him at that point, and he's already beat him by sacks. So I think he's already probably at a point where Jones gets into probably the Hall of Fame with, especially just you mentioned the 2 rings. I mean, that's going to be impactful for him, having 2 rings, not 1 but 2, and you were the most important player on those particular defenses that won those rings. Mahomes carried the day. It's Mahomes making it happen, but Jones was that guy on those defenses doing what he was doing. But no, I think the defensive tackles, they got to get past 50 sacks, and that's usually their at least bare minimum marker. They got to be good against the run too, and have some TFL numbers and whatnot. It's good pressure rates, Randall. But I think he's kind of already there, man. I think he's already there. Randall, thank you, man. Garth, thank you as well. I got to tap into some of that meditation technique, Garth. I need to get some of those tension relieves my lesions myself. BK voiceover, would love a playmaker like Jones, but hot damn, the draft capital and the dinero to make that happen is yeesh. It's going to cost a lot, BK. It will cost a lot to make it happen. I don't think it's super bad. There's ways to make this go. I mentioned if we include Noah Fant in this deal, you signed him, Jones, to a $26 million deal, you can get that first year cap hit at $8.5 million. So you have to only come up with another $2.5 million. And yeah, it's still an expenditure on Jones into the future, but it is what it is on it. The cost is the cost, that's for sure. Good to see you in the chat, though, BK. Hope you're having a good night. Nick says maybe the team is gassing up Eskridge to potentially use him as a trade piece. Could be that, Nick. It could be that. And, maybe they just sit him on the bench if JSN's out there and run him out every little once in a while if something happens. But I do think that he's potentially, to me, a trade piece. In an era here where receivers matter so much, and a team like Kansas City might need that gadget guy if they don't trust that Kadarius Toney's going to hang in there for a full season, this is a guy you could transition to and feel like gives you some impact there at that point. I'm not saying he'd be worth a lot on the open market with Eskridge, but just as an additional piece, you got a Fant, you got an Eskridge. Did those 2 little pieces you put together then potentially lower down now the draft capital cost that it might take on the other end of things? Horse says Chiefs will not trade him to a team in the AFC. So there we go, Garth. Straight from the horse's mouth. Horse, no pun intended. I hope you understand what I did there. But Garth, that's straight from a Chiefs fan telling you that. They're not trading him into the AFC. So for those folks saying this is going to cost a tremendous amount, the cost of what a player is going to bring in is going to be based on a lot of factors, not just merely how good that player is. It's also by how many teams are negotiating at the same time you are with that team. How many teams are trying to bid on him? And if the teams are reduced, and when you immediately take 16 of the teams and you cut them off, you're reducing already the market in a significant way of the available teams who would be willing and could trade for him. Because whoever has trades for him doesn't only just have to come up with the draft capital, they also have to have the available money in the coffers to then go make the deal, and they have to have a needed defensive tackle. Something 2 NFC teams, for instance, in the Eagles and Cowboys, 2 contending teams that might be in that go-for mode, don't currently have as it stands at the moment. They don't have a need, don't have really the money to go out there and do it for it. They wouldn't be even in consideration. They wouldn't be in competition for him in making that trade. Well said, Horse. I agree with you, man. There's no way they would do that. Kelton, this Rams guy with that name. Nick Guzman, Falcons have Grady Jarrett. They just re-signed. Yeah, that'd be another team that I think could potentially look at him. I just don't think that they would be a... They got Grady Jarrett they signed. They signed Calais Campbell this offseason to a contract down there. I don't think they would have as much the impetus to want to go make a move for Jones. I think they'd be kind of out on that one. It does get down to 4 or 5 teams really quickly. Samuel says, what number should the team give Jones when he gets here? 55, 99, 92? 99 always looks good on a dominant defensive tackle to me. 92 is always it's like a run plugger number. Brian's with me. 99 is the way to go. Horse is enjoying watching this. Good channel. It pulled up on Chiefs search. I'm a Chiefs fan, but no way they do it without DK, but DK would be interesting. Missed out on D-Hop. I would have really loved, Horse, to see you guys make the move for a D-Hop, especially with the transition that the Chiefs offense made last year after Tyreek Hill moved away, to going more to the short approach and really embracing that. And then seeing Patrick Mahomes take off within that different style of offense than the one that he had been in recent years. I think it does wonders for Mahomes' game, not just in the short term, but the long term, and really developing that as an approach. So the D-Hop thing to me would have made a ton of sense. Of course, they're sitting on the Jones situation. They probably just didn't have the money to make it happen, as D-Hop was going to go get paid kind of probably the most that he could go get paid. He essentially chose money over ring is really what it boiled down to for him. So I agree with you at the end of the day on this, Horse, that I don't think it's likely for this deal to happen. But if there's a smidge potential rate, if there's a crack that opens, if the door gets tossed open by the Chiefs and they go, okay, you guys got 16 hours to throw us the best bids. We're either going to sit on them, or if we get a good bid, we're going to move them. I'm just saying if that does occur, I'm not saying we're out. Yeah. Garth says, you make a valid point, Brando. I appreciate where you're coming from too, Garth. It may come from a more expensive place to get this guy. You know, it could. I could be wrong on this. It is hard when you don't have the baseline deals in recent history to go off of, and you have to do a little bit more of the guessing part of it. Nick says, Bears have the money and assets to acquire Jones, but would they really throw one of their top picks for him? I don't see it. I don't either. And you can see, Nick, you're kind of doing it you go through the teams. You go through the teams, folks, and you really quickly start eliminating some of these teams. You go, it just doesn't, no. Arizona Cardinals, no. San Francisco 49ers, no. Rams already paying Donald in a rebuild year, trying all the dead money on the books, no. You know, then the teams start getting pared down on this really, really, really quickly. More than you would think at first blush. Josh Campbell and Horse, thank you for checking out the channel, by the way. I do sometimes seem to show up on other fans' algorithms, even if you're not a Seahawks fan. So appreciate you on that. Josh Campbell says, people are going to be surprised how well Pete develops these young guys. We are contenders this year. I'm with you, Josh. I think you're a contender this year. This is regardless of the Chris Jones trade. This is more of something to kind of help push you up really into the place where it's like, okay, it's undeniable at that spot. But, Josh, I've said time and again, Coach Carroll, throughout the course of his coaching career, has done his best work with the youngest rosters. He set an NFL record with the youngest roster in Super Bowl history to go out there and win the Lombardi Trophy. So if he's done it once, can history strike twice? For a man who's shown that it's not by luck, it's not by happenstance, that it's just a part of his coaching game. Does he have some detriments to him? Yeah. Does he have some deficiencies to him? Yeah. But the one thing that's quantifiable and undeniable about Coach Carroll is he can take a young man and get the most out of that young man. He can take a guy that's in development, that's not reached his peak, and he can find him towards that peak as fast as humanly possible. And he's shown that time and time again in his history. Horse says, good luck, Hawks. Hope to see you all in the Super Bowl. Beating the Niners again would be boring. I hope we see you too, man. I hope we see you too. Nick says, I would do a first and a third for Jones, and that's it. A contract extension is agreed upon by both sides as well. If we are going to go all out, I want to make sure Jones is here for the future. He's definitely going to need a contract, Nick. If you sign him, he's not going to want to just sit here, especially he's holding out right now. You'll just be trading for a guy that still is holding out at that point. Nick says offload Eskridge for a mid-round pick to a wide receiver needy team at the trade deadline. Possibly do the same with Trey Brown for cornerback needy team. Not the worst way to go. You're sitting on a little bit of a log jam there at those two positions. Paul Zuzia says, you got a little color, brother. Well, it's summertime, man. I'm out there. I'm doing my walks. I went to Hawaii. Got to go. You got to get your sun when you can out here in the Pacific Northwest. Or you're going to be out for a good 8-9 month period of never seeing it again. Samuel J. Forsyth says, do the Chiefs need a cornerback? We have Jackson to maybe interest them. We have Brooks, Nwosu, Fant, Eskridge. Just saying we have a lot of depth so we could make it happen. I did look at that a little bit, taking a peek at the Chiefs' situation there. They're not bad right now at corner. They're fairly solid. They got the kid out of Washington that they drafted last year. He had kind of an up and down year. I think a little bit of injuries. Then they have a guy on the other side who's been pretty steady for them. Is there some room for them to add some depth? And maybe they're not completely sold on the other guy opposite the UW kid. Maybe. You could maybe talk to them. I don't know if it'd be worth a whole lot of value to them. But it would be something that they would at least consider a part. And if you're just trying to construct this deal by a couple of extra pieces you got along with the picks to kind of lower down what the pick cost would be, I think it would be a smart consideration, Samuel. I do. Josh Campbell says, is that a throwback Largent behind Brandon? That is indeed Josh. He's my all-time favorite Seahawk. I got to get another jersey behind me to kind of balance it off, but he's the all-time one for me. I think this year I'm going to get another one. Nick said, I'd love them more than KC to one Eskridge and Trey Brown so we can send minimal draft assets to them for Jones. That'd be great, man. Nick, that'd be awesome. I mean, hell, you put Trey Brown, Eskridge together. We'll kick in Fant, and now you've dumped $8 million in contracts. Now you can just completely sign him to a new deal without having to do any other reworked deals because you've offloaded the numbers on the other contracts at that point. Alexander says, Brandon, it's a shame Pumpkin isn't a black cat because then you could walk the streets of San Francisco and put a curse on them 49ers. I have a black cat though, Alexander. So technically I could do it. They are both so hot today. It's 100. I can't run the AC when I'm doing the show, so I have to turn it off. And if you guys saw them right now, they're both just laying down and just hot. They're just it's so hot. Gosh. But I've already done that. I've already cursed the streets in San Francisco. If you notice, they haven't won a Super Bowl. I went down there personally, and I learned at the feet of a voodoo priestess. I had to kill about 350 chickens for her to finally trust me enough to show me all of the advanced materials I would need to use it against Niners. And I used all that evil against them. And when I did it, and I had burned my little Niner voodoo doll, I said never again. It was just going to be a one-off. And so far it's working out pretty good. Horace says Chiefs don't need corners. They actually need to sign L'Jarius Sneed in the offseason. They don't want to lose him. Also, Willie Gay linebacker, both studs. Yeah, you guys are log-jammed at linebacker. There's no way they need a linebacker from us. So that would definitely not offer any value to them. They've got, they're still sitting on kids they drafted a year ago who can't get out to start because they're so loaded right now. Maybe, I guess, Horace, to give you, if you went out, we went out and gave you guys, included a Trey Brown or a Mike Jackson, maybe it would be to give you guys a little bit of depth, but then also to give you some insurance for, I guess Jackson's a free agent for this year, but at least with Trey Brown, give you some insurance then maybe for if you do lose Snead after the year. But I agree. You guys looked like you were pretty steady over there at corner. Connor says Williams and Stewart were both top 10 in run stop rates last season. There we go. Which is really the big part of this at this point, Connor, right? With getting a defensive tackle in here. It'd be nice to get a difference maker, but we really need to get a guy in here who can help stop and forge, give us a beaver home basically on the defensive line, right? Just dam that thing up. For you, I can't wait to be there and meet the Hawks nesters, my 12s. Hell yeah, Free Truth. We'll get out there and do a training camp before 2026 too. But Matt Callaway says should have gotten Hargrave. Sounds like they weren't really in on him too much. Sounds like it was Draymond Jones and Allen, the kid from Cardinals, that they were really hot to trot on. I don't know. I'm okay with Hargrave. I mean, the cost he was going to be in, that you were getting kind of a guy that a little older player, doesn't stop the run quite as well. Paying that kind of price, I want more of a complete player for the position. Will Valdez says, do you have any ideas on how you would address the devaluation of the running back position? I don't want to seem like I'm being a homer on this, but I think that the Seahawks have taken a modern, forward-thinking approach with this. You have the some of the teams out there running it with the ruthless, cold-blooded nature of, I draft a running back, I have my 4 years of club control minimum, if not 5 years of club control with if he's a first-round pick, and then I'll franchise tag him 1 year, and then I'll draft a running back after that franchise tag year, wash, rinse, repeat. And I think that's pretty cold-blooded way of going about it in the respect. Because you're stretching out that rookie's contract as far as you can. You're essentially sort of stealing some of his years of contract, knowing this is a player that's not going to be able to last in this league long. So you've got to, I think, when you operate as a team and looking at the running back position, if you're not looking to just create bitterness or have that reputation start to get out there and that's the way you roll, then what you do is you take the guy early in a draft. I don't think you go first round, but second round, rather than this going theory that now you have to take these running backs in the fifth round and onwards, or else you're being stupid in your whole draft approach. You go early on, you get the difference maker. The statistics tell us that these running backs are their most productive, and the stats on this are overwhelming, that running backs are their most productive on those rookie deals. They tend to be at their best by like the age of 25. By the final year of that rookie deal, that's going to be the best NFL season they have on average, if you look at running backs over the last 25 years. So you want the running back on the rookie deal to get the best production. You don't want to get in a position where you're holding them on franchise tags. You get the 4 years of play, or you get the 3 years of play, and then you move them in a trade to a team that's willing to then sign him to a contract. You get draft capital back, and that's the wash, rinse, repeat. But you at no time then seek to hold that player out over an extra year barrel of time and extend him out further and further than you really should for what he's earned as a contract extension after that third year. And that's what I think the Seahawks will do with a Kenneth Walker. He'll go through his 3 years. He'll go into year 4, and if he's been steady but not great, then you just activate the 4th year option. He rolls through that, he becomes a free agent, and then he goes sign somewhere else. Rashad Penny, for instance, you had some ups and downs with him. You had the injury situation. You didn't activate his 5th year option. You were going to let him just go to free agency. You weren't going to, let's hold him out over a barrel. Let's put him on this. I mean, you weren't going to franchise him, obviously, with where he was, but that would be my approach to it. Would take lean in that. I wouldn't pay a running back. I wouldn't draft a running back probably in the first round, maybe late in the first round if he was really, really just sliding for whatever reason. He's really, really talented. But I think you go second round and you build up on running backs and you build up a strong room, and being their second round picks at that point, they're not tremendously expensive. So you're keeping the room cheap, which makes the analytic folks happy. But then you just let them slide on through after they come to the end of their contract. You don't pay them a deal. You don't give them a new deal money, no matter how productive they've been for you, in my opinion. Paul says, what's the cost and draft picks for Chris Jones? Was the cap hit? I think the approximate cost, this is an unknown, so this is me kind of definitely guessing in the dark a little bit. It's probably a first round pick, a future second round pick, and probably a player. So a Noah Fant, future first, and a future second. The cap hit, if you included a Noah Fant in the deal, which gives some value to the Chiefs because they get a second tight end here, which they need. They get some insurance for Kelsey, who's getting older. That's also $6 million off the books for the Seahawks. So though it would be a $26 million on average per year deal to go out there and get Chris Jones, you could lower down the first year cap hit to $8.5 million. So if you include Noah Fant in the deal, you've now cleared $2.5 million. You now have cleared $6 million. You only need to clear $2.5 more million to get a deal done with him. If you can get that first year hit lower, like I'm sure they would try to do. So about 8.5, it would be $26 million overall, but 8.5, it's really the first year cap hit number to lock in on. Don't get caught up on the long-term cap. It's the first year cap, which would be about 8.5 mil to probably pull it off. Free truth about Jones, I would have to say I'm in favor of it, but not to give too much. I'll never say no to a good defensive tackle. This is a tough one, man. This can be a little bit of a tough one. Brandon the Ruiner. You think the Hawks are going to give the Niners a run for their money and first in the West? I do think we're going to give them a run for the money. I do think the Niners are the are the team that should be the favorites to win the division. I think that that's still very fair. I think that they are put together really well. Shanahan is a very, very smart coach. I think that they have Achilles heels on both of their ankles that are very concerning. The offensive line and pass protection, and then when you come across to looking at where the quarterback situation is. Absent that, though, there's not much you can really pick apart on that team. Maybe the secondary, you look a little bit at that and go, okay, that's not the best. But everywhere else, they're really, really good to great. And I do think that they're on paper. Kelvin says I wasn't making a comparison. You mentioned Hargraves. That's why I said that. Oh, my bad. Okay. Sorry, Kelvin. Horse, so many of you have no idea how good Jones is. Top 6, really. Best in the NFL and doesn't get injured. I understand y'all watch NFC games. I'm with you, Horse. I've said I think he's a half a step behind Aaron Donald. I think that he would be viewed as this generation's defensive tackle of his generation, if not for the fact that you have maybe the best 3-tech that the sport has ever seen in Aaron Donald. So I'm with you on that. He's awesome. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation says transcendental meditation is the route to go. There we go, Randall. Well, I still got that bowl you sent me, I got to utilize that more though, especially when I get into my fits and states. I try to do meditation. I really do, but it's hard for me to get in a calm state where I can just turn my brain off. It's usually always going, something's popping along in my head since it's been a tough one, but boy, the studies that have come out over the last few years about meditation and the benefits of it and how much it helps, it's pretty eye-opening. I'll tell you that. I got to pick it up at some point here, Randall. Garth with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. I do appreciate all your donations tonight, man. Thank you so much for all that support. This is Brando. I lost my sister's therapy dog 5 years ago to this date. I felt down today, but your stream has picked me up and my beer drinking wrist up. Thanks. Oh man, thank you so much, Garth. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Lost, huh? I've got a pretty tough tale too in my past of a couple dogs being lost in a situation, and it was a brutal one for me too, man. So you lose pets, and that's a tough one. And when they're in your heart and you love them, and you lose them, or it sounds like as important as that dog was, it doesn't just go away, So I hope you are doing better, man. I'm glad to do some hopefully cheering up and picking up a little bit, and get that wrist taped up, man. Maybe potentially go and get some IPAs in the fridge instead. Yeah, maybe it's the can. That's all I'm saying, Garth. Maybe it's the can. Okay, but I feel you on that, man. I got my own little date with that as far as dogs being lost. It's just like, oof. Tough. Garth with another $10 donation. Man, Garth, thank you for all the donos, brother. He says, I did transcendental meditation for a spell, but I ended up at the Haight in Ashbury with a MIG Niraz jersey on in 1998. I barely got back to my own timeline. A shaman by the name Montana Joe got me back. It's the thing about those timelines. They're fun to go visit, but you can find yourself trapped. And pretty soon you're in a world where everyone's got 7 toes and 6 fingers. And nothing makes sense. Nothing. You don't end up on Haight and Ashbury confused and not sure what you're doing and how you got there. That's maybe one of the main places you could pick in the U.S. of name the name cities and blocks of places I don't want to be of woken up in the middle. How did I get here? And why am I buck naked? Thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. I appreciate you, brother. All the donations, man. Jeez. So very kind. And I'm definitely behind in the chat today. We have a lot of folks in here, folks getting hyped up over the season. So if I can't get to everybody's question, or if I miss a couple questions, I'm sorry. I try to usually respond to everybody if I can, but we got a lot in here tonight, so it's going to be hard. And we'll try. Connor says there was news on the Bears are actively pursuing 2 different defensive linemen, one free agent, and one potential trade. I think the consensus belief is Chase Young, not Chris Jones, though. Yeah, because, of course, neither of those 2 guys is free agents. So if it's the trade, it's probably Young. And Young makes more sense because they probably need more edge help than they need. They need defensive tackle help, too, but edge help is certainly something that stands out that they probably really need. Sean Proper says DJ Reader could be a defensive tackle to keep an eye on. UFA in 2024 since he needs to pay Burrows, some of the wide receivers, etc. Fantastic shot, Sean. Fantastic suggestion, Sean. DJ is a guy that I've been slow to kind of get my head wrapped around in understanding how good a player he is. But he has been a fantastic player that just continues to get better and better and better. And as much as they got some good linemen there on that Bengals defensive line, Reader's kind of the guy that does make it go. The more you look, the closer at that Bengal defensive line. This would be a guy, you're right, UFA is a 2024 guy you could look at. Young still, supremely talented, very complete player. Certainly is going to be commanding up over the $20 million mark if he has another year like he did this past season or how he's been playing there. But I think that's a great suggestion of a guy to look at in the future. Certainly a guy I'm going to be talking more and more about. If we're not able to address our defensive line now kind of in the interim and have to wait until that next sort of offseason period to kind of go deal with it. But he's fantastic. I've seen some cut-ups of him where he can bend his body and get low and keep his body controlled even when you think he's getting kind of pushed off of his spot in just a crazy way. He just kind of contorts his body and he still manages to keep strength going when he sort of turns sideways to get back to the play. It's very impressive. E. Gibson, I would agree. Currently, Jones is probably the second best defensive tackle, but at 29, I don't think it will be sustainable, except for maybe a couple more seasons. Not worth the cost where we are right now. Fantastic thoughts, Gibson. Many have been in your same camp throughout the stream today. I think it is probably somewhat split 50-50. The poll right now that's going that I presented out there, we got 68% who said they'd be willing to go make a trade for him. But you've got a good, solid, strong number of 33% saying no. So it's certainly not in a place of anywhere close to consensus in that realm. Ben says depends on the condition. He'd be great. It depends on the conditions, but Chris Jones would be a great addition, says Ben. I agree, man. It's got to be right. I don't want to overpay. That's for sure. Midnight Sun, Hawks don't have the money to pick up Jones. That's where they would have the money to pick up Jones, Midnight Sun. So and I know this is a very key important point because this will be a comment that I hear very often about. And let's go. I know I've said the numbers a few times here, but let's just put this in crystallized form once again. Okay, Midnight Sun, let me provide my proof first off. You have a Javon Hargrave deal with the Niners this offseason. 4 years, $80 million, right? So $20 million on average per season. Very straightforward, easy number to understand. 4-year deal, $20 million per, right? Very easy to understand that kind of deal. The first year cap hit this season for the San Francisco 49ers is $5.5 million on a deal that averages $20 million per year. So the number to not get caught up in here is the average APY, the average per year. That's not the number to concentrate on. It's the first year cap hit. And so if you go up to 26 million and a 20 million contract's 5.5, you go up to 26, let's add 3 million to make it kind of equivalent, right? So you're at $8.5 million that the Seahawks would have to clear in cap space in order to accommodate a Chris Jones deal where he signs a 4-year, $26 million on average per year deal, which would be the next market-breaking deal above the next guy who signed behind him, but it would be just below Aaron Donald. So $8.5 million. If you include Noah Fant in the trade, which I would expect would be probably a part of this trade, Midnight Sun, that's $6 million right there. So you only then have to clear $2.5 million more further dollars. You'd have to do one contract that you convert base to bonus this year, and you could accommodate and bring this guy in and his salary in. Would it be hard? Yes. But do we not have the money or the inability to do it? No. We do definitely have the ability to do it. Alexander, is Frank Clark still with KC? No, he's not. And that's actually one of the situations that's kind of caused further contention between the Chiefs camp and Chris Jones, because Chris Jones and Frank Clark are really, really close. and he was not happy at the fact that they didn't try to bring him back. Megan says we need all the first and second round picks we can get for our Super Bowl run. I ain't arguing against that, Megan. I get that approach. I definitely have a feeling where I'd go with this, but I'm not trying to push too hard back on the other side because I think it's smartly thought out from your side of it on that. Wu-Tang, like him as a player, but we don't have the space, and anybody we trade is probably not someone I'd want to lose. It's fair. Ben Dennett says, would love to play for Coach Carroll. Much warmer there, said Chris Jones. Did he say that really, Ben? That'd be awesome. Free Drew, thank you for reminding me of that. Folks, if you haven't already, do me this little favor. Just a little thing for me. Just hit that like button if you could for me. It does help this channel out tremendously. Helps me grow. We're trying to get to 15,000 this year. That's the goal. I'd love to hit it. We're right on track to hit that mark as we set out at the start of the year. But you could help us get just a little bit closer by smacking on that like button, and I'd appreciate it big time. BZ says, you made an episode. Nice one, buddy. I made an episode. What do you mean by that, BZ? Megan says, I would consider it if he was a few years younger, though, maybe. Makes sense. Josh Anderson says, Pete is the ultimate hype man. I remember the USC teams in 04-05. Never seen anything like it. It was insane. Oh, he is. He's a guy that's something that certainly KJ Wright's podcast he's done throughout the course of this offseason has really illuminated. When those guys talk about his energy, when those guys talk about his ability to motivate and get those players ready to go, it's a part that we probably don't talk enough about with Pete, because we do sometimes hammer on the things that have been issues with him for the last couple of years and that have come up, but there are always so many parts that still have remained that are truly special parts of Coach Carroll's coaching repertoire. Problem child, a.k.a. the truth, we don't have the means for him. Well, you can make it from a money standpoint. Would the cost be too great in draft capital? Perhaps. Jacob Haas, have you seen Colin Cowherd's co-host get the Hawks logo shaved into his hair because he bet they wouldn't win 9 games? I did see that, Jacob. That was earlier last year, right? Which was cool that he did it, but then Jacob, like 2 days later, he's getting his sides shaved up. And to me, that's like, you sort of cheated at that point. If you're going to have to get it grinded in your head, I need you to sit with that for 3 weeks. I don't want to see you then cover it up a day later and be like, yeah, I did my bet. Yeah. It's like saying, well, if the Huskies lose to the Cougs this year in the Apple Cup, I'll walk to Wazoo. And then you walk a mile and then jump in the car and be like, well, I walked some of the way to it, so I technically walked to Wazoo. Like, yeah, okay, technically you did it. You're not getting my full respect unless you live with that haircut for a second. Alexander, if my memory is correct, didn't Boz land in a helicopter at training camp his first day at Seattle? He did. I think that sounds right. Ben says Mahomes' longevity's a wild card. Maybe. He's been pretty healthy. Had the dislocated kneecap, but he's been okay. Ankles have been a little dodgy sometimes. BZ says, we got Clowney for a good price because of similar issues. I believe the season was underway, but he was also younger and still was a pretty hot commodity. Glad I brought this up yesterday. Cheers, bro. I'm glad you brought it up too, man. So I was thinking about it as well, and I thought this kind of confirms there's an interest in this kind of show, because I don't want it to seem like I'm trying to do a clickbait thing. This really is about the potential of this happening. If this happens fast, I might not have a chance to go live unless I have really a chance to turn over and talk about it much. But I also think beyond just it being, as I've said a couple times on the show, with it being more just about, targeting Jones, is it the time to target a Jones-like player if that player becomes available? Or is it like many have also said in this camp, like the 31% of the folks that voted in my poll who say, no, now is not the time is right. We're not a contending team right now. Wait another year before you make this move. And I find it fascinating and interesting because I think both mindsets operate very intelligently in their approach here. And which one's the better one? Which one's the righter one? That's what I think makes this the interesting side of this discussion, really. Aiden Eccles says, why is the training camp preview stream not available? Training camp stream? Should be available. I've been getting views on it. Let me click it and see if it plays. I was having an audio issues with it, but everything should be, it's on and playing. Oh, it's not playing. That's weird. Very weird. I don't know what's happened there. So thank you for bringing that to my attention. We were having audio issues on it for a while there at the midway through. But I thought everything was playing and okay. But I guess maybe YouTube thought there was something wrong with the audio and then just shut it off on me, I suppose. So I'm going to have to kind of see what's going on there with that one, unfortunately. So I don't know why what happened with it. They have it saying it's up, but I'll have to guess troubleshoot it. Thank you for letting me know that. God, that's weird. Ben Dennett says limp wrist is debilitating. It is debilitating. There's nothing worse than limp wristing. You can't pick anything up. Your hands are always floppy. What are you going to do? Greg, Brandon, Chiefs trading for DK would also give them a chance to make up for a passing on DK for McCole Hardman. It would, Greg. That would indeed. But there's no way we're doing it. No way. Alexander, only issue I have with DK is his fumbling issues, but I think he was better at not fumbling last year. Lockett, I can't remember him fumbling one time ever. It's actually funny, is I think Lockett had a couple fumbles last year. I think he had one true fumble after a catch, and then he had one on the punt return. But you're right, Alexander. Before that, I can't remember the last time Lockett fumbled. But yeah, DK definitely just got to not have to fight for every yard. Take a page out of Lockett's book at times. Get what you can get and then get down. That's where a lot of those fumbles come from, is him just trying to, like Shaquille O'Neal in the paint, throwing these corners off of his body as they're hanging on for dear life. And yeah, Alexander, I think Lockett's sliding has helped prevent some of those fumble issues with him too. BK says, assuming a trade means a new deal for Chris Jones, what would Seattle pay? I think it would cost a first-round pick, Noah Fant, 2025 second-round pick, and maybe another player or a fifth-round pick in this next year's draft. I think the cost would be somewhere in that neighborhood. Brian says, grab the whiskey and donuts. Tomorrow night's going to be a roller coaster. Night, y'all. Oh, we're going to have some fun tomorrow night. You better believe it. Ben says, DK needs to learn some of the largent drills. That can't hurt. Can't hurt. BZ, I can see a 2-3-5 or a 2-4-5 picks over the next 2 years, plus one player at most, Taylor or Fant. Maybe. Boy, I think BZ, they're going to try to get a first if they can. I feel like some team would be willing to offer him a 1. Could be wrong on that, but that does feel a little bit like where it would go. Because as we talked plenty about up and coming Seahawks, who's somebody on the roster that you see as on track for a regression? Ooh. Well, certainly Bobby Wagner's no spring chicken. Hard to see him playing better ball than he played last year. I think he could play close to what he played last year, but if he took a partial step back, I think it would be understandable given his age. It makes it hard to predict for regression, BK, when you have so many youngsters on the roster playing, because you either have rookies starting or you have 6 of the rookies that started last year who are now playing this year, and you wouldn't tend to track them and say that, or target them and say that's a player who will regress. Phil Haynes didn't play particularly great in the first place, and he's heading into the prime of his career. I wouldn't tab him as being a guy who you would see as a regression either. I mean, it may sound like a homer, but I think if we really went through all the names on this, BK, Jason Myers, maybe Will Disley, depending on where, his injury situation is with his legs and all that. Maybe Damian Lewis, because he's never really performed like he did left guard, like he did last season since he changed over there from right guard. But then again, he's guy going into the prime of his career. So him taking these steps forth to be the best player he's been since he's arrived in the league makes a lot of sense when the guy's going into his prime, when he's 26 years old and physically at his best and his healthiest. So I don't have a lot of guys on that, BK, but that's more of a symptom of the type of roster you have built, more than I think it's me being a homer on that. I guess Lockett's potentially another one Connor mentions. That's maybe one you want to look at. Eventually, almost 5 straight seasons of 1,000 yards. Yeah, especially with JSN's appearance on the scene, then maybe that's going to cause a little bit of those numbers to go back a little bit. Roy Munson, how did we let the Packers get Jordan Love? We had the opportunity to get him to replace Russell. Well, remember at that time you were trying to not ruffle the feathers of Russell Wilson as well at that time. I mean, his camp got their panties all in a bunch over us going out and scouting Josh Allen and then scouting Patrick Mahomes. How would it have been if we actually drafted a guy in the first round as his replacement? I think it would have gotten very uncomfortable in the building at that point. I don't know. I mean, Jordan Love I wasn't big on him. He was going to take a couple of years to develop. A real raw passer coming out. We'll see how he is this year. He's got a good roster with the Packers overall, pretty young as far as skill position players go. But a good running game, a good offensive line, he's going to be, and not a tough division. So, he's going to be put in a position to be successful this year with them. We'll see where he's at. Megan says the chest of steel, the chest of steel. I forget about that, Megan. I got to get that right. HB, you can make a case that it's not important to make a big investment on the interior defensive line when teams in our division mostly run outside the tackles on us. Would be smarter to invest in outside linebackers, defensive backs that can stop the run. Fantastic point, HB. No pushback from me on that, man. I think that's well put on your side of it. Very well put. Especially given that we're running a 3-4, which does tend to also HB within the bases of that defense be one that's more leaning into especially the linebackers, outside linebackers, edge guys. Spaces, how would you rate our offensive line, Hawks Nest? I think we're probably a top 15 unit on paper. Solid top 15 unit. Not quite the top 10 because you don't know for sure Lucas and Cross take the steps forward in year 2. You think they will. And you still have a question marks at center and right guard. But top 15, I think. Greg says, the more I think about it, the more I want us to trade for Chris Jones if the price is right. We'd instantly propel ourselves to a Super Bowl team. I'm fine if we don't do it, but man, do I want it. Greg, I think you encapsulated pretty succinctly the way I stand on this deal. I'm okay if we don't do it if it was to be available. Chiefs put him on the market and Seahawks say, no, the cost is too great. We don't want to go down that bridge. I'm okay. I get it. But if we go and make the move, if we're willing to go do it, I'm not saying no. Beezy says Eskridge is a Chiefs type player. Good thought. That's where I'm thinking on that a bit, Beezy. Maybe they had a pretty good draft grade on him with him coming out. They're still thinking, okay, if he gets healthy, if he's his best. I don't think they're going to give a lot of value to him, Beezy. So it's not like I would think you'd go, okay, you can take a second round pick off the board because you're including Eskridge. But if you're talking about kind of compiling this a little bit, right? And you compile it with Fant, you compile it with Eskridge, you put a couple other picks on like a sandwich on the other side of it. So now between Fant and Eskridge's $1 million you save on his deal, because you save $1 million on the cap if you do include Eskridge on top of the $6 million that you save with Fant. Now you're only $1.5 million away from having the money freed up to get the deal done. On top of adding the value to the Chiefs. And from the Chiefs' standpoint, it makes sense to them because they're not going to get a DK Metcalf in this deal. That's not happening. A 29-year-old defensive tackle, no matter how dominant it's been, is not going to go for a wide receiver heading into his prime where we eat all the dead money in our book. No, it's not. There's no possibility of that ever happening. But you want to get some insurance for Kadarius Toney, a guy that can't find his way out of the medical tent. I know Eskridge has a hard time doing it too, but maybe 2 half-broken parts equal 1 fully built part. Mark Diary says, hey, B, Kelly here. What's up, Kelly? It's good to see you. Says, just flew from New Jersey. Lost my GMA, grandma this past Friday. Sending love. Well, love right back to you. My condolences, Kelly, as well. Too many people have you been hearing about passing in the last couple of years. I'll tell you what. I had a cousin we lost a couple weeks ago. Our rest in peace out there to David. And it's tough. It's tough losing people, and especially with some of the tumultuousness that we've had to experience in this country the past couple of years on top of it. So I hope you're doing okay, and it's good that you're getting back to the family and being there for dad and mom, and whichever side it may be on with that, and being a good daughter in that respect, because that's what they certainly look to in those kind of situations when they lose someone like that. But I hope you're having a good night. Thank you for jumping in the chat. Connor says, I don't think the Chiefs would want another corner. Snead and McDuffie were both very good for them. They also had Watson and Williams, who weren't bad for rookies. Yeah, they'd probably be okay on the corner front. You're right. Gonna miss you, K9, like we'd include Kenneth Walker in the deal. Trent, just the thought of Noah Fant and Kelsey together would be a nightmare for every defender in the league. I'm not out of pocket on this one from your standpoint, Trent. I mean, you can kind of see how that comes together, right? And Kelsey has become more, he does some H-back stuff, but he could definitely just fit into being just a true inline guy, especially as he starts to get older and maybe just a little bit less quick, a little bit less fast. And then Fant can slide in there and be their H-back type. To me, it goes together really well for the Chiefs because, they strengthen up their offense here, and they also lend their offense towards the momentum it's already trying to go towards, which is less of the let's hit everything deep down the football field and more of the dink and dunk, which having 2 tight end sets certainly sets the stage for that really well. Nick says, trade Fant, Eskridge, a 3rd and a 5th for Chris Jones, trade up for Brock Bowers. Team would be complete. Ooh, that would get me excited. That would get me excited. I'd be pretty stoked on that. I'm not going to lie. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, for all the donos tonight. She says, I meditate for at least 45 minutes every day, and if I don't, you are going to know it. I've been doing it since I was 12, and you know how old I am. I've tried a couple times with it. I do. I probably drink too much coffee. That's a big part of my issue is that to be a quiet mind, you got to not be mainlining coffee with a IV unit into the artery. What's that big vein that you got in your thigh? The one where they get it cut in the movies and the guys bleed out like in 2 seconds. Like I get it mainlined right into there with the coffee. Quad shot right into the thigh. Femoral. Right in my femoral artery. That's what it is. But I do have to learn it. There's been too many people that have said anything. You don't hear anybody going, meditation is trash. It doesn't work. Everybody just talks about how good it works, how well it works, and how beneficial it is. Key is I just got to start slow with it, Megan. But boy, I'll tell you what, you're sitting there and your head's going zzz, and you're like, just chill. Just relax. Zzz. Engine's just rolling full steam. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I've been doing transcendental for about 1.5 years, 20 minutes twice a day. Went to this guy in Bellevue. Really cool deal. Most studied form of meditation. Well, all right. I'll give it a shot. I'll try to look up the transcendental and see if I can get the techniques down a bit. You guys are getting me talked into this a bit more, even more so than I know I've got to do it. It doesn't cost you anything. All you guys do is just sit there and learn to breathe and quiet the mind and get yourself into that, neutral state and all that, control your breath. It sounds so easy, doesn't it? So very easy. Thank you for the donation though, Randall. And thank you for your, I still got it here. I got it in the deal, but I do take it out from time to time. Randall got me the bowl with you put the wooden spoon around it, you put the water in the bowl. I think it's the Chinese deal, and you're around it, makes that noise. It's supposed to like purify the senses or something. Might work. Garth with a $5 donation as well. Thank you, Garth, Megan, Randall, for all the donos. Very kind of you guys. So very, very kind of you guys for all the support you give this channel. Says the only reason I'd get back into that meditation Montana Joe saved me from is the Beatles' best music came from that exploration. Well, great music is a willing price to pay for the other end of it, Garth. Even if you got to go through Haight-Ashbury and be buck naked, waking up out of a stupor to experience it. So, I think there'd be many out there that would, especially for an extra Beatles album, for extra Beatles music, the alternative Beatles music in that multi-dimensional state that you went to, they'd say it's well worth the price. Well worth the price of that admission. Thank you for the donation, though, Garth. I appreciate you, man. And Montana Joe, out there saving lives back in the late 80s. Young to flying out from Ohio, week 1 for my first Hawks game in Seattle. So stoked. Hell yeah, Young, go get it. It's a good game to go out there, man. The first game of the season, fans are going to be hyped to the moon. There's always a certain just special energy to week 1. E. Gibson says, there's tennis elbow. I have IPA elbow, but it's worth it. Well, they are heavier beers. Maybe I need to tell Randall to go, or tell Garth to go find a little bit lighter beer. I mean, I'm technically having him go get the ones that are going to weigh a little bit more, ounce for ounce a bit, so... I blame the can, though. I'm blaming the can in this situation as much as the beer that resides within it. Nick says, Woolen's the silent assassin. I can't wait for him to lead the league in INTs again and a first-team All-Pro nod to Surtain. Oh, I was watching a Panthers highlight last night. I was going through some tape on Woolen, kind of putting some videos together on some clips of guys. And there's one play with Woolen on the outside against the Panthers where I think the outs. I can't decide if he's supposed to be the cover 3 defender over the top or if he jumps off of his cover 3 responsibility because he just reads the play. And you see the slot corner trying to run with the slot receiver up the field. The slot receiver looks open and Tariq breaks off of his cover 3 responsibility on the outside receiver and then just goes and runs after the ball to try to go track the ball down and almost gets an interception. Bounces right off of his hands. But you just watch the play and you're like, that wasn't his responsibility. That wasn't what he was supposed to do. Yet he just decided, I'm just going to go make a play my rookie year. See it, go get it. When I tell people that he's among any Seahawks on this roster, the one that's on that superstar-like climb is where he's headed. He is. The tape just is really even undeniable going back and watching it by the way he's making his plays. It ain't just tip passes here. He's jumping routes. He's doing things other corners don't do in this league. Mainly because they don't have that speed and quickness like he does, along with the length and size. Megan says, I see both sides, though, B, and I think they're both as valid as the other. Me too, Megan. I sit in the same spot on it. I have a way I lean to it, but I think both lines of sight on this one are kind of correct. Wilbur Knight, salute to you too. He says, Chris Jones, oh my God, it would be amazing. Wu-Tang says, Cowherd's new sidekick is the worst. Yeah. It's not the best combination, I don't think, either on that one. I tend to lean into agreeing with you there. BZ agrees. He says, I think both sides are right. Nobody's going to complain if we get him for a good price. I also don't think we sell the farm if he does become available. I do. I love seeing it, man. I do think this is where this is at. But this is one of those cases where we always are on these places in sports where we have to be in a black or white area where it's got to be all of something or all of another. But I think very often we do find that there's the place of nuance. There's the place of some of this makes more sense than the other, but both make a certain amount of sense. This is one of those cases where I think you can kind of slice it in an equal direction and say you can make just as kind of firm an argument from both sides, the go for it argument and the be patient, wait it out approach argument. So I'll be okay with it either way it went if he was to become available. I wouldn't say that this is your moment. You got to do it now. It's all on this. It's all riding on this. I won't be doing that. And I don't think you guys will be either on it. Everyone sounds like they're pretty even keeled with this kind of situation. Austin says, what happens tomorrow night? Tomorrow night, I'll be going head-to-head with the 49ers channel. Last Second Sports. We've done a couple different meetups, but we're going to lock horns and talk about how our team's going to beat the other team and win the division next year. So it should be fun. It'll be good conversation. He does great work, Jesse does, over at Last Second Sports, and it should be a lot of fun. We're going to be doing a dual broadcast stream, so I'll be broadcasting for my channel. He'll be broadcasting for the 49er channel. So I don't know if that means both of our chats now intersect at that point and become one chat, which would be... Yeah, we definitely would have to hide the children tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? We definitely would have to hide the children at that point if it happens like that. But it's going to be a fun stream. I always like getting on chopping it up with Jesse. Ben H says regression candidate, Geno Smith. I can't get there with that, Ben H, because I think that his success last year wasn't based on something that was a flash in the pan. His success last year was something that could be replicated because of the process by which he found the success. Being so smart at the line of scrimmage, being so good against the blitz, navigating through the pocket so well as he did. He just showed an expertise in how he played the position that goes beyond, to me, just happening to catch fire at the right time for a moment. Thick Eagle says, I like Buckner. If we can get him for a third and Fant, that'd be a good trade if we could pull it off. I don't know if the Colts are looking to move him or willing to move him, but Buckner and Chris Jones are kind of the last of the Mohicans right now as far as real, true, prime, difference-making defensive tackles who could be available this foreseeable upcoming season. And after that, you're really looking more role players if you're going to go trade for one. Grug says, very bold and early prediction here. Patrick Mahomes, Micah Parsons, Justin Jefferson, and Tariq Woolen will go down as the best players of the 2020s. The four horsemen of the apocalypse. I like it. I could see it. I could definitely see it with all those guys. Wouldn't shock me. Greg says, Brando, did you see Grabner hold on Garrett during training camp and Rodgers selling a ton of passes? I don't know, man. That team is really screaming 5 and 7 wins to me, laughing my ass off. To me, it's one of the most ultimate boom-bust teams that exists in this league. You can go through the AFC, and there's some teams that are pretty stocked up as far as, I don't know if they're going to be a prime team, but they're going to be solid, strong. They probably will, at the very least, win as many games as they lose, if not then be a higher-end team than that in their potential. The Ravens, Steelers, Jacksonville Jaguars, Chargers. We can go a variety of different teams here down the line, even the Browns to a certain degree. But when it comes to... when it comes to the Jets, they are one that has built up a team that's pretty good. Defense is really good. Quarterback position has been holding them back in recent years. They don't need Rodgers to play like MVP Rodgers in order for them to go out there and win and be good, but can he even play back to close to that place? Has he just hit the end of father time? We've seen a lot of quarterbacks hit the end of that road very quickly, and it lands with a thud. So, him suddenly just being able to last into perpetuity is no guarantee. As much success as Brady had with it, he's been truly the outlier here versus some of the other guys that are out there. So I don't know. I do think that it is a boom or bust. I think to your point, it's either a 5-win team or it's a 12-win team. I don't know if there's going to be an in-between on that, Grug, in my opinion. And I don't know. I saw a good catch by in camp with the Jets with the Wilson. He had a one-handed catch in the back of the end zone with Rodgers scrambling and rolling out, but I haven't watched a lot of what's going on with their camp, to be honest with you on that. Wu-Tang says, dogs are too pure for this world, man. They are. Someday I'll tell you guys about my, it's too much of a bummer story. I don't want to bring it up, and it's one of my all-time sad stories as far as dogs go, but yeah, they are, dogs are definitely pure creatures. Trent says, I think it'd be better to trade Eskridge to a team like the Steelers who doesn't know how to utilize him and waste him whatever potential he has. Just go the cold-blooded route. The pure cold-blooded. Connor says, to be fair, Nwosu is pretty good against the run. I found a random stat from Next Gen that the teams ran away from Nwosu's side at the 4th highest rate in the league for all qualified edge rushers. Obviously, the other side is still a question, though, but Mafe showed potential. You indeed got in Nwosu a guy that has really come along as a player throughout the course of his career. And you can see almost a step, like steps every year of his career, him getting better and better and better and better. And you got him from the Chargers with him coming off his best career season across the board, tackle number, pressure number, sack numbers. And he came here in his first season with the Seahawks and doubled those numbers. Uchenna is a guy that does not get enough acclaim here from us Seahawks fans for the year that he had last year. And he's everything you want a football player to be. He is a complete edge. He can supply pressure. He can supply good run defense. He can set the edge. But then he also plays with an incredibly high motor. The guy is never not going 100 miles an hour. And there's so many of his tackles and so many of the plays that he'd go down and make down the football field that were just hustle stats, with him him wanting it more than the other guy. I'm really psyched for what we'll get from Nwosu going into this next year. And he was a great signing by Schneider last year. A really, 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 really great signing. And I think he's going to go out there and ball again this year. In fact, probably be even more efficient this year because I don't think you're going to have to make him play as many snaps. I also am hyped up about Boye Mafe, going through a lot of the All-22, just trying to lock in on what he did on the run game last year. He was really good in the run game. A complete player in the run game. Similar to Uchenna, he can set the edge. He can chase down the play. He's got athleticism to bounce off blocks and still get to a play you don't think he can get to. But those two guys, Derek Hall, you should be a lot better than you've been in recent years on the edges of the defense in the run game because those guys are so good at what they do with that. Wilbert Knight says we got 8 draft picks for 2024. We are loaded. Loaded. Garth, Brando, can I be a moderator on tomorrow's Niners stream with my meditation trip? I'm somewhat of a man between worlds, albeit 25 years in the past. Time isn't congruent enough. But maybe, Garth, maybe on that one. Depends on if you're still with the Bud Light or not at that point. We'll have to check back on with you. If you've ditched those Bud Lights, maybe you can sign me up on that one. I've asked you in the past if you wanted to mod. You said, don't trust me with it. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. She says, it's interesting with my anxiety to force myself to be calm, but it has helped, especially after what happened with my dad and the aftermath. It's really understandable with that too, when you start to learn human nature with the mind and how you can get yourself going in the momentum of a direction and it can kind of spin you out. And that's where you see how the something like meditation can help because you're physically stopping your mind, you know, you're taking yourself, breathing like you're being hyperactive and sort of taking that breath and now you're controlling the breath. And that is better for the body, better for the mind state. I can truly see the value in it. I got to teach myself at some point or another because so many people swear by it. So many successful people swear by it. And I think that there's something within that. When you have a lot of smart people, successful people tell you something works and is good, probably means that it works and it's good. But Megan, thank you for the $5 donation and appreciate you guys' recommendations on the meditation. Transcendental meditation. I'm on it, Garth or Randall. Megan, I'm going to hit it up. See if I can make this thing work. Garth with a $10 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all the donos, man. You're amazing. He says, I meditate 50 minutes every day, 5 minutes more than Megan. It's not transcendental because of my previous experience, but I usually am watching Pumping Iron before, like most Niner fans. Nice. Milk is for babies. I don't drink milk, I drink beer. Oh, Pumping Iron. Well, that's a good way to go too. That's all. I guess that's relaxing in itself, Garth, in its own way. So many different forms of meditation. Whatever works for you, you know? Whatever works for you. Wu-Tang with a $5 dono. Thank you, Wu-Tang. I appreciate you, man, for all your donos tonight as well. This is going to be good tomorrow. I dislike the Niners the most, but that's the real rivalry in the West. The other two are pretenders. The other two are cannon fodder. The other two are mannequins in the display, okay? What the real action happens, where the real fight club occurs, is down underneath in the basement. And on one side, you got Seattle. On the other side, you got San Francisco. A mere, 400 miles separating us? But an amount of hate, amount of vitriolic-like hate that exists still between these two camps, I love it. It's great for football. It's great for this division. It's great for your own team, having a team like this that is this foil, that is this nemesis, and that has remained so and like this now for a decade. And we get to look back on this time, and we'll see how long this thing lasts, but it's been consistently at the forefront of our mind more than any team in this division. And I think that they've begun to feel in much the same way. And this type of season coming up where we know it's going to be a 2-horse race, and it's us and them. We're going to face you twice minimum. We're going head to head. Let's go. And I love it. I love it set up like this. I love the rest of the NFC's all wide open. It's like it's echoes of 2013 where very much, the Niners and Seahawks teams were the two best teams, not only in the NFC, they were probably the two best teams in the entire NFL that year. Your Super Bowl was the conference championship. And I think it's going to just make this season that much more exciting. But that's also why I wanted to have Jesse on tomorrow and talk with him about it, because we want to get into these depths already. We want to start to kick this off. Let's figure out where this Niner team's at. Let's see where their headspace is. Let's see what we have as far as vulnerabilities and the way that our team can take advantage of those vulnerabilities as we go into the season. Or what we got to be scared about on the other side of it. I'm sure he's going to present a lot of arguments to that case as well. But it makes the season just that much more interesting. And I love that this rivalry has run this deep, this long, and is still as vibrant as ever. That's the other part of it. It's not just sort of just pittering out. It's still remaining as either side looks at the other and goes, okay, let's go. Let's go. Byron, thank you, Wu-Tang, for that $5 donation. It will be a good time tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We will be back live with Jesse of Last Second Sports. Me and a Niner fan going head to head on it. It'll be nice. It'll be respectful, but we'll probably be having some fireworks going on in the chat, I would imagine. Byron D has been a member for 15 long months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that long time support, Byron D. I do appreciate it. He says, I missed the Taylor Swift concert. Anyway, I just got here. What have you said on Chris Jones? Well, we got a baseline in Chris Jones is this, that he's not available for trade right now, but he's holding out, Byron. That's costing him $50,000 a day, and that's money fine that he cannot have forgiven by the Chiefs under the new CBA agreement. There is likely going to be probably a deal done between the Kansas City Chiefs and Chris Jones when this is all said and done. But as we've seen many times in the past, in our own situations of players that we've traded for, these are fluid situations that can change in a matter of minutes. And when they change, not a lot of fans see it coming. A lot of fans will be sitting there going, Chris Jones will be a Chief for the rest of his life, until they wake up their next Monday and suddenly he's been moved. So it's something that there has occurred in recent history. Though he's not on the market right now, it's a situation that's very much in flux. Nothing is fixed. Nothing is certain. So then it comes down to really, as we've been talking about it, Byron, what's going to be the cost? Should the Seahawks make this move? Would it make sense for them at this time? Is it too early? Are they too soon in the rebuild to try to go make this go for it like move? Would it make them a Super Bowl contender? We're turning kind of over all these different aspects of that if you want to go, look at trying to move for this guy. So, just kind of dealing with all of the different places, but I think the cost is something that wouldn't cost. It would cost a little bit. It definitely is. The price not going to be cheap. I don't think it's going to equate to the same thing you gave up for Jamal Adams. First off, and then I also think that you could fit the contract in the books here, Byron. Even though you're kind of tight on your space right now, if you were to include Fant in the deal, you could, I think, fit Jones then under the cap fairly easily at that point. So that's been the main coverage on the situation. But Byron, thank you for the 15 months as a Hawks Nest member. And I'm sorry you missed out on the Taylor Swift concert. Here's a good one. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. I do appreciate, Randall, all the donations tonight on the channel, man. You are very, very kind as you ever are, and your support is awesome. Well, let me know on that training camp thing too. We got that coming up. Might be going with Randall out there to training camp if stuff can work out here. Do a little bit of a drive. Randall says, seems like this version of the Hawks has a nice balance of young pups versus vets. Different than 2012 version a bit. Less established guys on those teams. I think with vets in 2023, John Schneider may think we're close enough to go for it. Yeah. I think with vets in 2023, I think he could, Randall. It wouldn't shock me if he waited the year, but it also wouldn't shock me if he was to push this a year early, thinking that you have now really you're maybe a little young heavy right now, Randall, right? With a lot of the first and second year players, you've turned over most of the roster in 2 years, but maybe he thinks there's a little bit more of a room now for the opening for the more veteran player to come in here. And two of the veterans you added to the young players at the time, as you had a real young roster in that after that 2012 season, of course, is now you bring in Michael Bennett, Cliff Averill. You kind of round things out on not only depth standpoint, but getting a little bit more age in the room as well on top of it. But this is definitely, I would say to your point on this, Randall, this is really a team that is skewed a little bit more younger than that team in 2012 even. And that was a young team in 2012, but this team is even younger than that. Young Pups is right. Young Pups is right. Just a few vets on this team. But I think if he doesn't do it this year, Randall, I do think that John Schneider, if he didn't do a Chris Jones move this year, I do believe John Schneider still does make that move within the year. That there's some, it maybe goes through next off season and goes, okay, we had to wait one more season to kind of let it just kind of just sift out, grow, get right, have enough of experience in there to where we can truly be contenders and not just think that, but know that that's where we're at. Now we can make that go for a move. Now we can push those chips to the center of the table. I could see him, but I do see him within the next 2 years doing it. Not this year, the next year, I think he's doing it. I do. Agree with you there, Randall. And Randall, thank you so much, man. All your donations and support, brother. I really do appreciate it. You guys are absolutely amazing in every respect. So amazing. Mason Dale says, since the Adams trade, it's become pretty clear to me that trading for big name players rarely works out. There are exceptions like A.J. Brown. Yep, there's definitely a good amount of times where it doesn't work. And probably it doesn't work at a higher rate, Mason, than it does work, to your point on that. I mean, the Raiders traded for Devontae Adams last year. They got another 100-catch season from him and a gargantuan amount of yards. Did it help him win games or not? Did it get him over the top? No, but was it productive? And was it did they get the returns from a productivity standpoint they thought? Yeah, they did. You mentioned A.J. Brown. That's certainly one that's out there that sticks. Mason, how about Stephon Diggs? Stephon Diggs gets moved from the Vikings to the Bills and doesn't miss a beat. He's been awesome for the Bills. They've loved that trade. Mason, you got Tyreek Hill last year, goes for a first and third round pick. Tyreek Hill had 1,800 yards receiving last year. I don't think the Dolphins feel bad about that trade. So there are failures that happen. And like I said, I would acknowledge it's probably more of a failure than it is a success story, but there are still a good amount of successes that come out as well. Jalen Ramsey, who the Rams traded for two first round picks that they gave up for Ramsey, who they've now traded on to the Miami Dolphins. They got themselves a championship out of the gate. Do they look at that and say that trade didn't work for them? Do they look at the Von Miller trade where they gave up a second and third round pick that helped get them over the top to go get them a Super Bowl? Do they look at that as a failed trade? I don't think they do. I think they look at that as a success. Farhad Variava. I'm going to go Farhad. Farhad says, do you think Draymond Jones will be the most impactful defensive line guy this year? Yes. I think that he also, Farhad, does he leans more into being a pass rusher than he is a run stuffer. He's not completely bad as a run stuffer. He's useful in that respect, but it's not the plus side of his game. Plus side of his game is generating pressure and getting into the backfield and being a menace in that way. I don't think he's a star in that respect either, but I think he is a titch below Pro Bowl level kind of player that you're bringing in from that position. Being the Harmony Bowl, you freaking hippie. 1023 says, why would Titans give away A.J. Brown? Well, they had a first round pick back for him, and they didn't trust his knee. He had a couple of times throughout his process there with the Titans where that knee thing flared up, and I think that they thought that the knee was a little bit of a ticking time bomb situation. Right or wrong on that. Megan says, I blame the cannon gravity for Garth Knight's injury B. It's a bit of both. Connor, I'm almost positive Woolen just abandoned his assignment because the guy ran free. That was one of my favorite plays from him all season. That was my assessment too of it, Connor. I was absolutely like I was already like at times like the balls on this kid, because he already admitted on the play against the Rams, for instance, when he went out there and baited the quarterback into throwing the ball that he baited him. I swear to God that there was a play against Mahomes in the game in Kansas City where he did the very same thing, where he had a receiver who he knew was slower than dirt. And he was like, I can catch up to this guy anytime I want. I don't care if Mahomes is throwing 1,000,000 miles or not. And then he almost picked that ball off. And then you got this Panther play where he's not even in the coverage. It's not his responsibility. And he just decides, you know what? I'm fast enough to go catch up to that guy over there. That guy I'm not supposed to cover, I'll go catch up to him and go make a play on the ball. And then does. Nick says Woolen bait and Goff by trailing Hawk and just accelerating to make the INT, to me, showed why he can be the best cornerback in the league. Nobody else can play like that. Nobody can. He's got a different level of speed, a different level of gear than anybody else in this league. I mean, that 4.26 speed is real. And yeah, the interceptions last year weren't cheap and easy. They were, in some respects, high degree of difficulty. In other respects, it was him making plays like you say that few corners can go out there and make. Megan says, I feel I don't know enough about Jones at this point in time to make a knowledgeable choice be. He'll be solid. He'll be the most impactful on the defensive line, not edge. Your edge guys will be probably every bit as impactful as Draymond, if not more so. But on the line, he's a really good pass rusher. He's really quick. He really understands how to use his hands, leverage. First step quickness in particular is really good. He puts the offensive lineman, in a bind right from the jump. You always love that in defensive linemen when they can do that. Is get those offensive linemen in retreat mode, recovery mode, right after the snap. But he's also not a game wrecker either on the other side. Megan says, well, we'll see how my headspace is tomorrow be before engaging with Niner fans. It's okay if you avoid it, Megan. I'll say that. I'm not expecting you to have to deal with them tomorrow, and if we don't have any mods going tomorrow, so be it. It's going to be a little bit of a free-for-all, I think, by the nature of the way that this is going to go, and we just got to kind of let it play out. If you're going to come in my chat when there's Niner fans in here, and if we're going to come in when we got a game up, like, everyone's going to have to be tough about it, because it's going to get fierce, it's going to get rugged, and I don't want to be leaning back on my mods to have to, just be bumping people out of here every once in a while. If they get disrespectful, we'll go with it, but, it's lock yourselves in this year. Lock yourselves in, because it's going to get a little bit raw. BZ says Pete Carroll, John Schneider wouldn't have traded Russ or started Geno if Geno wasn't showing what he did last year in previous camps. Even other players have said they considered him starting material before the trade. That's true. Very true. Will Valdez is the Jets' first 6 games are brutal. It's tough, too, is when you have a new quarterback like that, you'd like the first 6 games to be somewhat easy so you can kind of ease him in. But yeah, this is going to be the AFC too in general, is that division's tough. That conference is tough. It's just makes it that much more of an uphill battle for the Jets to find their feet. It really does. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I used to have more anxiety than even the likes of Megan. Then I figured out I had bigger things to complain about, like my local sports teams. Yeah, that's true. Same. Now my sports teams get all that anxiety. I just I transfer it over there. It's all a transference, Garth. Thank you for the donation, brother. Nick says San Francisco and Philly are the only true competition for us. Detroit looks good as well, but we showed last year we can outscore them in a shootout. I think that's pretty straightforward way I look at it too, man. There'll be some decent teams in the NFC, but not a lot of strong teams in the NFC. Megan says, next time I see a bee, I'll take you through a guided meditation or two. Sounds good. WTC says, where's the cat? It's too hot. They don't want her to get off the floor. It's like 100 degrees here, so she would not get in the cat tree even if I brought her over. I'll maybe try to bring her over here in a sec. I'll have her on tomorrow night for sure. I forgot tonight to set up the tree. Greg Kent says Titans did want to sign A.J. Brown to big contract because they knew both of his knees are bad and he stays on the injury report. It's an understandable reason. If you think knees are ticking time bombs on a player, or you have a back that's a ticking time bomb on the player, even if that's a young player, I understand as a team not to take that risk, especially if I can go and maximize my assets in return for him on the other side, where some other team's not going to take that sort of, well, there's problems with the knee thing into account. They'll just look past it. I get where the Titans were coming from. People knocked them a lot for that trade, but I kind of get where they're coming from. I don't like the Treylon Burks signing on the other side of it. Like, oh, we'll just replace him with Burks and then we're good. But I do get where they're coming from when their viewpoint is the knees. We'll see. AJ had one good year last year with the Eagles and it was phenomenal. Let's see if it remains and continues on into the future here with him there. Nick says, didn't the Titans general manager get fired? He did. He did. I also think that part of that's the Malik Willis pick, the Treylon Burks pick, and then also, the A.J. Brown one was going to be reflective of that probably too, to a degree. But there was a few different decisions in there, I think, that probably caused them to go in that direction and say no more. Where's the cat at? Let's see if we can get her. Let's see if we can get her in, WT. She's eating food. Let's get the kitty in so she can say hi. Your presence has been requested. Your presence has been requested. Come here. Where are you? Oh my God, what are you doing? Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, I know. Oh, your presence has been requested. Yes. Yes, your presence has been requested. There she is. She makes her appearance. Fashionably late, but always worth the wait. It's too hot up here, though. She's going to be like, no. Maybe she'll go. Jacob Haas says it's going to be a bloodbath tomorrow if the two streams combine. I've never done it on StreamYard before, so this will be my first combo stream. I don't know if it just combines the whole chat, but if it does, it's going to be... It's going to get a little vicious tomorrow. Strap in, folks. I'll just say that. Strap in. It's going to get wild. It's going to get a little mean. And kitty. She's making her presence felt here. Daniel Bailey says, I watched Woolen's highlights today. He had 3 or 4 pass deflections that were very close to being interceptions. Bold prediction, Reek gets 10 interceptions this year. I could see it. You're right. He had a few of those balls that were right on his hands last year, that it could have been even more than what he did. And that's also acknowledged a lot of last season was, him having quarterbacks weren't willing to target him and that were, looking to try to go away from him for huge parts of the game. And he still got the picks that he did get. And I've always said, too, with this, Daniel, what happens if Jackson plays better on the other side? What happens if Tariq Woolen ascends to that starting role and plays really well and now forces those quarterbacks to have to start to look the other direction at times where they just can't avoid Woolen on the other side? And that would be tremendous if they could pull it off. But, he's on a superstar path, in my opinion. I know it's only one season, but the way he did it, the cornerbacks don't just come in and do it in that fashion like he did. There's a reason guys like Asante Samuel and former really good cornerbacks in this league are talking about this guy in this way, saying, you guys keep talking about sauce. The ones who know will tell you this other guy's the one you need to be paying attention to. And they even acknowledge, just like Asante Samuel talked about, it's the big market in New York. That part makes a difference. But the hype in New York doesn't make it true. Garth says we need the orange cat for the Niners stream. Rest easy, orange cat. Well, she's going to definitely be ready tomorrow. I'm going to need her. Beezy says one of the most underrated parts of Woolen's game is his mindset. He wants to be good, tries really hard, and just has fun out there because of his physical talent. He has learned to be a goldfish. Yeah, I think he's in that right headspace. I agree with you there, Beezy. I think it also is telling that more than what you see with him as far as, seeing him posting videos of hard work and working out, or if he's doing that or not. When you have a guy like him who comes out of the draft and you're looking at his tape and he's really new to the cornerback position after 2 years, and his tape looks so rough and he looks like he's having as many problems as he's doing good things, and he looks really far away from being able to start. And then he gets into Seahawks camp last year and he wins that battle. He wins the opportunity to be the starter out there. And to take those steps from where he had finished off at college to where he was arriving at the pros, spoke to a work ethic and getting the details right and getting his technique better and taking those improvements. And you didn't have the just completely silly moments that you would see from him on college where he would flip his hips in the wrong direction or step weird or take a false step when he didn't need to. There was just a complete patience to his approach last year, almost vet-like, even if he wasn't super clean in his technique like a lot of players talked about, where it's like he's just doing what he's doing off of his natural talent. But indeed, I think he had come further along and taken some improving steps from where he was in college, and that helped him to get to where he's got last year. But to your point on this, beyond that, BZ, it's also a representation of where he's going, because that same mindset and that same work ethic is going to help him continue to take steps forward and hopefully becoming the best cornerback in this game. He's got the talent to do it. He's got the upside to do it. Now he's just got to go out there and take it. Will Hull says, sorry, I wasn't laughing at that. Didn't know what happened with you and them. Was being oh, you're all good, Will Holst. No worries, man. WTC, what do you think the Seahawks do in the first round of the draft next year? D-line or middle linebacker? Probably defensive line is where they're going to lead, WTC. Jaron Reed's not here long for the world, and I don't know if Brian Monet is going to stay around here. So, they're going to probably look, defensive line would be the one. I think both positions get addressed, though. And it wouldn't surprise me, WTC, if first, second round, not necessarily defensive tackle, linebacker, could be linebacker, defensive tackle, if that ends up being the way that the picks bear out as well, because both of those are also really deep positions in the upcoming draft. I mean, there's likely to be a player there who the value is right for you to take there at those positions. So both of them are going to be the ones that they address in next year's draft. Both almost kind of, I would say, of equal importance a little bit. Jacob says at that point, no one's going to want to watch the stream. They'll just want to read the comments. Probably. Me and Jesse will probably be just sitting there in silence, shaking our head. Like two dads upset at our kids. But yeah, it's going to get wild. And Megan definitely had to deal with some slings and arrows last time we ran it with it. So I hope they'll be more respectful on it, Megan. But we're going to just try to roll with it and see what happens. Cambodia, is Zach Charbonnet Cambodian? I believe he is. Yeah. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate your donations, man. And thank you so much. And Kat appreciates it as well. Give her a love for good. This is for Garth. That's for Garth. Garth. Can you say Garth? Garth. Say Garth. You said Garth over here. Says the cat is exquisite. The magic that expels from her is beyond our cognition. My beer drinking wrist feels better already. She's sending healing wrist vibes to both you and Megan, Garth. Both of your wrists are a little bit stronger right now. If you could look at a microscopic level, you would see the threading of the rethreading of bone in there, strengthening up, calcium deposits, building upon calcium deposits, all because of this fluffy ball of love and her psychic energy. So she's sending it your way, Garth. She said Garth. She said Garth. Garth. See? She can pronunciate. She's got a very good job of pronunciation. Yeah, I know you want loves. Cambodia, you're from Tanzania? Tanzania? I can't say the name. Tanzania. Well, thank you for checking us out from out on the other side of the world. Welcome on the Hawk's Nest. Greg, I see Reek tweeting, pointing out that he's being disrespected. He'll sometimes even like tweets where he's being left out of the top 10 lists and such. The villain arc is en route. Hey, I love it, man. Underdog, nobody giving the respect. I mean, hell, this was a bedrock of our Legion of Boom teams, wasn't it? Sherman, I'm a 5th round pick. Nobody expects me. Cam's a 5th round pick. Nobody expects him. Bryant Browner's a guy from the CFL. Nobody thinks he's any good. We're going to show you guys. And then you have the receivers who are called pedestrians, and them using that whole slant to motivate and propel them as well. So it can be a hell of a motivator, that sliding thing for these NFL players. Tasmania. Oh, okay. Tanzania. I was like, Tanzania. Okay, that makes sense. Well, come on in, Cam. Cambodia. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Says the PUP list to start camp. Brooks for sure. Think it's 50-50 Adams is ready to go, or more likely 70-30 not. Any surprise names who may not be ready? You're right about Brooks. I don't think Brooks is going to be ready to go at the start of camp. I also don't think, I think that Adams is probably 90-10 not being ready to go by the start of camp based on what I've heard. Anybody else that's got injury situations that we should be thinking about on your question? And thank you for the donation. There's really not, Randall. I mean, we're really not coming into this camp with anybody that we're aware of that's in a shape of like needing to recover. Tariq had the arthroscopic surgery, but he was expected to be ready for the start of camp, and I've heard nothing different about that being the case. Everybody else is ready to go. Nobody's recovering off of off-season surgery with the exception of Brooks and Adams. So while it is negative, Randall, because those guys aren't going to be available, by my belief at the start, that is the only guys on the list, and you're expecting to get them at some point through camp at some time, I would say. Daniel says he actually had some good tackles in the highlights, a couple of tackles for loss and a couple that kept the opponent from getting a first down on third or fourth down. Tariq did fine in that respect. And I'll tell you what, he's light years ahead of a guy that's another wide receiver convert who, anytime I watch his game, it just stands out to me over and over again about how little he wants to tackle. And that's Trayvon Diggs of the Dallas Cowboys. Similar player, really athletic, really fast, guy that was a former receiver, transitioned late in his college career to cornerback, and now can go out there and make picks and has got the ball skills. But then, you go back and you go, yeah, but does he want to ever tackle? Tariq wants to tackle. And I did think that in his first year, it was going to be a bit of an issue where, he was going to be kind of coming along in that realm because he is new to the position. And I've seen it over. When you ever have receivers going to cornerbacks, it's easier said than done than just tackling is not just about want and will. It's technique and repetition and getting better at it. He had that want and will you're talking about, Daniel, last year, did Tariq. So I think it's going to continue to be a part of his game that will be fine. It's not going to be, I think, something where he's like Trayvon Diggs, where the Cowboys have to kind of cover that up a bit. They got to protect him, I think, a little bit because of that lack of willingness to tackle. Connor says, I want to see DK versus Woolen round 2 this year. I'm sure we're going to get some cut-ups from camp of that. Niners Blood. He's having a Niners stream here tomorrow. We are indeed Niners Blood. It's going to be, we're going to be doing, me and Last Second Sports are both going to be broadcasting. So I'll be broadcasting from my side, and Last Second Sports will be broadcasting from his side as well. Dual streaming it. 2 streams. Don't cross the streams. Don't cross the streams. What'd you do, Ray? I just tried to think about the most innocent thing I could, campfires and marshmallows. My God, what'd you do, Ray? The Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Jacob Haas says you're going to have to lay down some ground rules. We're going to try, Jacob. We're going to try. One thing I've learned about this fight and battle between these two fan bases is that you're in the middle of a barroom brawl. Guys are getting thrown through jukebox machines. Other guys are having beer bottles crashed over their head. One guy just got maybe stabbed in the eye with a knife. And you're trying to be the guy in the center of the room going, everyone stay calm. Everyone just relax. You have about the same amount of effect in those situations as you would in that situation, and trying to calm the waters. It starts going and it's just like, oh my God, here we go. Got to ready ourselves for it, but we'll try. Greg says, I hate the narrative that AJ Brown is somehow so much better than DK when they're almost exact same player. Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think AJ Brown's better than DK. Megan says, wow, thanks, Pumpkin. I think the bones are healing that much better. She's happy to help. Right? You helping, Megan? See? She said yes. She said yes. Niners Blood sounds like fun when you put a 49er and Seahawks fans in the same room. It's going to be a light show. It's going to be a light show. Why are the Seahawks players always underrated? Because there's an East Coast bias. And a lot of those East Coast writers and analysts, I don't think they always watch all the West Coast games because it's too late for them. They got other things to do. But I've seen it since I was a young man. Knee high to my mama. Jacob Haas has got it. Wu-Tang says, let them keep talking up sauce and they're going to have to pay him too much damn money. And by then they won't have a quarterback. So they'll be putting all their money into cornerback positions and no quarterback. BZ says, just realizing Chris Jones already played on the line with Jaron Reed. Yeah. Reed played with Jones for a year. I think Jones wanted him back. When I was doing my research on Chris Jones and contract disputes and everything else, I was reading that he was wanting to, it sounded like the time for him to come back, being Jaron Reed, to rejoin the team. Wu-Tang says real heads, no Tariq is better than Sauce. You better believe he is. You better believe it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. All the donos tonight, Garth. You're amazing as ever, brother, and I really do appreciate all of that support to the channel. Let me get your. He says, let that magic cat know I appreciate the healing vibes for both myself and the lady from Paul Hogan's territory. Honestly, the Niner fans will expectantly act tough tomorrow, but it's a false bravado. I think, Garth, you speak to something that many Hawk fans, including Megan, have pointed out in watching if you watch some of these Niner streams and you hear about some of these Niner content creators talk about the Seahawks, you always expect a lot of tough talk and them to say, oh, well, we got them. There's no problem. We own them. We're 3-0 against them last year. But for a team that beat us 3-0 last year, I think there's a remarkable acknowledgement on their part that this team's coming. This team ain't going away. This team's not going to be easier this year. It's going to be harder this year. And though we beat them 3 times, this is going to be a dogfight every time, every which way but loose. And I got to give them props for acknowledging it in that way. It'd be easy for them to just, as Niner fans, sort of just, wear their rose-colored glasses and be like, yeah, we beat your ass 3 times last year. We're going to beat your ass again. But they're looking and seeing, hey, it's been a 10-year run of this rivalry. And they've got the better of us more than we've gotten the better of them during that time period. We just happen to be on top off of last year, but this thing has swung back and forth. And can easily do so once again this upcoming season. And it's just also, I think, the crystallization of the fact it's us and them. There is not really any Rams this year. There is not really any Cardinals this year. The rest of the NFC is weak this year. It's like we're just looking at each other going, oh, once again, here we find ourselves again on the same dance floor. Everyone in the group around us. What move you got? What move I got? Am I going to be able to bust out my breakdance moves to seal the deal? I don't know. We'll see. But that's what it's going to come down to. And I think, Garth, it's a beautiful thing. I love it. I love it amongst a lot of other things about this season. I love the fact that we're back with the Niners being, again, our main nemesis, as they really haven't gone away from being that. But then also that it's going to come down to us. Let's go. Mano a mano. Highlander. Only one can survive. Or whatever they used to say in that movie, Only one shall live and move on. I will cut your head off and take your energy. McGard, thank you for the $10 donation, man. Thank you for all your donations, I should say. All your support. Jacob says, I guarantee everyone is going to realize Sauce isn't as good as they say. I'm with you, Jacob. I think that where the narrative is versus where the reality is on him is going to play out in a different fashion here at some point or another. Because it's at an all-time high right now. You check with some fans in this nation and they tell you that he's the next coming of Deion Sanders. So yeah, there needs to be a course correction here, and I think there will be at some point soon. Megan says, I saw the Stave Puft Marshmallows when I was in the States. Such a great scene, Megan. It's such a great scene because it's so brilliantly conceived of, as we're talking about, having a mind where you can't shut your mind down, so you have, and I know it's a comedy, but you got like a scientist and everyone's trying to tell each scientist in that moment of the movie in Ghostbusters to don't think of anything, clear your head. And the main character can't clear his head, and he seems to be smart enough to acknowledge that. So then he tries to go to the most softest thing, to the most gentlest thing he can go to that would be the most whatever the word I'm trying to think here is, just the least attack sort of thing. And he comes to a Stave Puft Marshmallow, man. It's great. It's such a great scene. That movie holds up pretty well still too, for being as old as it is. Rambler Creeker says it would be too expensive to go for Chris Jones. Well, Rambler, and I'm going to end the poll here because I think it's a good time to end the poll. I think that there's a good long amount of people that were in that same respect as you are on that, and look at it in the same aspect of saying, look, just doing a basic poll here, it's 70-30, but there's, I think easily probably 40% of the comments in here have been, look, it's too expensive. It's not the right time. It's a year too early. This guy's a little too old. And the thing that I've tried to lean back on and say, and I do believe this, is that the people who take that stance, even though I'm not necessarily completely in line with it, I do think that it's a pretty intelligent approach to look at it in this way. And if the Hawks lean to saying that would be where we would stand on this if he does become available, I'd support him with it, Rambling Creeker. I wouldn't push back and say that was the move you had to make and this is stupid and how can you not? I think I'd get why they wouldn't do it. I also get why they would. But I think it's an interesting debate to be had for where this team currently kind of stands. Austin Martin says, actually, the 49er content creators are pretty respectable. The fans, on the other hand. Agreed. I've kept a good side eye out there on the content creators out there. And look, I got nothing but good to say about Jesse. He's does a fantastic job over on his channel. I think he's helped out a lot of other 49er content creators to get themselves started up on his end of things. So, he's a good guy. And I don't see a lot of guys out there that are being super toxic on their side of it. But like you said, the fans on their hand, it definitely gets a little bit raw on that end. Jack Maloney says, hey, I'm a new football fan, but I'm watching this year. Both Woolen and Sauce, I don't get why he's ranked so much better. Hey, more motivation for Tariq. So much better for us. Well, being a young fan, you certainly haven't had as much, I think, as exposing of this as I have in my life. Because, for me, this goes through generations of football, Jack. This goes back to, I go 80s, 90s, early 2000s, late 2000s. We've had teams in a variety of different states. We've had great players during that time. We've had Hall of Famers during that time. But one thing that stood out that's been a common denominator throughout that is that we get forgotten about on the national scene. When they're going to put all-time lists together, we're going to put all-pro teams together. When you're going to do these type of things that are acknowledgments of what's going on throughout the whole country from the NFL's standpoint, we're always going to be a bit behind the ball. If we're going to have an MVP, like Sean Alexander was an MVP, he's not just going to have a great season. He's going to have like an all-time season for his position, which was the case with Sean Alexander, Jack, where he had to set a touchdown record in addition to running for the 1,800 yards to get the only MVP award that's been given out in Seattle Seahawks history. So when you come to this debate, that's the first thing that you got to lead with in the understanding of this is the way that this is just always going to naturally go. Sauce is a guy with a real cool moniker, and he's got the hype coming up from college, and he's the high drafted guy. So he got all of that already kind of momentum going for him. And he's also a guy, Jack, you're right, in watching the tape, I don't think you even have to be an in-depth fan of 30 years to look at the tape between these two and see one guy out there with natural athleticism, speed, length, and ability who's going out there and getting it done versus another guy who's out there grabbing. And for some reason, Jack, the NFL's decided to let Sauce get away with the grabbing, but the grabbing then allows him to be very effective. If I as a cornerback could just put my hands on you, two hands on you, and ride you up the field for 15 yards, yeah, I'm probably going to shut you down. Yeah, I'm probably going to have a low completion percentage. If the NFL decides tomorrow, next year, Jack, that they're going to play it, they're going to call it straight up with Sauce and that the handsy stuff's going to have to give itself a rest, then you're going to see his productivity dip considerably with that. But Woolen is the better one to me too, Jack, and this is going to get, should both of them are able to stay healthy, this should and will get proven out in the long term. Gar says, I want to be the one in the bar brawl trying to play a Bee Gees song, and when it plays, everyone calms down, but I've already been fatally stabbed by a broken bottle of Bud Light. Fade out, Garth. Fade out. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Jesse Bond. No, Jesse Taylor over at Last Second Sports who we're talking about. And the poll was 68%, 31%. By the way, we got 183 votes. Should the Hawks trade for Chris Jones if he becomes available? 68% said yes on 183 votes. 31% said no. So Hawk fans are on board with this overall. Tony Wright says, agreed. Sauce Gardner's an okay cornerback, more hype than anything, but he will get exposed this season. Trust me. I hope so, man. To me, though, Tony, some of it is that those officials let him get away with that handsy stuff. Go literally watch any highlight of Sauce last year, and his hands are on the receiver through the whole course of the route. And then he does that stupid-ass move where he's holding, and the receiver can't even get his arms up to make the catch. Sauce turns around and does the move like this. Oh, look at how well I locked him down. Like, oh, my God. Come on, dude. Give me a break. But, yeah, it's Tony. He's just been one of the more overrated players I've seen come in the league in recent years. Not just a cornerback, not just because it's him and Woolen kind of in this new Sherman, Darrelle Revis debate thing. It's also just because he's been the most hyped guy I've seen come in the league that just hasn't really earned that hype that I can remember in a long time. Jake says, I'm going to tweet you something I came across on Twitter. Please do, Jacob. Whenever you guys give me that stuff, it's always good stuff. So send it my way, please. Wu-Tang says it's not the sauce isn't a great player. Hype just way out of control. Reek is bigger and faster and grabs more ball than Jersey. Also, he plays for the cornerback whisperer. Well put, Wu-Tang. Very well put. Greg, Brandon, speaking of A.J. Brown and DK, did you see I Am an Athlete video talking about the NFL top 10 wide receiver list that came out and how they tried to say DK shouldn't have been made it until they looked at his stats? I didn't see that they had mentioned that he shouldn't have made it. I saw the DK did make it, and it was based on, of course, people around the league making that list, not analysts or reporters or a website, right, Greg, where you actually get it from the people that have to, guard DK and deal with DK on a weekly basis. And, Greg, that's been one of my things I've always tried to present to the people that want to pick a DK's game and say, well, DK's not actually this. Well, DK's not actually that. And I always like to say to them, my opinion on this can become irrelevant. Your opinion can become irrelevant on this. When you go and you look at DK Metcalf and you see that he is the most double-teamed wide receiver in the sport, there's metrics that track this. There's metrics that are that you can go and find on this that will tell you. It's not easily. You got to probably dig a little bit to find, but they're out there to find. I can present them again if people want me to show you. I've got it saved in my lists of stuff from a year ago. But DK is going to get doubled up way over more than 25% of the time. And, when you're getting doubled that much, he's doubled more than A.J. Brown. That's going to reduce some of your productivity for a variety of different reasons. It's, number one, harder to get open against double-teamed situations, but then also you're going to ask your quarterback to probably not throw into double teams by and large. This has affected some of DK's productivity. But even with those double teams propensity, even with it, he still finds himself having just turned 25 years old and finds himself as top 9 all-time in receiving yards, top 7 in receiving touchdowns for players under 25 years of age. There's so many indications about this kid going in a direction and just becoming, and it already is, a fantastic wide receiver. But I love seeing that he got on that list, Greg, especially when it came from the people that mattered, whose opinion matters on this, who know what they're talking about. Yeah. But yeah, once you look at the stats, pretty high. It's hard to deny his stats. Hard to deny the productivity he's put up since day one of entering this league. Garth Knight, thank you for a $5 donation. All the donos tonight. Man, you are awesome and amazing. Jesus, thank you so much, brother. Take a sip. Cheer to yourself on this one. It says, Brando, ask the Mystic Orange Feline her thoughts on a possible Chris Jones trade. Let her know it won't be cheap. Pumpkin, come here. Come here. Come here. Would you do a Chris Jones trade? Tell me true. Come here. She's so hot, Garth. I'm going to try to grab her again, but she's so hot right now. She's too warm. Okay. Chris Jones, yes or no? Yes or no on the Chris Jones? Yes? Yes? Chris Jones? Yes? Chris? Chris Jones? No, she's not answering. I think she said yes, Garth. You're going to have to tell me what you heard. I heard a solid yes, I think. Yes, that was definitely yes. Yes on Chris? She's saying yes on love. That's what she's saying. Yes on pets. Thanks for the donation, Garth. BZ says Ghostbusters is mostly a Canadian comedy, but U.S. made. Oh. She goes right after Xena. I guess that's true, right? Reitman's Canadian, isn't he? Aykroyd's Canadian for sure. Winston though, Murray, it's kind of half and half down over there. I get it. Yeah, that's probably right though. Is Reitman Canadian? Still a good movie. Whatever. It's a great movie, regardless. DJ Owen, thank you for the $10 donation, man. Appreciate you for the $10 donation and hope you're having a great night, brother. Says, I think it's funny how the 49er fans always bring up how they beat us 3 times, but then they don't mention how the 3rd time they fell apart and couldn't even compete in the next game. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. And certainly we had them sweating in that playoff game with having the lead at halftime. You had a lot of Niner fans are going, oh my God, no. No. But it's possible. Maybe we took a little bit of the juice out of them from them to get to the next round, a little bit less to get there in that respect. But yeah, look, they got us 3 times last year, and I applaud the Niner fans. I'll applaud Jesse tomorrow. Good for you guys. You beat us 3 times in a rebuilding season when we had $57 million of dead money after we had just moved on from 2 captains and Hall of Famers. So, you got us that year as you were in the middle of your Super Bowl run. Right? But I would have also expected you to take care of that kind of business given those kind of conditions to the Niners, I would say. This year's a new deal. This year is a new monster. And now we're a little older. Now we don't have the dead money in our books. Now we have a few more positions that are rounded out. Now we've had another draft of multiple first-round picks, multiple second-round picks. Now we got money to spend this past offseason. So, yeah, I think DJ... they're going to be confident with those 3 wins. They're going to rub it in our face here right up until we finally play them through the season. But Niners know what's up. No, they know we're right here. They know it's not going to be easy. They're not walking through this division. It ain't going to be Michael Jackson moonwalking. And we don't even have to go forward. We can just go backwards and we're still going to win it. No. This is going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight. And it's probably going to come down to the last couple of weeks of the season, if not the last week of the season when it's really all said and done. And I love it. I love it. Bring it. That's what I say. Let's go. That's what I say. But DJ, thank you so much for that $10 donation, man. I know you're hyped up. Megan says, I know I've said it more than once, but I adore Pete's reaction to Sauce's Twitter. To Sauce, one Twitter. Spicy Peter's just perfect. Spicy Pete's awesome, man. I like Pete with a little bit of edge to him, Megan. I like when he's got a little bit of that edge, just a little bit of that edge. Daniel says, I also watched Sauce's highlights today. The main difference, I slowed the video for Woolen to see how close it was. To being a pick. I slowed Sauce's video to see if it should have been called PI. Daniel says, but they're both solid up-and-coming cornerbacks and will be top dogs on the next generation. Yeah, and it's not to say that Sauce doesn't, I think on top of Tony Wright, your comment too above with that, I don't want to say that, Sauce doesn't have value in this league or that he's not going to be a good corner in this league, but to be considered this instant superstar like he has been, that's been the coat that he's been draped in a little bit that's, misapplied in my opinion. But the PI stuff's there with him. Any video you watch of him, any highlight you watch of him, it's hard not to just have it jump out over and over again. I think I've got to do a video against him, just a Sauce Woolen video, and just all I'm going to do, I'm going to just troll the hell out of Jets fans because it's just going to be Sauce grabbing guys. I'm going to just be like 300 times zooming in the video on the arms, pulling and grabbing, and I'll even do like a little thing where I'll show that they're beyond the 5 yards of the line of scrimmage and have it clear, right? Here's the 5 yard mark. Here's where he's grabbing. Here's another play. Here's another play. Here's another play, just to piss him off on the Jets fans. So I'm kind of tired of it too. And I know Woolen's like, really? Really? And if we come through the season and Woolen through his first 2 years has 12 interceptions, Sauce has like 2 or 3, what are we even talking about here? Jacob says, you got it if I did it right. I'll take a look at Jacob. I'll probably look at it offline after I finish up. It's hard to do it midstream. Jacob Maloney, it's funny because I've been a hockey fan forever, but my team is so bad, I cheer for the Seahawks now. In hockey, speed is God. Sauce just looks slow, especially since he got drafted. Yeah, he's that's where the reliance is on the grabby stuff, because when you're always grabby as a player, it's because you're not trusting your speed or your athleticism, and he's a bigger guy, so the stop and start is already going to be a bit of an issue for those bigger cornerbacks, and they're going to be aware of it. But if you're missing a little bit of the top end speed or quickness, the get up and go stuff, the 10-yard split stuff, that's going to get you into the handsy mode of things. And I'll tell you what, hockey players of the speed, one of the funner highlights I saw this offseason, I don't know if you've seen it, Jack, is they had they used to have these competitions in the 80s between all of these sports stars from different places. So you'd have a football star, you'd have a hockey player, you'd have a baseball player, you'd put them all together, maybe a basketball guy. And they had a race of Gretzky and a couple of other people that were really good players of their sport. You can find this clip online somewhere, folks. And Gretzky, they're having a sprint. Gretzky's not in skates. And he blows them all away. I mean, he's like twice as fast. How he looks just kind of showed you how special Gretzky was as a physical talent. But glad you have you aboard, Jack. Glad to have you aboard. I'm sorry your hockey team ain't doing good, but I'm glad that, it's brought you over to the Hawks a little more, Fuller. Barry says, I think Pete is going to win Coach of the Year. A team full of young guys who is going to listen to everything Pete says. No egos yet or anything that can derail the team. Very well said, Barry. And Coach Carroll's been, much like John Schneider, it's been hard-pressed to get those guys any credit for when they have done really good work. Maybe this is the one year where you start to give Pete that. I'll say this. If Pete got this team to the Super Bowl, if Pete got this team to the conference champion, the team that's this young and this inexperienced, it would be some of his best coaching work and certainly deserved of winning Coach of the Year if he can pull it off. Tony Wright says, agreed, Brandon. Gardner holds a lot, and he's not going to get away with it this season. I can't think it continues, Tony, because it's so overt, right? I don't turn on Falcons film and I'm watching A.J. Terrell riding on a guy's back 20 yards up the field, right? Like, it's that same thing where I can turn on other tape and I don't see other players getting away with this. And it got cracked down upon, kind of frankly, because of my Legion of Boom teams back in the 2013-12. They put the new rules in on that. They were going to, well, not new, but they decided they were going to crack down on it, Tony, is what they said. But it seems like they've loosened it up a little bit for that Jets secondary. Just a wee bit. Tony says right now the NFL Network is showing the Seahawks 2022 team highlights. Hell yeah. NFL Network knows what's up. BC in the past tense of twittered or twatted. Wu-Tang, if JSN produces like he's projected, DK fitting to eat a lot more. His route discipline is his only real flaw. Yeah, he's gotten better in his route running. It's always going to be a bit tougher for a bigger guy like DK. He's just such a big human being. Cutting hard, cutting sharply is a little bit of an uphill battle at times. But I do think JSN's presence, having a slot, receiver in there that can actually be productive and can be a menace for teams to where they've got to actually start to draw some attention in his direction in a meaningful way, would I think free up more for DK at that point. Connor says PFF had him as the 5th most doubled receiver this season, I believe. Okay. So 5th this year. Then the previous year he was at number 2 because it was Devontae Adams at number 1 and then DK 1 percentage point behind him at 26.5%, Devontae at 27.5%. So top 5, top 3 the previous year. One of the most double-teamed wide receivers in the sport, no doubt. And if he wasn't a top 10 receiver, this is where it gets easy to kind of quantify this argument. If DK is not a top 10 receiver, why is he being doubled at a top 5 rate, a top 2 rate? What is it about these defensive coordinators that they don't know that the fans do know, right? Because there's a disconnect between the two at that point in the consideration of the player. Deatel says Sauce does his thing where he blocks the receiver's vision with his right hand before the catch. Surprised more corners don't do it. That's another move he does, yep. It's also one that you are on the line of getting flagged for, because if you face guard and you don't turn back for the ball, you can get flagged for that at times too. That's still a flag, right? Jack Maloney says Vancouver Canucks, we got some studs, but garbage management ruins it. That's why I love the Hawks. They don't screw themselves over and build the right way. It's tough, Jack. I mean, it's tough when you love a sport or you love a team and they're being mismanaged, misrun. They continually make poor decisions that you, even as the fan, can see are poor decisions in the moment they're making them. Say nothing of saying that in retrospect. And it gets hard in the modern age. We have so limited free time to dedicate yourself towards following that or enjoying that product when it is so bad in that way. And it gets you leaning in other directions. And I get that. I get that feeling. I'm dealing with a little bit, Jack, to a degree with my Mariners team at times, and 20 years of kind of going through this in the same kind of fashion. It's just like, when are you guys going to kind of smarten up a bit? Megan says, I heard hell no on Jonesby from the cat. Well, she might change her mind. BC says, Pumpkin said yes, but also concerned about his value. That was a lot out in that squeak, BC. she snuck a lot in those syllables. Gibson said, I was born and raised here in Seattle, but my mom is an OSU alum. I love the Bucks too. I like the JSN pick. I think he will develop into a solid slot receiver for us. Well said, Gibson. I agree. 100% agreed. Larry Murphy, Brandon, where would you rate this draft in the Seahawks all-time drafts? So many young guys look like they could be stars. I'm going to lean back and pretty strongly say that I think that last year's draft, Larry has probably has a really great chance of being considered as the best all-time draft in Seahawks history. I don't think you quite equated last year's. I think it has a very good chance of being the second or third best draft all time. There's the Sherman draft where you got Sherman and Chancellor and a couple of other guys on that was a really good draft. You got the 2012 draft where you got Russell Wilson and Bobby Wagner. I mean, there's two potential Hall of Famers, and you had Bruce Irvin in that draft as well. This draft has got a chance to compete with those two. So where it falls, I'm not quite sure on, but I would think, let's call it the floor, Larry. The floor for me would be that this would be the fourth best draft in Seahawks history. Some of that, though, does come out of, Larry, the fact that you've never had this much draft capital outside of last year in any given draft in Seahawks history. You've had multiple first-round picks. You've had multiple second-round picks. But you've never had multiple first-round and multiple second-round picks. And that really allowed you to load up in a way on this draft that, unless you just completely screwed the pooch, you were going to come out of this with a tremendous haul. John Stillwell has been celebrating as a Hawks Nest member for 9 long months on top of tremendous amount of support that comes in from John. $30 dono in this stream alone on top of it. Thank you so much for that, John. Hope you're doing okay out there with that situation you're dealing with. He says, we covered the DK Lockett thing pretty well last year. He's going to have a big year. We did get into it pretty good, John, and including that article you sent me on the 38.6, man, about how much that they generate in separation and getting open and being, and then not just getting open, but then generating and getting open into completions, finishing the deal, so to speak. But I'm expecting a big year. If DK goes out and gets 1,400 yards this year, wouldn't shock me in the least. And I think eventually he's going to come back in and reach back into that plane for a couple of years of his career, one point or another. And as he's heading now into his prime, John, physical prime and all that, why not it be this year? Why not now be the right time for that? Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Megan says Brightman was a Canadian bee, died a couple of years ago. Oh, okay. Didn't know he's Canadian. Great director, though. Not just Ghostbusters. He made some really good films, including, I think, Groundhog Day. That was Reitman, wasn't it? Remember correctly? Jacob says you can always bring up we didn't blow 2 leads. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. He says, what's your prediction on Devin Witherspoon's impact in the league this coming season as a rookie cornerback? Better than Sauce, yay or nay? Well, I think he's a better cornerback long-term than Sauce because he's not going to be reliant on grabbing. He's going to have to clean up like Sauce didn't have to clean up. He's going to have to clean up some of the grabbiness. That was a part of Devin's game in college. Does he have a year like last year Devin Witherspoon does? I think he could. Yeah. I don't know where he's going to play exactly quite yet, DJ, because, there's a part of this of, maybe he goes and, maybe he goes down into the slot and that's where he's going to end up is down there this year. And then that reduces his chance of necessarily having as much impact as he could on the edge. Maybe it doesn't. I think it's a little bit of a tough situation to quite nail down right now because I don't know where he's going to exactly land. But as far as if you give me 2 players and knowing that with Sauce, him being good is reliant upon the officials allowing him to get away with being grabby. Are they always going to allow that with him? I don't think so. Witherspoon's going to win by being more athletic, by being more twitchy, by being a dog out there. Just having a feel for just how to stay with guys. That's just a natural with his quickness and twitchiness and all of that. I think he's going to eventually be the better player. Is he going to get the reputation of being the better player? Maybe not that, but to the person that knows what they're watching on tape, he'll be the better player. Sorry, I don't have a good answer for you that on DJ because there's some uncertainty there for me with Devin with right now where he's playing. He could be super impactful in the slot and, he gets you like 1 interception, but he's tackling everything that moves. A good blitzer, able to stay covered on the slot guy, not let him get open. But then is he, having as then a productive year as like Sauce did on the outside? It's like it gets harder to kind of gauge on that as a metric. Gibson says, prior to last season, we owned the Niners. We beat them something like 17 out of 20 games. We did. Yeah, we were having a hell of a run against them. They got back into it last year. The scales bounced a bit. And you know what they would say, Gibson? They say, yeah, you had the Niner killer. You had the Niner killer in Russell Wilson. I mean, did he literally even beat them last year when they were bad? But that's what they would say. But we've done pretty well against them. John says, I think Witherspoon's going to struggle at the beginning of the year. I could, John. I could. You know, he's a guy that played a lot of man coverage at Illinois. He's going to come to a team now where he's going to play a lot more zone coverage. And he said the zone is somewhere he needs to clean up and get better at. So there's probably going to be some there's going to be some need for him to kind of have a little bit of growing spurts in here growing. This is where I think some of it too, John, where I come back to the opening to getting into the slot, because slot plays more man-based coverage than the zone-based stuff that you get on the outside. And now you're having him leaned into his strengths in his first year as he's coming along, still learning the zone stuff. While you have Jackson, while you have a Trey Brown who can play that outside stuff and play it pretty well potentially. It's not a death knell. That's why if Witherspoon does get kicked into the slot for me, because you're just leaning into his strengths in his rookie year, which is not the worst thing to do with rookies. But it is hard, John, to quite necessarily just lock in and know that this guy's going to hit the ground running and he's going to be a star and he's going to be a shutdown corner. I can't quite get to that stage of it with him either on that. John says, I'm surprised Pumpkin hasn't taken over the show. She's so hot right now, John. She's like, she doesn't want to stay up on the kitty tree because it's cooler down on the floor. But I am going to probably get a cat cam set up this year. I think we're going to have to do a cat cam. JG says, please do that video of Sauce grabbing all over the place and then Tariq Woolen just being clean and pure. I'm down to do it, Jay. I'm putting together some Woolen clips right now, and it'd be easy enough to go over there and just gather up the Jet stuff, and I wouldn't have to look too hard in the clips on Sauce, would I? I go game 1, week 1, 2022. Record. BK voiceover, are you planning to do any games in person this year? Thinking of getting a Bobby throwback and going to the Browns game. I'm always a little bit torn on going to the football games for me, BK, because it's really tough as far as the channel's concerned. We get some of our best growth. We do some of our best views when it comes to game day. And I really do enjoy doing the play-by-play. It's become a part of this channel. It's just kind of a separate thing, but I really like doing it. And it's fun going to the game. It's fun doing all that, but I don't get to do that thing. And I already get to do it only 17 times during given season, plus the preseason. So it's something that I do kind of value a little bit in that way. There's only so many times that we get a swing at that particular pitch. I do like going to the games. I do want to, I probably should every year at least go to one, minimum if I can. But that's the part that gets me a little bit torn on it, because I do feel a little bit like I'm losing out on certain other things that are really important, especially with getting the channel growth going, because you want to strike while the iron's hot with this football stuff. There's times in the off season where things aren't going as hot and heavy. And when it is going hot and heavy, you want to be there really maximizing it, but I'm open to going. I'm not anti going this year, but I lean towards probably not. Garth, the Orange Cat is very much like me, knowing that in order to get you, you got to give. And unless the partner in the transaction is inept, it will be 50-50 at best. That's fair enough, Garth. That's fair enough. Brandon, you think I am an athlete would have just compared DK, AJ Brown, and Scary Terry's numbers since they were in the same draft class and they all made the top 10 wide receiver list? You would think, but I do think, Greg, this is a little bit of a symptom of something I see even from within the own fan base in regards to DK. I've had a lot of debates. I've had a lot of pretty tense interactions at times in the past with folks who are not very, but way too much anti-DK for me, Greg. Where's this coming from? What has this guy earned for you not to be giving him your full respect and to be realizing what a player he is and how good he is, how good he's been, where he's going, the fact that he's still in an ascending type of state, and he's been great in that ascending state. But it's been a bit of a dead spot that I think has been not just there locally, but also nationally, Greg. And it doesn't surprise me, but I don't have a good explanation for why. I really don't. He's a complete receiver. He blocks. He brings a great mentality. He's a team player. He plays every single week, injured or not. You know, you'd think that this would be a guy that more would be gravitating towards and giving his acclaim like he should earn. But it's a little bit longer coming for him, I guess. A little harder earned. Data says apparently, according to refs, they allow contact past 5 yards as long as it doesn't impede the receiver. Yeah. Yeah. And I guess I could see with them saying that, Dehatel, but you know that it's such a ridiculous statement, right? Like, you're contacting somebody, you're going to impede them. You're going to slow their progress. They're going a certain speed. You tap me. I'm now going a little bit of a less speed. You've impeded me. You know, this is where we get to that arbitrary state of the rules, subjective state of the rules that I hate. Where is it 5 yards or not? Because you start adding in all that subjectivity, and then one official can call it in one game, another official can call it in another game, and then the players don't know what the hell is really holding. You know? And then you can call it whenever you kind of specifically want, especially if you want to kind of skew things. JG says Sauce is a 90 plus in Madden is crazy in his second year. Reek is only an 83. Yeah, that's that hype machine for Sauce, man. It's like nothing I've seen on any young player coming into this league. I can't remember another young player who just captured everyone. It was like, yeah, he's the best in the league also, just right from the jump. Best in the league. It's like, what the? There's a lot of other Jair Alexander, a lot of other corners here too. Like, you guys just decided this guy? No. JG says, man, I'm watching Sauce highlights right now, and oh my God, the holding is so obvious. That's it. This isn't me being a angered Seahawks fan or what, bitter Seahawks fan with this as far as Wool not getting enough reputation. This is just something I saw last year. It'd come up on the Twitter highlights, and it was like this thing you saw in the first couple weeks, and then you kept seeing it through the course of the season come up on the feed, where a Jets fan would post something on Sauce and like, look at Sauce locking this guy up. And he is just riding on the back of the guy 30, 40 yards up the field. And everybody and it's funny because the Twitter comments of non-Jets fans are like, what are you looking at? What in the hell are you looking at? Are you out of your mind? And it's like one after, like, ratioed to all hell. And it would be every single week. It just blew me away every single week, JG. Here's another highlight. Here's more of the comments. Same thing you saw over and over again. Jets fans being like, oh, he's Dion. And everyone else going, no, he's not. John Stillwell with a $50 donation. John coming in strong tonight. Thank you so much, John, for that $50 donation. Woo, let's go. Says, hey, Brandon, it feels good to be back. Well, it's good to have you back in the house, my man. And I hope things are a little more settled up on your end with some of the things we were talking about offline. But as always, man, your support's tremendous and amazing. I really do appreciate it. I'm so stoked up. We're getting over a nice little hump here with some of these. We've got a lot of big donators here on this channel. It's helped to kind of sustain this along with the small donators, everybody. And we're getting sponsorship coming in. We're getting a little bit more solidified here in a beautiful fashion. But I thank you guys so much for all your support, and you especially on that too, John, for everything you've done this year, man. It's been, we've had a great year on the channel wise, and to be able to do all that I've been able to do on the channel to set things up in this fashion for this upcoming season. It's been my dream since starting this channel from day one to put this kind of work in, to get this stuff prepped up, to get this many videos cooked out and this many streams cooked out. And I couldn't do it. I could not do it if I didn't have your guys' support in this fashion. If I was relying on advertising monetization solely here to be carrying through the day, I'd be having way less videos on this channel. You know what I mean? You guys be lucky to get one upload, one stream a week. So it's folks like John and what he does here, Megan, Randall, Garth, and then all you folks on down the line on top of that. Even the folks, DJ Owen with multiple donations on this stream. I just always want to make sure I'm pointing this out to you guys that this is Wu-Tang Financial, Byron D. Absolutely just tremendous. The support on this channel, it makes me stop and just overwhelmed at times how awesome it is. But boy, thank you so much, guys. And we got a year coming ahead, man. It's going to be awesome, John. I can't wait for this upcoming year. I am so stoked. We got the sponsorship here with Underdog kicking in. I'm going to be going over on the Bleacher Report this week, by the way, folks. So 28th, they've contracted me out. I'm going to be a bit of a merc for hire for them. So I'm going to go over there and do a guest spot over there on the Bleacher Report. We got that all locked in, I think. So I'll be giving you guys the details of that. I'll post it, the community post on that. But John, thank you for the $50. Thank you for the $30. Thank you for the donations you put to PayPal on that, man. On top of helping me in the background as well on maybe the Jobo front. So thank you, brother. You're awesome, amazing, and boy, it's unbelievable support that I've had to be able to allow us to be able to do this channel. Even just being we're great. We're 12,600 subs is amazing to be at that size of growth. But I always say I got more bang for buck support than anybody out there on YouTube that you're going to go find. I don't care if you got 1 million subs. I don't care if you got 100,000 subs. Bang for buck, pound for pound. You don't get more encouragement or more support than what I get. No excuses here for me not to, be taking advantage of that to take this channel up to the next level, because so few get this kind of support. And that's why I like to try to remember, I'm reminding myself as much as reminding you guys of the impact of this type of stuff. Thank you, John. You're awesome, brother. Awesome. John, I'm in the penalty box. You're not in the penalty box, brother. Daniel Bailey says, watch someone create an AI with all of the NFL rules input into the system. Then it scans all of the NFL tape of last season to see bad calls or missed flags. We'll end the sauce convo real quick. All right, that'd be great if you could eventually get AI to figure out these what is a holding call and what isn't over these officials. Subjectivity. That's what we got to remove from the rules in football. More, as much as you can, there's always going to be the gray areas, but more of black and white. You either cross the line or you don't cross the line. And if you don't cross the line, we're good to go. Less of this, by the feeling of the official, if he had a bad breakfast or not, is whether or not he's going to call things this way or call things that way. Way too much inconsistency. John Stillwell gifting 10 Hawks Nest memberships on top of the $50 donation. That is amazing, man. You are kind as ever on that. I really do appreciate that. So Raul Aguilar, Chad Hart, Ryan Ball, Jose Luis Sahagun, Drunk Squidward, Ryan Austinson, Eric Turney, Ethan Lawrence, Unrund, and Robbie Red. You guys have been gifted Hawks Nest memberships by our man, John Stillwell, on the scene here. John, thank you so much for gifting those memberships out to those guys. For you guys that have become members, do keep an eye on your community board. We just did a stream last Thursday on the value of running backs. So I've been doing these member streams. So if you are just gifted a Hawks Nest membership, go tap back into your community post board and go take a look at that, as there's been a couple of episodes that have come out in recent weeks there. And I think you guys would dig that. So thank you so much, John, for all of your support to the channel here, man, and gifting out those memberships. Members of the channel, we're going to continue to keep growing those membership benefits over the course of the season. So expect more shows, especially as I get into kind of being able to do some daily kind of content to kick out if we get some news coming down the trek. Be ready for it and know that it's going to be a big part of this channel going into the season. So thank you, John, for gifting those memberships out, man. You're amazing. And yeah, Megan, he is absolutely a generous soul in more ways than one with John, Megan. He's helping me out in some other respects too. So John, like you, like a lot of the folks on this channel, the support here is just unbelievable, and I'm really great. I'm very, very thankful for it. You guys are letting me do my dream, man. I don't know whether this is entertaining or not, or whether this is something that you guys are going to love as a channel. But the one thing it's allowed me to do is do and pursue something that's truly my dream, to be able to put this channel together and just go hog wild, go crazy with it. Whatever my imagination can come up with. Wu-Tang says Sauce was a bit more fundamentally sound out of college at the position. Reek had better stats in most respects as a rookie, and he's still polishing his game. His ceiling can be reached by NASA. That's right. And it's only reached by NASA on one of those guided satellites that are going to take like 3 years to get there, right? Not, it's up in lower space, right? The lower atmosphere. No. You got to get out past Mars if you want to get to this upside. But yeah, Sauce was a lot more polished. He had been playing the position longer. Woolen was newer to the position. That's for sure. Robert Jorgensen says, are Barkley and Jacobs and running backs in general getting screwed in contracts? It's a tough question. It's kind of something that we talked about on the member stream that we got into pretty deeply on this, Robert, in my recent member only stream, and I'll release it to the channel eventually too, Robert, the one we talked about with the running backs and their value and whatnot. Man, it's a tough question. It's a really tough question. They are getting screwed. Is the NFL doing them dirty though? Not necessarily. They're getting screwed by sort of free market economics in my opinion. The running backs are having to deal with kind of the reality of the road, which is that your careers don't last long. Teams that pay big contracts and decide to be those outliers and give money to those running backs usually pay the price and pay the price hard for giving out those big money deals. And the Ezekiel Elliott situation with Dallas, for instance, is a poster child for what you tend to run into when you pay a running back big money. The Gurley situation with the Rams a couple of years ago. There's too many of these instances of teams really getting hosed for them to want to go take that risk. And it is true what other people say about this, that it is a position that's very stacked up with a lot of talent. It's a position that's got a lot of dogs in it you can go get later on at times that can still be very workable players out there who may not be stars, but still give you very close to stardom without having to pay the big money deals that these guys want to be commanding. They've earned their money. They have every right to expect to be paid at this point. Both of those two teams should be paying those backs, in my opinion, at this point, based on the direction they've gone as franchises, based on the direction of how they've built those particular offenses. But I understand that this is the lay of the land in the modern age, Robert. And, I don't think it's as much of the league is out to get running back situation as much as this is the way this is naturally unfolded over time to bring about this reality. And I think that there's not a real good creative way to get around this. There's some people have mentioned doing an incentive-based situation where you pay for performance at the position. I think that could end up being even more detrimental to running backs at that point, because that could end up leading to teams not wanting to draft guys high because there's no savings to be had by drafting a guy high at that point. You end up having to still pay full pump prices. That could lead to more guys slipping in the draft. This could lead to more stable-like backfields where rather than giving one guy all the production, you try to split it up so that you don't have to pay the bonus programs in that way. Still, I don't think that's a real workable fashion either. I think the creative way that this is going to help to solve itself in certain respects, Robert, and this doesn't help Saquon and this doesn't help Josh Jacobs, but the NIL money, I think, is the one thing that provides a little bit of a boon here to these running backs. Because now when they're at their most valued, when they're in college, when they're at the age where they're still at the prime, maybe for a 3-4 year period now, stay an extra year in college. Because what's the difference at that point? If the NFL is going to pay you dollar for dollar what you get in college, why not stay there and maybe take a little bit less punishment, preserve your body a little bit longer, get an extra year of getting paid out. So the NIL money might be something that kind of counter this a little bit, but there's no easy answers in the NFL, and it just is what it is a situation. NFL teams are dealing with the fact that these don't tend to be good contracts when they give them out, and that's not changing. Megan says Groundhog Day was another Reitman and Bill Murray's finest. It was a good one. That was a really good one. Drew Blahnik, I think they really like what they got from Mike Jackson. I agree, Drew. I would not be shocked to see Witherspoon bumped inside as much as anything because he's a rookie, but also because of the fact that Mike Jackson was considered almost a sub-dominant player in minicamp. It seems like he might be taking steps forward. John Stillwell says, did we find any safeties in my absence? Yeah, we didn't. Nope, no safeties in your absence, John. Nobody brought in that respect of things. I think they feel pretty good with Josh Blunt or Joey Blunt out of Virginia. They got as an undrafted rookie free agent. And we'll see where they're going to get with Jarek Reed, the kid out of New Mexico, the Lobo. We'll see if he's got anything to provide with that, John. But no, they feel pretty good with where they're at. I guess that also does speak to John. They do feel like Adams is going to come back this year, that he's going to be able to roll and fully roll, at some point. But some of that's also, John, you got Julian Love in here. He's kind of your jack of all trades fill-in guy. Devon is going to have more play-by-play impact than Sauce. Sauce runs around the whole game and gets targeted 5 times. Devon will fly into the box and smack somebody. I love it, Day. Let's go. You better believe he will. Best tackling corner coming out of college football last year, and he lays it. He lays the wood. He doesn't just come in to tackle you. He's looking to take your head off. As Wu-Tang says, Spoon is straight up vicious. That's straight up a Pete Carroll type of guy. Plays with fire in his belly. Yeah, he does. Pads come on. Spoon's going to be at his best. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, speaking of DK's route running, why do you think the people compare DK's routes to wide receivers that are 195 pounds and not big wide receivers like Megatron, Julio, T.O., Brandon Marshall, or Andre Johnson, who are 220? I think the league has become proliferated with the lack of ability to really lay your hands on receivers. I think that what that created, Greg, in the 2013-14, the Legion of Boom effect that, caused teams to now not be able to do what we were doing with. You can be a little handsy, you can be a little more physical. They said, we're going to dial that back. I think that what that then causes is a bit of an evolution in the sport where now you're going to have smaller receivers that are going to proliferate the sport more because they know they don't have to worry about his physicality as much. That guy's not going to get pressed as much on the line. That guy's not going to be ridden as much as he would have been in the past. So I can really then take advantage of his quickness and speed in that way. And so people's eyes are just used to so many of these sub 6 foot receivers, if not shorter, that are really quick, that are really fast, that you can really see them getting in and out of their route, and you can see them generating that separation. You watch Stephon Diggs with his route running or Justin Jefferson with his route running. It becomes very clear and easy to see. With DK, it's not as easy as that because the separation is not going to be as much when you're those bigger guys, but you're going to win more in contested catch situations. But really, the bottom line on this is I don't really I'm more confused than anything, Greg, by the outlook on DK from the negative standpoint, be it from local fans and from national fans. Why do they look at it? I don't know why they look at this particular player in this way, which is simply only unique to DK. I've never seen quite people take a guy that's been so productive and so good through first 4 years, still only 25 years old, and you just have some out on him, some not really thinking he's all this, some thinking he's a one-trick pony, and I don't get it. I don't get it. But yeah, you're right, Greg. When you're at that size at 6'4" and you run 235, you're not cutting like a guy that's 35 pounds lighter than you, that's 4 inches lighter than you. Then that's okay. You don't have to be because you're also bringing things to the table that smaller, that shorter receiver doesn't have, like arm length, like size, like catch radius, that type of thing. A big body to block people out. I mean, that's a big part of this too, is when you have that big body, the corners can't get through you. Sometimes you don't need to create the separation just because you're the power forward in the paint, down there in the block, being thrown the bounce pass by the point guard. It's almost unstoppable at times for guys that are that size. So there's some parts to his game that are never going to, but there's other things that are good parts that he is able to kind of counter that with. Drew says, we've got so many elite defensive backs. I don't know how we get them all on the field. It's going to be hard, man. But that's also, Drew, one of those things where they say first world problems. First world problems. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. I do appreciate all your donos tonight, man. He says, props to John Stillwell. He's the dude, and a Crocodile Dundee fan. I think we can all agree Paul Hogan and Ella McPherson are the best of that land. Ella McPherson was, she was a pretty hot little girl there back in the day. I remember that. That was definitely one of my youth. I remember Ella McPherson. And I think Garth makes a pretty good argument on that one. She might be one of Australia's finest out there, that's for sure. She might be the one out there. Pretty nice. Thank you, Garth. Jacob Haas, GMs go into the Hall of Fame, right? Do you think John should go in? Or after the last 5 or so drafts, does he need to prove himself again with a few more home runs? Seems like the general managers that get into the Hall of Fame, Jacob, beyond it being about you have been so brilliant in your moves, it being more of a longevity thing. You're 40, 50 years a general manager in this league. Therefore, we will let him in. I think John's not in right now as of now, but is he on a pathway to where I see him potentially getting in? Yeah, I could see him potentially getting in down the road. He's never won general manager of the year. He's gotten to 2 Super Bowls. Certainly the trade with Russell Wilson is going to be a big bee in his bonnet as far as, there aren't many guys that win trades as well as he won that particular trade. It's also got the Jamal Adams trade on the books. Also got the Jimmy Graham trade on the books. Also got the Percy Harvin trade on the books. So that is countered a little bit with that. But he probably has to get back to a Super Bowl again with the team to go out there and maybe be more in that discussion a little bit. I think Coach Carroll, for instance, has a lot more of a straightforward line to the Hall of Fame at this point than John does as it stands. BK says, that's totally fair. I love your play-by-play streams too. Thank you, BK. Well, maybe at some point I can get the Seahawks to put me up in a box up in the true Hawks nest in the stadium, and I'll just live stream from that as I'm doing the game. maybe I'll eventually can talk them into doing something like that. But it's the conundrum for me where I do love to go to the games. I like the pre-funk. I like going and walking around and just the sights and smells and sounds. But it is tough because you do have that hankering where you're like, man, I should be doing the live stream. I should do the play-by-play. And I love doing the play-by-play. I just really dig it. But I'm glad you like it too, man. I'll get back to a game for sure. Some point. Garth says, I've never known of general managers in the Hall of Fame. Oh, you got for instance, Garth, I think Ron Wolf's in there. There's a couple others that are in there as well. Robert, we always hear about our competition, but who's competing with our kicker and punter? There is no competition there. You signed those guys to big money market deals. So you've made your bed with them on that one. John says, Brandon and I got into a pretty good argument about DK after a bad game last year. It's because we are passionate. That's for sure, man. That's for sure. I would never question that part of it. The passion is always there from Seahawk fans, and I don't mind getting into debate on it. It confuses me a little bit, but there's always a varied opinions out there, and that's what part I do love about this channel, Garth, or John. Sorry, John. That's part I love about this channel. Is I want varied opinions. I love it about today, man. Doing this Chris Jones show, and there's a split. There's Seahawks fans say, yeah, go get aggressive and get it. There's others who go, no, we got to be patient with it. And I think both standpoints are operating intellectually from a smart place. Jeff, Carol Krakowak says, what do you think was the main downfall of the Legion of Boom teams? Was it throwing the ball at the 1 yard line, Russell Wilson's ego, or just everyone on the Legion of Boom seemed like they had character issues? If I was to try to pinpoint down, Jeff, distill down to one item and really take it to that, I think you just about touched on it in what you're saying. I think you're kind of touching on the outside lines of it without quite getting to the source, but you're getting close there with it. Ego would be my answer to you on that. What took down the Legion of Boom teams was ego. The 1 yard line play, I can backtrack a lot of that back down to ego. Coaching staff ego, player ego. You mentioned Russell Wilson's ego. That's a part of it. The Legion of Boom's ego. Who gets credit? That's an ego thing. Oh, I'm not, you're paying us all this money, but you're still like the quarterback gets the blah, 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 blah. Why aren't we getting the credit? We're the ones that are holding this team up, blah, 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 blah. Ego. And it eventually just kept growing and growing, and the cliques grew in the locker room, and everybody became more embedded as stars, and I don't have to, and that destroys your team spirit. That destroys the cognitive tissue that connects everybody, that has everybody on the same page trying to accomplish the same things. So I go more to ego, Jeff, than anything else. I think guys just couldn't quite stay in that pocket of staying humble, of, if things didn't break their way, rolling with the punches. The 1 yard line play sucks, but a mentally strong team could have gotten past that. And a mentally weak team, not weak team, but a mentally fragile team that's being run by egos was not going to be able to get over that. And that was the hump that they ended up throwing them off. But ego is what it comes back down to. If people were less regarding who's getting the credit and more about all for one for all, I think the team could have sustained itself a little bit better. I don't know if they got themselves back to the Super Bowl. Injury was a part of this. Cam going down, Sherman injury with his Achilles, Cliff Averill, of course. Jacob Haas, I put money on the throw. That seems to what they blame it on. You could maybe say it's the 1 yard. Certainly the 1 yard line play was never gotten over. No one ever got to a spot where they kicked that out of their system. You can hear KJ Wright talking about it and the players going through the play and discussing it, and everybody seems to have this feeling that you can kind of palpably almost smell, where it's just like that was just, no one got over that. I think it's a little silly that no one gets over that in that moment. I get why it happened. I get that it could cause that reaction, but these are grown adults. Things happen in games. The game was never about just that one play, in my opinion. But I could see where that could have been the thing to disrupt upset the apple cart as well. Car says John Stillwell Brando would die on the hill of DK. I would not. John, thank you for another $20 donation. John coming in awesome tonight. Thank you so much, man. He says, how much do you think the cut blocking rules have hurt scrambling quarterbacks as blindside blocks are out? Ooh, it's a great question, John. Let me give a consideration on this. How much I think the cut blocking rules have hurt scrambling quarterbacks as blindside blocks are out. Well, I feel like the cut blocking rules to me more, John, hurt the running game more than they hurt the passing attack. But to your point on this, John, you are removing one aspect that offensive line coaches could lean upon in order to execute a block without necessarily having a blocker who could stand up in front and stop that guy. You know, it's kind of like the thing that's the great sort of equalizer a little bit. A defensive lineman fires out of his stance. He's going 100 miles an hour, and he's expecting to hit and reach an offensive lineman across from him who's going to try to equally punch him, basically. And instead, he gets an offensive lineman who just suddenly ducks right down into his ankles and knocks him off the feet. And so if you're talking about then that being blind side, where the quarterback's coming back that blind side, and let's say he has a slant route going on the backside, John, now there's not a passing lane that has to be created because the guy's knocked off his feet. There's not going to be the guy's not going to knock the ball down at the line of scrimmage on a ball that's going to have a very low trajectory like a slant route's going to have, or a short route that you might try to run over there might have. And so that cut block could cause that without the lineman having to really necessarily execute the block. Your question, though, was about how it affected scrambling quarterbacks. And I think where this comes into is if you've got these simplified quarterbacks like a Daniel Jones or a Jalen Hurts or Lamar Jackson up until this point, where they're going to run that kind of offense and you have a blindside block where the guy's going to get taken off his feet and the quarterback's being given a one read or go instruction. So the coach is drawing up. He says, okay, we're going to have the left tackle on this side. It's going to cut the edge defender. You're going to have this huge hole to throw to. It's going to be very clear to throw the slant. You're going to know whether it's open or not. If it's not open, the defender's still going to be picking himself up off his feet, and that corner is going to be running with the slant. So the corner gets cleared, John. Think about this like if you're, let's go, blank, you say like blind side, okay? If I'm throwing a slant to the blind side, the slant cuts. The corner is going to trail with the slant more often than not, right? He's going to carry the slant into the middle of the field. You cut block the defensive end, and he's still getting up off his feet, and you've got a fast enough quarterback, he's going to have a lot of free space there out the back door to go up there and run 10, 15, 20 yards before a safety's going to get down or a linebacker's going to get over to him to come and make the play. And there's other factors. Does the team have a spy on him? Do they not? Some of that comes into it. But it definitely removes one of the effective abilities of teams to block some of these pass rushers. And especially when you can, John, even if you don't run a lot, if you can just make a defender have to think about the cut block might be coming. I got to be thinking about it coming. So I can't just go 100 miles an hour because I've got to still be thinking about that ability to sort of come to a stop and get myself a little bit lateral so I don't just have my knees taken completely out because it hurts. Those blocks were painful. You're going right at a guy's knees. And the guy's got to jump off his feet before contact happens, or he's got his feet planted in the ground and you're going to bend both of his legs back like Jalen Smith at Notre Dame. So it's hurt a little bit, John. It's hurt a little bit, but it doesn't affect all quarterbacks, I would say. You're right about the scrambling quarterbacks, and especially those scrambling quarterbacks, John, that are really then trying to be runners, trying to be a de facto running back like players. That's where it does clip them a little bit more too on that side of it. So it's been impactful, but I would put more of the run game, being able to knock down those guys on the backside of plays. And I mean, that really, I think for instance, with Tom Cable, John, I think that was something that really affected the way he wanted to run his run blocking rules in a big time manner. And I don't know if he was ever able to really recover from those cut block rules that were being instituted at like, I think 14 or something is what it was. But thank you, John. The $20 donation, man. Thank you for all the donos. Robert says, Brandon Browner and Maxwell always grabbing, weren't they? Both of those guys were very grabby as well. Maxwell, not as much as Browner. Browner was unique until himself. But then there was also the crackdown on the rules. So they played this a little bit more looser through that time period. But there was about 14 or so. There was a rule that came down where it was the Legion of Boom rule, basically, where because you had Sherman and Browner out there basically mauling receivers, they said they were going to crack down on it. And they did. We got called for a lot of those kind of calls at that point. But yeah, they were definitely grabby at that time. Definitely grabby. I wouldn't say not. Tony says that Bill Polian got in. There we go. Bill Polian's another one. There's a couple that have gotten in. Robert Jorgensen, I agree. Mike Holmgren does belong in the Hall of Fame. And I do think he's going to get there someday, Robert. I do. Hopefully he doesn't take to the Veterans Committee. Greg says, I hope we can sign DJ Reader and next offseason as our nose tackle. Pair that with drafting a 3-tech in the draft and development from Mike Morris and Draymond Jones, and all of a sudden we're a top defensive unit. Woo! I love it, Greg. Sounds like a plan for me, man. Sign me up for DJ Reader. He's probably going to creep himself up into top 7, 8 discussion as a defensive tackle in this sport, and still a very young player going into next year on top of it. Who Take the Financial says, oh, snap, be our gig. Congrats, Brando. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I was shocked. They reached out to me, and I was like, yeah, I'll do a guest spot. Why not? Why not? Want to talk some training camp? Let's talk some training camp. Megan says, I'm so proud of you, not only for the channel, but the book and the fact that you are one of my dearest friends and you deserve every bit of your success times infinity. Oh, Megan, thank you so much. That's very kind of you to put it that way. It's been a tremendous year productivity-wise. I'm having a ball. I'm having a ball knocking out things that were long-held goals to kind of take care of, and they're getting clipped, which is great. Jesse Bond, what's a realistic expectation for our offense? On paper, our unit looks lethal. Jesse, I think that it's not only a paper situation here where you're paper tigers. I think you are real tigers. They've got bite to them. I look at this offense, and I think that J.O., it is the most deepest offense that the Seahawks have put together in their entire history. It's not only got star power at the front, it's got a complete nature to it with not a lot of weak links. You also have a lot of really good depth, even at really secondary places where you wouldn't normally expect to have depth, like a good backup left tackle, like a good backup right tackle. Your receiving core stacked to hell, your running back room stacked to hell, your tight end room 3 deep. It is legit the way this team looks right now, JL. And you put up 5,800 yards of offense last year as a team. That was really with you in the back half of the schedule for like the past five games or so, kind of falling off due to injury, rookies hitting the wall, your running back room getting decimated a bit. That really caused some of that productivity to go down, and you still put up 5,800 yards. You still had Geno Smith setting franchise records for passing. So I think they are a top 5 offense as we stand right now, Jesse, with an upside that could reach into a top 3 state. And I think it is very realistic because the talent is just too true. It's too good. It's too deep. 4 running backs deep, 3 wide receivers, and then you still have Eskridge, Derek Young, Matt Landers, Jake Bobo. I mean, you still got some guys beyond that. So I think lethal is the right word, man. They're going to be a lethal offense. They can hit you from any direction. They're not limited in the way they can attack you. They can beat you short with the Geno Smith getting you at 70% completion percentage. They can hit you long with Geno Smith being the best deep passer on 20-yard plus throws in the NFL last year, according to the advanced statistics. Any which way you want it, they'll give it to you. Do you want to have us run down your throat? Do you want to play 2 high safeties, 7-man boxes? We'll beat you like that. You need a goal line guy that can bang it in there and get you in the end zone if you need. We got that with Charbonnet now. Anything you need, we got on this offense. And I think it's going to come together this year. Daniel says, I've actually contemplated doing a video that starts with the official rules of PI and defensive holding, then compare Sauce film, then compare the Sauce film with films of plays that were flagged as PI or defensive holding. That would be fun video to do, man. And I've considered something kind of similar on my end of it, where I think it would be interesting. And you could always then just go back and reference that now when you get into these kind of arguments and debates a little bit. Like, oh, really? How about this? Megan said, I'm proud to do my part for you in the 12s, and maybe a small part, but I'm so proud to play. Oh, yeah. Tony, Holmgren certainly belongs in the Hall of Fame. He established winning again in Green Bay and turned Seattle around as well. Yeah, I mean, we think about Green Bay as a perennial winner now and that they've been to Super Bowls, but they were an organization that was still looking at the days of Lombardi by the time Holmgren came in there. They had been 2-3 decades since they had been at their prominence. And Mike came in there and did turn it around. And to get 2 different franchises to 2 different Super Bowls, should have won 05, had that one stolen from him. He does belong in the Hall of Fame. He loved. Meg says, "We love you, B. We wouldn't come back if we didn't." I appreciate that, Meg. Even though you love Craig, even though you love Craig over Jim Zorn. But we're all allowed one mistake, am I right? I guess so. Yeah, Jose Luis Soha Guns is just hopping on. What's run down? Thanks to the membership, John. John, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you, Jose Luis. We're just kind of discussing a little bit of the potential of bringing on Chris Jones. It's no guarantee that he's going to be on the open market or that the Seahawks would be even interested, but I think it was an interesting kind of exercise tonight for our standpoint, Jose Luis, to kind of go into the depths of this and discuss what would it mean to add him? What would the cost be to add him? What would have to happen and occur for the Chiefs to reach a state where they'd be willing to move him? And we're just kind of turning that over. And I think there's a bit of a split, Jose Luis, between the people that would be on board with bringing him in and let's go for it and pedal to the metal and sacrifice tomorrow for today. And those that are in the other camp that say, let's take a patient approach on this one. Let's slow roll this a bit. Let's continue to let this organically grow. Connor says, one thing Woolen can improve is to elevate his game quick is his press technique. He has almost 34-inch arms and was that good without being able to jam consistently while playing a lot of press. Definitely a place to improve for him. And if he can get good at that, that's going to help him a long way towards, throwing off the timing of plays, especially when teams try to hit him with more of the short route stuff because they know they can't beat him up over the top. But he's got those long arms. The guy was made in a lab, length, size, quickness, speed, jumping ability, explosiveness. There's nothing he doesn't have in his game from a physical standpoint. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Brando, that running back stream was enlightening. Derrick Henry calling it out and saying why even have running backs was visceral. Running backs got mad this past week, Garth. This isn't anything new under the sun with this running back debate about what is valuable and what isn't valuable. And, are they being overpaid? Are they just being screwed? But the thing that was changed this week, and I think it's been different, Garth, was that the running backs entered the fray. They started to make more of their voice heard, be it Derrick Henry, be it Jacobs, be it Saquon Barkley, be it Austin Eckler, who had to fight and scratch and claw this year just to get about like $1 million bonus on his salary this upcoming season. So it's tough road that those guys got to deal with, and I do have a lot of sympathy for them. They play the position that's the most violent in football. Their bodies get beat up like nobody else. One of the reasons Jamal Adams was pushing so early on to get paid as quickly as he could is because his dad was a former first-round running back who got his own body broken down before he got a chance to be paid. It's a story old as time. And I think the running backs have every right to be frustrated with it, Garth. I do. I just don't think that there's on the other end of it, from an ownership standpoint, front office standpoint, league standpoint, I don't know if there's any other real easy answers out there. Part of what I feel like has to drive this a bit, Garth, for the running backs to find resolution is that the CBA has to start to recognize this for the running backs when they're in the negotiations with owners. Hey, let's flatline more of these salaries. Let's find a way to make sure nobody's getting screwed here, rather than, hey, all the money goes to the quarterbacks and everybody else has to sort of like pick over the secondhand scraps to make what they can from it. I think that the CBA would be smart to take more of that approach. I don't expect that they will, but that's where that's got to come down to me, is more of them finding a way to build that into the negotiation so they don't have a group of their player association base that feels like it's just being screwed throughout the course of its career. You think that they maybe want to work to try to alleviate or avoid that, Garth, right? Thank you, though, for the $5 donation. I do appreciate it. Jacob Haas has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 1 month. Thank you so much for that. He says, do general managers get into the Hall of Fame? And do you think John belongs in there? Or I guess I did ask this. Fix where the bad drafts were bad. So I did just answer this above there on that, Jacob. I do think that John does get in. He has a chance to get in, but he's got to do more work. I think he's got to get back to another Super Bowl, maybe a couple of conference championships. It's a longevity thing with that, but he's got more he's going to have to probably do to get there. But there has been ones that have gotten in. There certainly has. Ron Wolf, the Green Bay Packers. Somebody else was mentioning Bill Polian got in there. There's a couple other guys that I'm completely blanking on right now for some reason, but there's been a few that have gotten in. Maybe not a lot, but there's been a few. Grug, DJ Reed was the true cornerback one for the Jets last year. Sauce was protected. He played really well for him too. He did. Greg, people call Woolen a zone merchant and Sauce a shutdown man corner. If Reek is a zone merchant, Sauce is a zone monopolist. Reek plays more man than Sauce. That's true. Yeah, Sauce is a zone corner. Pure and simple. He's just mauling people so much it looks like man to him, but he's technically still in zone. Jason, get this trade done. I take Jones all day. Let's go, Jason. You and I are in the same camp on that one. I'm with it. Vincent F says, true about DK. I'm one of the bigger backers you'll find out there, Vincent. I don't get the shade that he gets tossed at. I'm one of those guys. No, we got to recognize him for the talent that he is. But he's got his share of folks that are, you don't know. Megan says, wow, be Ellie McPherson, I'm done here. Hey, a young Brandon was transfixed by an Ellie McPherson. It might have been the Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue cover. I don't know. What got a young Brandon, you know, at that age, you don't know what's going to turn your head, but it turns your head. Why the hate for Ella McPherson, one of your country women? Jeff Carrick, would love for you to get Pete Carroll on for an interview. I bet Pete would do it for one of the Seahawks supporters. Jeff, I would love to do it, man. It's hard for me with the interview thing because it's a part of the channel that I would like to make more of a real normal part of the channel, consistent part of the channel. But it's very hard to find these players and get them to come aboard. I've reached out on DMs, Instagrams, Twitters. I've reached out to the Seahawks public relation department. I've reached out to agent contacts, and you just don't get a lot of response back. It gets frustrating and kind of time consuming, quite frankly, when you don't get a lot of return from it. So I would love to have Pete on. I don't know if he'd be willing to come on to mine channel or not, but if he was, I would have him on all day, any day. You know, name the time. Garth Knight says maybe Eddie DeBartolo. Well, he was an owner. I do think you're right, though. Eddie DeBartolo is, I think, in the Hall of Fame, but he's in as, I think, an owner, which you can get in as an owner, too. John says have to split. It's great to be back, and Brandon is lucky to have such a good group. Oh, I am absolutely lucky and blessed, John. No doubt about that. I got an amazing community here. I couldn't ask for more support. I couldn't ask for a better community. You guys are just absolutely tremendous. How we've been going. We've got well over 100 in the chat here still right now, going 4 or 5 hours that we've been going. It's just awesome. Awesome. You have yourself a great night, though, John. Thank you for all your support, man. I do appreciate it. Greg, Brandon, agreed. People seem to have been trained that the Z and slot receivers who benefit the most from the spread becoming popular the last 10 years are special because they don't have to face much press. Bingo. Another, you added on to the extra point there. That was something I should have been adding in there, Greg, but that's it. The Z player in the wide receiver on the offense is the guy who's going to be able to be off the line of scrimmage. That means that if you have a corner up and press, you have to have a certain number of players on the offense that are on the line of scrimmage, on ball. They can't be a yard off ball. But you have a receiver, you have the X and the Z, and with the Z receiver, you get to have him a yard behind the line of scrimmage, a yard off ball, which means that removes press coverage because he has a way to kind of function around the press coverage. Whereas the X receiver, for instance, on the line of scrimmage, they got to deal with the press at times. And the same thing's true as the Z is true of the slots, like you mentioned. Slots as well can be off the line of scrimmage. Oftentimes are in movement and pre-snap motion. So if you're in movement pre-snap motion, it makes it almost impossible to get a press off on that type of guy. These are things that have helped to free up these smaller receivers on top of the rules, allowing for them to be able to not get knocked off their path or physically get messed with. I mean, even on top of that, Greg, right? Even the removing of the kill shots, no more hard hits, the threat of players being ejected from football games if they hit a receiver too hard. Well, this makes it that much more of an open door for small receivers to enter the league because you don't have to worry as much about these guys getting cracked and broken in two because those kind of hits are just not going to exist as much in the sport. So it certainly is part of this changing the rules is going to change the kind of players that teams look for and the way that they look for success. But then when you see a player like DK who looks so different, it isn't as easy as it is to look at a Stephon Diggs running some crazy route or watching Justin Jefferson with his zipper route that he runs. it's really easy to see when that's amazing. It's harder a little bit with DK outside those freakish moments where he's just running past people like a horse. Tony Wright says, Brandon, what team do you think Yannick Ngakoue will sign with? It's hard to say, Tony, because Yannick Ngakoue's got a little bit of the issue that you're dealing with, like to a smaller extent of what Dalvin Cook or DeAndre Hopkins is dealing with. Guys that are still effective players who have something to offer, but they're in a position where they've got to make a choice. Do they want to chase the money, the last contract, the last money deal that they can go out there and kind of go get, or do they want to try to go get a ring? And I can't really read in Yannick Ngakoue's head as to which way he wants to lean with that. But that will be probably the decision that faces him. Does he want the 1 year deal where he makes $5 or $6 million a year, or does he take the 1 year deal with $2.5 million? I think he probably goes to the highest bidder. And then if he's going to go to the highest bidder, Tony, then that only makes it that much harder to predict of where he goes, because the highest bidder is going to be likely the team that has somebody they're relying on right now that they lose at some point in training camp, and then they jump on Yannick, which is what Yannick is he's probably betting on one team out there that's going to lose their prime rusher, and then they'll just pay him the money on a 1 year deal, and he can maximize out what he makes on that 1 year contract. But I do think it comes down more to that, because if a team like KC were to call Yannick and say, hey, here's $2 million, come be our, first rotational rusher off the bench, spell Karlaftis, spell Amumuwini, Hehu, whatever that other guy's name is the other edge that they've got out there. Does he take that at that point, Tony? Because with that, let's relay it back to DeAndre Hopkins. Was Kansas City maybe looking at DeAndre Hopkins? Yeah, probably. Were they going to get anywhere near to pay him as much as what he was going to get with the Tennessee Titans? No, they weren't. But how it was impossible to read which way necessarily DeAndre was going to roll with that as well. You could kind of guess he's always the guy that's gone for the most money, so he's probably going to lean that way. But he could have made a choice to go the other direction with it. Some of these players, that does start to matter to them as their career winds down and as they have made their money. The key with Yannick, though, Tony, is that he is a pass rush rotational guy. You do not want him on the football field as a run stuffer. So that does limit a little bit of where I think he goes. I think he's probably at his best, too, in more of a 4-3 defense than he is as a 3-4, though he's done some stand-up stuff, I think. So he does provide some value, but I'm not sure of where he leans. Samuel J. Forsythe, damn, this is still up. Like it. Jones, let's go Seahawks. We can get the best defensive tackle that doesn't play in New York for 2 late first-round picks, 2024 and 2025. That's kind of steep? Not at all. I love it, Samuel. Let's go, man. Let's go. Samuel bringing some fire here at 11:29. Robert Jorgensen says, I hate it when I see defensive linemen go into pass coverage. I do too, Robert. Something we did a couple of years ago, of course, with the final season of our previous defensive coordinator that was here, whose mind I'm spacing on right now before we brought Ken Norton in here. But luckily, we didn't see as much of that last year, which was good. I don't like to see it either, especially when they would run it at times to go to a 3-man front to drop the 4th defender into coverage. Whereas when you used to run that, where if you're going to drop the defensive lineman in coverage, it was on the back of a zone blitz. And it was where you're bringing a whole bunch of guys at the line of scrimmage, confusing the opposing offense, and then you drop a defensive lineman who they would have thought was not the one guy who would have dropped when there's all these linebackers and edge guys that they're looking at on the line of scrimmage. So it could be very effective in that route, but that wasn't the way the Seahawks were running a couple of years ago. All that being said, I don't like seeing defensive linemen drop into coverage either. Brady Hezel says, just joined. What would it take for Jones, in your opinion? I think to go out there and get Chris Jones, it would cost you a first-round pick. I think you would then probably offer in a second-round pick in the 2025 NFL draft. So a first-round pick in 24, a second-round pick in 25, and then you're probably going to kick in Noah Fant and maybe an additional 5th. Maybe Noah Fant would be just enough. But I think Noah Fant would have to be not even a centerpiece of the trade, but a part of the trade, if just to offset the additional salary that you have to take on with Jones. I don't think that he would cost the 2 first-round picks like the Jamal Adams trade, because you got Jamal Adams when he was going to be 25 years old. You're getting Chris Jones as he's heading towards 30. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a different different cost there, even though Jones is at a much more valuable position and has been maybe even a little more dominant. Though Adams was pretty dominant when you were getting him at that time. He was somewhat on a Hall of Fame-like track early on in his career there. So I think first, future second, Noah Fant, maybe a kicker of a late round pick on top of that, but nothing more, I don't think, than beyond that. And I don't think that at Brady it would be a huge bidding war for his services either. Samuel says, we would do good to give up a few picks for Jones. You can't find a player of his value in the draft. Pick 27 or 29 will not turn into Chris Jones most likely. We can find value in the second and third. Agreed, Samuel. Hard to find guys like that of that impact at that point. I know Jones is a former second round pick, but that doesn't tend to be the lay of the land. And we've seen that it's hard to draft in later round reaches the draft looking for defensive linemen and finding impact players. And that's one of the reasons I would lean to be in favor of making this kind of move is I don't know where the pathway goes to in the future of finding those guys. Maybe it's a DJ Reader as an undrafted rookie free agent next year. Could be that. It's possible. But maybe a little bit easier. Spaces, I'm timed out. What time tomorrow, Hawks Nest? I'm going to be 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. We'll be doing the Niner meetup. Danny Novak, I'm banned or something? You'll have to explain, guys. I can see your comments in the chat, so you're not banned. I can double check, Danny, if there's some issue, but if you're posted up in here, you're in. You might have gotten accidentally timed out or something, but nothing. You guys seem like you're okay. Let me know if you're having some issues. Sajin, you have yourself a good night, man. Mr. Unlimited, thought on how good Denver Broncos will be this year with Sean Payton. With the third round pick we got this year, will you be rooting against them? Yes, I will be rooting against them. And it's nothing personally against Russ. I just want that third round pick to be basically a de facto second round pick when it's all said and done. Sean Payton's a great choice for the Denver Broncos. It's going to be a great marrying between him and the Walmart pocketbook. I think that that means he's going to be able to maximize out his roster and make the go forward moves. I think they've taken an off season to really try to still go for it. They're not in a rebuild mode like I thought Peyton might have been. They're really going to try to press this next upcoming year. I think that they're going to be more middle of the road than I think they're going to be a true contender this year. The AFC is so tough to deal with. I think Sean Payton's turning some things over offensively and defensively there and making some changes that is going to require a little bit of growing pains within that. I think their success this year, as much as anything, Mr. Unlimited, it's going to come on the back of, can they commit to running an offense with Russell Wilson under center a large part of the time? Can they commit to running a high volume running attack and making that the bedrock of the offense and kind of controlling the number of attempts with Russell Wilson, controlling the manner in which he plays? That's going to be as much to me the key as any of what Sean does as a coach as to where that team goes. The defense will be good. Can the offense, be middle of the road even? There's that stat last year where they'd scored 19 points through the first 10 games. They would have been 9-1, I think. So I think that's the part for them that stands out to me. Peyton's going to make the smart choices and do the smart things. I think it already stands out that he's having them do with the offense more of the under center stuff, less of Russ and shotgun, recognizing what it would take to maybe reclaim Russ back to a player that's going to be useful and they can get something out of him in the next couple of years versus having to cut him. But I think Sean's also taken some steps to bury in some insurance as well with Jared Stidham in there on a 2-year deal like he brought him in, where he's not married to Russ either on that side of it. So they're probably a 7-win team this year, 7-8-win team, somewhere like that. Gar says, Brando, Megan and Sajin feel you should wear a Zorn jersey tomorrow night. I know both are super fans, so Zorn must have had a great record versus the Niners in his career, regardless of being an AFC back then. I don't know what his career was on that. I don't have a Zorn jersey, so I don't got one to wear, and I'm going to tell you this, there's no way I'm going to find one in Spokane. They barely got any Seattle sports gear in these malls and stuff out here. It's horrible. I'd wear a Zorn jersey, though. I'm not anti-Zorn jersey. I'm not anti-Zorn. Daniel says this offense has all the possible weapons and depth, up and coming and potentially stout line. 3 BB plus tight ends, 3 number 1 wide receivers, 3-headed monster at running back, and even 3 potential gadget guys in McIntosh, Derek, and Eskridge. Well, point, Daniel. And a guy in JSN who's able to do some of the gadget stuff too. And it's worth mentioning, Daniel, because they've had one of those guys. And if he got broken on the roster, you had nothing behind him. DJ Owen, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you, DJ, on that. He says, why do you think John and Pete passed on Sauce last year? Was the offensive line rookies that much better? I think that John and Pete looked at the cornerback class last year, DJ, as one of the deeper positional groups in all of that last draft class, and knew that they could get really good corners later on who may not be at Sauce's level if they really loved Sauce, but that they could, especially with Coach Carroll's ability to teach up cornerbacks, they could get by with those guys in finding who would be available at that point. And sure enough, to their draft strategy, DJ, they got 4th round pick Kobe Bryant and they got 5th round pick Tariq Woolen, both of who were able to give them productivity in their first seasons. So they read the room in the right way. Now, inversely on the other side of that, DJ, left tackle wise, once you got through the top 3 left tackles in that particular draft, it was a little bit of a dicey proposition about you being able to find your left tackle later on than in that draft, in the 2nd round, in the 3rd round. We found, I know Abraham Lucas is a right tackle in the 3rd round, but I'm talking about the blindside protector, the left tackle, the guy that you needed really as a forefront player there. And it was really interesting with Cross. The other 2 left tackles that got picked ahead of him got picked for their own particular reasons, but there's a very strong argument to be made with Cross, even in that moment as you're going through it as Coach Carroll and Schneider, to say this is the best left tackle we have in this draft. If we've got Ike Onuanu and we've got the kid out of Alabama who might eventually just be a right tackle when it's all said and done, we like this Cross kid the best. He looks like Laramie Tunsil to us. So I think they just went with the value. They considered the cornerback depth of the draft. I don't think that I don't think that they hated Sauce at all. I think there's a lot of stuff that would have gravitated Pete towards Sauce, but I do think that there was probably also, DJ, if I'm going to make a wild guess on this, with some of the banter that we've heard back and forth where Sauce was like, yeah, Pete got in my face during the meeting and it got a little weird. I mean, he got in my bubble and energy and whatever Sauce was trying to say with that, which was silly. And then Pete and Seahawks showing actual video stills from the meeting where Pete's on the other side of the room. I'm going to haphazard a guess that maybe there were some uncomfortable questions that were asked of Sauce having to do with football, having to do with what he did on the field and how he dealt with things, where maybe they didn't like the responses quite as much on that end of it. But I'm guessing on all this a little bit, of course, DJ. But I think that they really liked Cross, and I think it's easy to understand why they did with what he was bringing to the table, with how clean his tape was, with how young a player he was, playing as well as he was in the conference he was playing in. That'd be my guess. Gibson, ideally I see Seattle's passing offense leads, so teams have to play catch up and pass the ball. I'm not sure how much we've improved our run D. I think that's the plan, Gibson. That's the plan, man. And I'm with you. I'm not sure that we've improved it a lot myself either. It's maybe a little bit better, but it remains the big concern on this team right now. Kyler for MVP says, I got San Francisco over Seattle. No worries. Like I said, I'm putting San Francisco definitely as the front runner right now in the division. I think Seattle's going to give them a run for their money and could very much take over and win this division. But certainly the Niners are the one that's kind of instilled in here as the team that's kind of the front runner right now. Daniel says, I have a solution for the running back position. NFL decides that running back salary doesn't count against the cap or only a portion does. Flip the free market in their favor. Yeah, but then why does the NFL owners do that, Daniel? I mean, that's the thing about this is NFL ownership is not going to release a percentage of the profits so that the running backs can feel more, warm and fuzzy about their contractual situation. The CBA is going to have to give some ground on this. That means they've got to, quarterbacks, you're going to all give collectively 3% less so we can pay running backs more. Quarterbacks aren't going to agree to that. CBA is not going to agree to that. Owners are not going to agree to giving out more of the profits to the players just for the hell of it. I don't hate it as an option, Daniel, but I just don't think they would ever do it. Daniel says, yes, the richest teams can have their pickings of the best running back veterans, but it's just one position and it shouldn't matter much if those top guys are so replaceable by Jags. It's a good point on that final point there, Daniel. I'm with you on that. If it really doesn't matter, if there's not difference-making talents, then what should it matter, right? They got to live by that philosophy if they're going to talk it. Walk it like you talk it. But yeah, I just don't think I'd be in favor of it. I just don't think they would do it. Gar says, nobody mentioned to Craig at all. Who cares if Brenda wears a Zorn jersey? I will say the Niner fan might have a laugh, but you and Megan must know something all of us don't. Oh, no, it's just, she's got to eventually get me into a Zorn jersey, I'm sure. I'd wear a Zorn jersey. I'm not anti-Zorn at all. Megan thinks I'm anti-Zorn. I'm not completely anti-Zorn. I'm just more pro-Craig a little bit. That's all. Robert Jorgensen never noticed that Kyle Shanahan loves putting guys in motion. He's a big pre-snap, post-snap motion guy. He understands how hard that is for defenses. Rich Gibson says, did he say there's a Pete Carroll interview on here? Oh, no Pete Carroll interview yet. I'd love to get, when someone was asking me if I could get Pete on here, I'd love to get him on here, but no, we've got me and a Niner fan or Niner channeler hooking up tomorrow. That sounded weird. We're meeting up to do a stream. Hello, hey 12s, go Hawks. Just saw the live feed on YouTube. I'm subscribed with notifications. I received a notification for tomorrow's live stream, but not today's. Anyone know why? I did this one kind of live and a little bit unplanned, I think, Lou. I usually am scheduling these in advance, but I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to get a stream off today or not. So I kind of did this last minute a little bit. I'm trying to get these more planned ahead so you can hit the notes and all of that type of stuff. But this one was a little bit just kind of from the hip. A says DK is a great blocker that can't go unnoticed. It can't go unnoticed, especially when you're being an offense that wants to be balanced and run the ball as much as you want to pass. And that's something that DK gets very little credit for, but I'm glad you mentioned it because it's one of the big parts of his game that shows up every single week. He's not looking out there to just go out there and be a good blocker. He's looking to go out there and be a dominant blocker. And you have so many receivers that are so unwilling to do that type of thing. And he wears guys down over the course of the game doing it. He does. And I love it about DK, everything that he goes about his business, the way he goes about his business, how hard he works out there every week. I mean, we all had that scare last year with the Los Angeles Chargers game where you're hearing ligament on the sidelines. He walks off after that one play. You're going, man, are we going to get him back this year at all? And he's back the very next week, looking like he hasn't missed a beat. Gar, thank you for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, if you like what you're listening to here today, hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. As well, I want to get another little just kind reminder here to you guys. We are now sponsored by Underdog Fantasy here. Underdog Fantasy is a fantasy football site that allows you to compete out there and go make some money on fantasy picks. You can go there right now and use my code NEST, that's NEST, all caps, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. So there's some free money to be able to go out there and go grab. They do it in a really fun way, this Underdog Fantasy, and how their role is in the respect of it's a weekly thing. You're not drafting your team for the full season. You're drafting it for the 1 week at a time. They also don't make you have to go through and pick the right starters. You have your best team picked. They take the best production from that team. You go head to head with somebody else who has the same manner that they're dealing with. Let the best man win. So it's a cool little deal they have going. I think it goes really well together, this sponsorship with this channel in football. We'll be doing some fantasy football shows. I'm kind of like maybe circling around looking at kind of a Saturday little quick show in and out on those kind of nights before the games in that respect of things. So we will be probably doing some of those extra shows around some of the fantasy stuff, but you can bet I will be running some of these underdog deals, and I hope you guys are jumping on, signing up if you want to give it a try, and use my code NEST. That will definitely help you out, and I appreciate Underdog Fantasy for jumping aboard here, the Hawks Nest, and partnering up. Feels good. Feels right. Feels like a proper fit. Megan says, you're not anti-Zorn B? Really? It's a sin to lie. I'm not anti-him. I'm just not big pro him either. I'm neutral, right? Daniel Bailey says, we didn't pass on Sauce. I think he went at number 3. We had pick 9. That's right. It's getting late in the stream, Daniel. Sometimes this stuff runs together. It wasn't, I don't think he was there for us to select. Well, wait. No, Daniel. Didn't we pick? No. I think you're figuring out Daniel because I think Derek Stingley went through 3 overall. Lou says, AB just saw the stream. Where is the star of the show, Pumpkin? She is, come on. She's really hot. It's It's 100 degrees here today right now, Lou. So they're trying to stay cool on the floor where there's the fan going. Because I can't turn the AC on when I'm doing the stream, or you guys would hear a like that'd be going constantly in the microphone. So she's over the laying down. I've tried to put her up on the cat tree a couple times, but she's just so hot. It's so hot, Lou. My cat's so hot. All that fur. Garth Sauce went for, methinks. Let's look this up. Let's confirm or deny. Oh, he was 4th overall. Okay, so I'm the a-hole. Oh, I'm the asshole. I'm the asshole. Yes, it does appear that he did indeed go number 4 overall. Megan says, do you think Sauce's arrogance was a reason Pete and John passed? It might have been. I mean, certainly Richard Sherman was a guy that didn't have any problem being a little bit arrogant about his approach, and that didn't seem to bother them at the time. Pete's not been a guy that's gravitated away from confidence. But it could have been. I do think there may have been something there that they didn't, and we'll never know because he was picked as early as he was. It is picked 4th overall, so it is hard to. This is definitely a big time guessing game on this one to which is which on this one. Megan. But I don't think that they were blown away by him. I don't think that it was a. I think if Cross is there and Gardner's there to pick where they're selecting, I think that they still go with Cross. Danny Novak says Sauce was probably pretty mad Pete didn't draft him. Probably. He would have liked to have come here. Not JT, what you doing? How you doing, man? Gibson played with the leads and forcing teams to pass the ball would also play to our strength, which is the secondary. I'm amped to see how it performs. This is what the Eagles did last year. The Eagles had one of the more poor run-stuffing units that there was in the NFL, but you didn't get exposed on that because you were up in so many football games. To your point, makes it really hard at that point, Gibson, to go out there and run the ball when you get down by a touchdown or two. It does just naturally force teams to start to throw more. And now you're going into, as you say, the teeth of our secondary. Daniel says the Niners offense are top heavy. The team seems to be injury prone, plus the quarterback situation. That defense is still top 5, but that offense has a pretty wide range. But Shanahan does give him a floor. He's very good about getting by with not necessarily having a stacked unit. He's got some playmakers on the outside, I'll tell you that. Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey. 2 guys that are wide receivers and running backs kind of all in one. Brandon Ayuk, one of the best route runners in the NFL. George Kittle, one of the most steady, tenacious blocking tight ends that you'll find out there. It's definitely tight end. It is top heavy, but Williams, still best left tackle in the sport. I have questions about whether or not he's going to be able to stay healthy moving into 35 years of age. But the guy was still the best left tackle in the sport last year, one of the best football players in the entire sport. It's they're still tough. They're still strong. There is some holes here, Daniel, I think. The 3 plots that I go to, quarterback with them, pass protection with their offensive line. Niners were one of the best teams in the NFL about getting the ball out of their quarterback's hand in about 2.6 seconds last year. Very, very fast. What if that has to go a little longer? What if those receivers are not able to get that kind of separation this year? Will that offensive line be able to pass protect well enough to hang in and lock in there? Don't know. And then I look at their secondaries, the third rung that I wonder about. I do think the defense will be great, but that secondary's got some question marks. Tony Wright, Brandon, as I've stated many times to you, your squad hit 4 home runs and a double in your 2022 draft with Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Kenny Walker, Abraham Lucas, and Tariq Woolen. I'd be fair. I'd agree with that, Tony. That's right where I would stand with it as well. And saying, look, we hit it pretty good. Look, you guys did pretty good in that draft. You didn't come out of that draft shaping up too bad either on that end of it. But I do look at it too, Tony, as this isn't a yearly event for us. I think that was a unique draft. I think you came back and had a really strong draft this year in addition to it. But last year's draft, I think, was in a kind of own special realm. I think Cross does become a Laramie Tunsil. I think Abraham Lucas gets very close to being like, I don't know if it gets to Lane Johnson kind of status, but very close to a Lane Johnson kind of status. I think Walker ends up with 8,000 yards for his career when it's all said and done on the ground. And Boye Mafe seems to me to be a guy that'll be eventually a really good run stuffer who can give you 10 sacks a year. And that's a hell of a draft, Tony. That's a hell of a draft. Megan says, don't lie to me, B. you do not like him, just admit it. How do you not like Jim Zorn as a first? You got to like him as a player because he's just a good guy, a nice guy. But no, I'm not anti-Zorn. I've always said, I'm not anti-Zorn, Megan. I'm just a little more pro-Craig. Megan says, a difference between Sherman and Sauce B is Sherman had talent. That is true. Tony, with my two 2022 football crushes being Christian Watson, North Dakota State, and right tackle Abraham Lucas, I wanted the Falcons to draft both of those players in last year's draft. They would have been good additions to your team on that too. They would have been good, man. But I do like what you guys have done. I mean, you've come out pretty well. Let me see here. I want to remind myself of your guys' draft. I know you got Ebiketie the previous year, London, Bijan Robinson in the first, Matthew Bergeron. You go back and got your tackle there in the second. Zach Harrison. He profiles out to me Tony Wright. I mean, that's Carlos Dunlap basically. You drafted Carlos Dunlap in the third round. That's great value at that point. Clark Phillips will be a starting slot for you guys. DeMarco Helms from Alabama. He'll be your special teams guy. I don't think he ends up becoming a starter, but that's still a really solid draft. And one thing that helps out our drafts, as I've said with this too, Tony, is it definitely helps when you got the 2 first-round picks and the 2 second-round picks, and then you got another year or 2 first-round picks, and then another year or 2 second-round picks. Like, it's a lot easier to get things right, I think, when you got that many selections. But Watson's going to be a fun player this year. If Love's able to take off and he's able to actually take over the reins from Rodgers and have that team still able to compete out there with Green Bay, it's going to be on the back of Christian Watson being probably a bit of a difference maker for them on the outside. That or their plethora of tight ends dominate, I guess. One of the two. Megan says, if I buy you a throwback Zorn jersey B, would you wear it? I need your 100% honest answer if I'm going to drop $400 Aussie on it. Megan, yeah, of course I will. Of course. You drop me swag, Megan, I'll put it up. Garth might gets me the Dave Craig signed deal or the Ricky Waters or the cards in the background or the Jim Zorn Largent card right there. I'm going to put it on display. You give me a Largent, you give me a Zorn jersey, I'll wear it. I'll wear it, man. I'm pro Seahawks swag. There's no player that's come through here that I'm anti wearing a jersey on with the exception of one. And you know what? I'm going to let you all guess which one that is. I ain't going to tell you which one that is. You're just going to have to guess. Ron Chandler says, can't wait for the 49ers Seahawks stream tomorrow. Should be some fireworks. It's going to be interesting, Ron, too. The part, I don't know if on StreamYard it combines both the chats. I think it might end up combining both the chats. So he's streaming. We're going to be dual streaming. He's streaming from his end. I'm streaming from my end. And I think it's all going to go into one chat. And if that happens, I need all of my Hawk fans tonight to be sharpening knives. I need you to be loading the clips, okay? Right? Or loading the magazines, I guess is the way to say it, right? That's the proper way to say it. We need to prepare ourselves. Megan, I need you to put the bandana on, Rambo style, okay? Taping the fingers, okay? Getting like the Van Damme movie, get some glass on the knuckles. We got to prepare ourselves tonight, folks. It's Lion's Den time tomorrow, okay? Greg says, Brandon, I read about X receivers like DK and found it's the hardest. You have to beat press, draw double teams, take big hits, and make jump balls and beat number one cornerbacks without the help of being put in motion that much. Beautifully put on your part, Greg, and everything on what you just said is 100% on point with that. Yeah, you're going to deal with the press coverage in a way that the other side's not going to have to deal with. In fact, the other side is going to get a lot more off coverage looks, Greg. Also, remember too with it that, like you're talking about with the double teams, you have your free safety who's going to tend to be, if you're looking at an offense is going to play to the strong side of the formation, which is their right. Then the free safety is going to be essentially weak side of the formation back up there. But then that means your best coverage safety is the guy closest to the X receiver. So the guy providing that help to that number one cornerback, like you talk about, who they already naturally draw, is going to be a good cover player on the other side of that. And it makes it harder. It does make it harder, Greg. Getting off the press. I mean, I just got done going through a lot of the San Francisco 49er All-22 tape from last year. And I'll tell you something. We talk about Sauce Gardner being handsy. Go watch the All-22 tape of Chadarius Ward covering DK Metcalf last year. It's a joke how often that guy is riding DK Metcalf up the field 9, 10, 11 yards. Off of press coverage, Greg, right? And that's on top of pressing him. Just press and just ride. It's nuts. But yeah, he's got a tough degree of difficulty out there. It ain't easy for him. And it is easier on drawing those double coverages because the strong safety is the guy that occasionally gets down there near the block. He's down there near the line of scrimmage. This is going to free that right receiver or the Z receiver to then have his opportunities to get one-on-one shots. Whereas the free safety is more often than not at times going to even be in a cover 3 look or a cover 1 look where he'll be a single high guy who you could then ask to slightly lean to one side or the other. And more often than not, if you're playing the Seahawks, you're going to have that safety then leaning over there to the left side, to essentially DK's side of the field. Tony Wright says, yeah, Brandon, I like inside linebacker Troy Anderson, Montana State. He started late last season as he was learning the game. He's a beast, and outside linebacker Arnold Ebiketie will take a bigger step this season. I love Troy Anderson coming out. I think you remember that, Tony, too, as well. He was one of the cluster of guys who I would have been perfectly happy with in the second or third round. He was there with, I think it was him. It was Leo Chanel. Chad Muma was maybe the other guy. I liked all three of those guys, though. Anderson was a baller at Montana State. And Ebiketie, nothing wrong. Him and Mafe both, I think, have a very similar career trajectory path than what they're going to be as players and where they're headed. So I think he like Mafe, is going to take those steps forward in a big-time manner. That second-year return from him, you're really going to feel this year off of the edge out there. It certainly can't help having a guy like Calais Campbell to maybe show him some of the ropes. Megan says, Russell Wilson B. Well, yeah, I'll neither confirm nor deny, but I will neither deny. Seattle Supersonics, boom, shakalaka. Van Damme, I'm down. Yeah, I forget that movie. There's a movie at the end scene where they got the wrists up and then they like get the glue on the wrists and then they dip it into broken glass. That's what I need all of you to do tonight to get ready for tomorrow. Grug says can't wait to get toxic tomorrow. And I don't blame Dan McGuire, Garth. It's not his fault. I'm like Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting. It's not your fault. It's not your fault Ken Behring is the way he is. You didn't make Ken Behring, Dan. You're just a San Diego State kid who didn't know any better. Megan says, I'm waiting to see how I feel when I wake up, B, but I'll see what I can do. Sounds good, Megan. JL says it could be the Brown, the kicker. A lot of good guesses. Tony says, I found out that my Falcons will fill the void at number 2 wide receiver with Kyle Pitts and Cordell Patterson, both playing in that number 2 wide receiver spot to complement number 1 wide receiver Drake London. Yeah, so to bring out the comparison here with what DK would be doing, Tony, you're going to have Drake, of course, be your X receiver, and then you would have Kyle Pitts and Cordell Patterson be like a Z over on the other side. And Cordell runs the gadget stuff off the Z look, and Kyle Pitts runs more of the wide receiver kind of stuff. Just make Kyle Pitts a receiver at this point, Tony. Don't overthink it if you're the Falcons. Stop. Don't make him a tight end. Don't tie to Jimmy Graham the situation like the Seahawks did. Let him be a receiver. Let him be that. Let him go. Drake London, Pitts. It's 2 twin towers at the receiver position. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Will Valdez says, why would you put Brian Bosworth swag up on your wall? Well, I don't have any Brian Bosworth swag on my wall. But would I put it up? Sure. Just for fun. It's just a backdrop, I got a Bosworth shirt, you know what I mean? So. Amada, are San Francisco fans really that bad? No, they're split. It's just when they do get really bad, they get really bad. And, like with Megan here, she had to deal with some pretty bad direct attacks almost at times because they didn't like being told that let's be chill, let's not start attacking people. So it's not a huge contingent of their fan base. It's a vocal minority. The content creators are really good for San Francisco side of it, of the ones that I've looked at and saw. I don't think there's a lot of toxicity out there either. I don't even think that this is really something that's like San Francisco people are just bad for this. I just think that this is also what you get with rivalries like this. You went and you checked in with the Ravens and Steeler fans in 2007 and watched some of the online discourse that was probably going on between those two teams. It was probably pretty similar, you know, and that's just a bit of, I think, the nature of the beast and why I think we've got to all be a little bit patient and willing to deal with some of that stuff to a certain degree as we run into it over the course of not just tomorrow, but this season, because it's going to be part of what we're going to have to deal with in this rivalry. So it ain't going away. We're not going to wish it away. We're not going to change the world and the way that fans go about their business. We just got to find a way to be tough, deal with it, and know at the end of the day we're going to win more than them and that their Super Bowl window is almost closed and ours is just opening up. Tony says we signed tight end Jonnu Smith in free agency. That's a great move. And he'll be our starting tight end as he had great success at Tennessee a few years ago with the former OC Arthur Smith, who is now the Falcons head coach and play caller. Yeah, Belichick went out and signed Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith in the same offseason, threw them both a ton of money, and then didn't seem to have exactly a very clear plan for how to use Jonnu Smith. I don't know. It's part of the issue with the Patriots right now in their roster building and how they utilize players is where they once seemed to always have a plan for what they were trying to accomplish with each given individual player. Now it sometimes seems like they're just sort of throwing darts in the dark. But Jonnu Smith was one of my favorite free agents coming out that year because he was such a complete tight end. He can block, he can catch, he can give you some yak after the catch, Tony. So he's a very complete tight end, and I do feel like the Patriots kind of sold on him a little bit more than it's that he suddenly forgot how to play football. Especially because he was still a relatively young player at that time. Dixie Normus. Yeah, we're going to war tomorrow night. Let's go, Dixie. Let's go. Trey Flowers, not Trey Flowers. Bloodsport. It's not Bloodsport that they did it in. What was the one that they did? It was the, I think Garth got it. I think it might have been Kickboxer. I just remember there was like a fire pit and then they fought like around the fire pit or something. Greg, Ward was holding DK all day, of course. Niner fan said DK got shut down, and I just shook my head reading the comments. But it's funny how in the playoffs, when Ward didn't hold, he got beat by DK like a drum. Yeah, it's the same thing I saw, Greg. And boy, going back and watching this all-22 tape, because all I'm doing is going through this all-22 tape. I'm not looking for Jadarius Ward where he's holding. I'm just looking for some plays from other guys. Like I'm kind of concentrated at times on Uchenna or Boye Mafe or looking at Jordan Brooks and his coverage stuff. This is for future videos. And my eyes keep getting drawn back to the fact you're just watching Chidarius and he's not even out where his hands are out wide like this and holding. He's got DK up like this, like, you know, like in movies where the tough cop takes the criminal and he brings him up like this and he's like shaking him. He's like, tell me where they are. Tell me where they are. And that's what Chidarius Ward's doing up the field with DK. You're not getting open. You're not getting open. Like, Jesus. Chidarius, you are a little worried, my man? A little worried? You know, you can release after 13 yards. It's okay. The play was over 5 seconds ago, man. 5 seconds ago, it was done. But yeah, I saw the same thing, Greg. It's pretty hilarious. And yeah, the Niner fans, he locked him up. He put the clamps on DK. Like, okay. Literally put handcuffs on him on the field. I don't know if you guys saw that. Literally handcuffs and threw the key. Megan says, the LJ Collier B, that's who it is. No, Megan, you were more closer on your first guess. Lou, looking forward to tomorrow's live stream, B. It should be a lot of fun. In the meantime, I have to go back and watch the beginning of the stream. Good night, all. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Lou. We'll see you tomorrow, brother. And get ready for battle. Leon Thatch, how good was Bosworth in Seattle? That was before my time. So Bosworth was a guy that even was getting at times coming out of college. He's probably still considered, Leon, if you look at all-time linebackers in college football, legends, guys that are really considered kind of a cut above, even if they weren't great pros, but were great middle linebackers or just linebackers in college. He'd be one of those guys that would be considered in that realm, in that special area. He probably played his best football in college, and he was a guy that was also pretty well into the steroids, and sometimes those guys in the steroids have some other parts that will fail when they've really utilized those steroids heavily. Specifically, sometimes you hear about ligaments and this type of things that get overstressed or whatnot. And it appeared that by the time he came to Seattle, Leon, his shoulders were kind of shot. And so physically, he was just not able to ever really capture the promise of guy who could have been one of his generation's best linebackers from a talent standpoint of things. Go listen to David Wyman talk about the guy's natural talent. He had it. But he was just broken kind of by the time he got here. He still had a couple seasons that were actually pretty good, Leon. that weren't bad. He was never a Pro Bowl level guy, but that where he did flash and showed some of the potential and his ability to hit and be a kind of a physical beast out there, but never realized it. Never was able to. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, let the mods know it might get rowdy tomorrow night, so please don't be up in your feelings. It's fun and games. No, that's what I'm putting out right now, and I'm letting my mods know. I want to let them know a couple times on this. I want this free and running tomorrow. You know, we're not going to have a lot of these streams. We're not going to have a lot of, and for the folks that don't want contentiousness or arguments or fights tomorrow, I would tell you, avoid tomorrow's stream. It's going to be there. It's going to be a part of it. We're not going to change the nature of that beast. It's going to be a little bit wild, probably. Maybe it's respectful. Maybe it turns in that way. And certainly me and Jesse are going to be asking the folks on both sides of it to keep it respectful. There's no reason to get here. We're not to mid-season yet. We can wait till week 12 to get into that mode. But it may happen. And I don't want it to turn into a band game tomorrow. I want this to be something where long-term me and Jesse and his audience are going to continue to, he's going to be back. We'll be doing this 2 more times out the course of the season. And it'll probably be a mainstay moving on into the future as this channel, because I like how Jesse does what he does. And really, we don't go back and forth in the way the chat will. So at least as far as us setting the tone on that, Garth, we'll be setting the tone of being respectful and having fun discussion and, light ribbing. But you're right, Garth. It is going to get a little bit tough in here. If you got to avoid it tomorrow because it might get a little bit wild with some of the Niner fans, I totally get that. We're going to try as we can to keep it respectful, but I'm not going to bring down the iron fist either, because this is going to be the nature of this beast when it comes to this rivalry as we go forward, especially this year. It's going to get a little bit intense. Strap in. This is the NFL. This is what makes it just a little bit different in that respect of things. But well said, Garth. Absolutely. Greg says Pitts should be a big slot wide receiver instead of playing tight end. Wide receiver to me is just the key with him, Greg. Whether he's outside, whether you want to put him in the slot, just don't turn him into a tight end. That's not what he is. It's not the best use of him. And I know he's a bit of a tweener, and so there's a draw with tweeners to move him between both 2 positions. But I think especially on the back of having the limited production last year, you just got to lean into what he does well and go with that. I'm with you. Megan says, I think rivalries are a huge part of toxicity. It is. It is for sure. And Megan, I'm certainly not expecting you to deal with any abusive behavior at all tomorrow in any of that respect. I do think we've got to be careful too we just stay out of the fray as much as we can to the folks. So if, because jumping in the fray with this is going to go to that direction of things. It will go in that direction of things. And this is not going to be a normal experience here at the Hawk's Nest. We'll have this happen probably 3 times a year. So there's one of those 3 times a year where it's going to get maybe a little bit volatile. And then for some people, that's not going to be for everybody. And I get that. And I don't expect you to have to kind of sustain underneath it if it goes that direction. But I do want to avoid getting into where we're in ban hammer phase of things on this tomorrow, because I think that's also, I think we can roll through it for 3 times a year for 3 streams a year and kind of deal with it. It's one thing if they come in, like Megan, if they come in on a stream where we're talking prep for a Niners channel for a Niners game, or we're not even, trying to facilitate having a co-stream like that, then there's certainly a little bit more of a tendency, I think, at that point to be harder on them. But if it's like this, where it is a dual stream, then it's a little bit of a separate beast a bit. Kickboxer, Seahawks, Boom Shakalaka. Was that the name of it? Okay. I do switch. I do get those movies. I get all the Van Damme movies. They all kind of run together. Megan says, I think I will give tomorrow night. I'm not ready in the right headspace for concentration and toxic name calling, which I got last year. I just can't do it. I don't expect you to, Megan. And if you got it, it's okay to do it for a night on this. It's going to be 3 times a year that we're going to do these kind of interaction shows. And these would be the separate shows where I would put a little bit of a different view underneath them, because I'm kind of recognizing it is what it is. This is the lay of the land. This would be the lay of the land if we had a Niner channel or a Cowboy channel and a Eagle channel, right? Doing a dual stream together. You're going to get this stuff going on, probably even way more than what we do between the Niners and the Seahawks. But if you got to avoid, I understand. And I don't want to subject anybody to anything negative or toxic on it at all. Garth says Jesse's been really cool. He has been really cool. He's a good guy. Greg, I can already imagine it. Just You two having a very distinguished and respectful discussion while the live chat is looking like Normandy beaches on D-Day. I know it's going to probably go that way. Yes. It's, and both me and Jesse know, you got to sit there and shrug. No, it's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the game. It's maybe not a fun part of it for everybody, but it's also something that just, it is what it is. Bruce Griffin says, I know 49ers fans say one thing and they get out of control. There's the contingent that are live wires, and they come in firing. It's ready, fire, aim, and anybody that gets it, anybody that stands in their way is going to get it. And if you even try to nicely check them, they're going to come at you hardcore with it, And it's not all of them. There's some really good, respectful Niner fans. We got Keldon's one of our folks that come in here. We got a couple of Niner fans that come on in that are always really nice. But there is the contingent. There is that dirty contingent. Why do I? What's up, man? Thank you to everyone who bought my membership this month. I think we had John Stillwell was on that one. Why do I believe. Megan says, Ollie came over today, B. Said hi to you and a pumpkin. We got to do a Zoom call eventually with him, Megan. Got to get that going here. I finally got a little bit of time kind of freed up. Maybe next week we get that pumping out. Not this week, but the week after, because we got a couple things going on. We'll get that rolling, though. We'll get that rolling. All right, folks. Well, we will probably start to put a little bit of a button on this one. We're 5 hours in, and Keldon's solid Bay Area fan. He is a solid Bay Area fan. We got ourselves going tomorrow, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be a packed week this week, folks. So let's mark out our calendars out on this here a little bit. We're going to Monday tomorrow, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Me and Jesse of Last Second Sports going to be live streaming, talking some football, talking Niners, talking Hawks. I'll be back on the 26th, Wednesday, as we will start to have some reports coming out of camp. Who's healthy, who's maybe not healthy, where's Jamal, where's Jordan Brooks at, how are people looking, just what's the general, tone of things at the start of camp at that point. So Wednesday I'll be back as well as doing that. And then on the 28th, on 11 o'clock in the morning, I believe I will be on the Bleacher Report on their live streaming service over on their side of things. And I will be posting a link that in the chat as soon as I've got that nailed down. But we will get that going as well. So we'll be up for the 3 times this week coming up here. And then next week we'll be restarting back up the B&B show with Brendan Nelson. So stuff's going to be cooking here now as a couple weeks. You're going to feel this stuff start to really click in and get going here on the channel. I hope you're ready for a lot more content coming down the pike this year. I've got a few videos I'm going to be working on in the background for uploads as well. So we will be pumping out the content. As well, I'm hoping by next week to have nailed down and finished up my website for the channel. So we'll be unveiling the new website, which will be including the scouting reports on the 2024 prospects as I do them. There's not many on there right now. I've probably got about a few different reports on there, but we're going to keep expanding throughout the year, and you guys can kind of track that and kind of go instantly. If you got a question about a certain player and what I think about him, you can go right there and kind of reference it at that point. We'll also have the store set up, all the links to places like Apple Podcasts and stuff like that on the site, links to the Discord channel and whatnot. So it's going to be kind of a one-stop shop there for us on the Hawks Nest, kind of just a backup spot to go to, but that's going to be coming out as well, along with the merchandise, shirts, mugs, all that you guys have long requested here for the channel. So growth, cool things happening, things bubbling, popping all over the place here on this channel. I hope you guys are strapped in and ready to go. Not to mention we might have ourselves one hell of a football season on deck. Why do I says people are sleeping on the edge group? I think it could be top 10. Taylor about to have a year as a pass rush specialist. Absolutely, it could be a top 10 unit. I mean, in Taylor and Uchenna, you're already penciling in 2 guys that you expect to be 10 plus sacks. You have Boye Mafe that you're expecting to jump forward and be up in near that realm, you would think. You have Derek Hall, you're open, maybe he can give you 4 or 5 sacks. I mean, that's potentially really right around 30, 35 sacks from just, 4 of your edge players alone. I certainly think that, I think that would put you in the top 10 at that point. Will Valdez, every fan base has those exceptions. They do. That's why I say it's a bit of the nature of the beast. And the more that beast comes out, the more you have a situation like we have with the Niners right now, where it is a very cutthroat rivalry. It is a very much, there is no love loss, right? Gar says, bring your best Trey Lance and Jeff Garcia jokes tomorrow, folks. Gibson says, I'm downtown when San Francisco comes up here. The San Francisco fans are always decent. It's a great rivalry, and they also have some loyal fans down there. They do. I would never argue Niner fans or bandwagon fans are not true fans, and it's a good fan base to have this kind of rivalry. going on. So, yeah, we gotta keep it going. Got to keep it rolling. Flag, are you going to do Dan Vine's show? Yeah, so Dan Vine's show, we had an initial day that we had scheduled, and Dan had to reschedule, and then I messed up on the days of, it was supposed to be last Monday, and I thought it was on a Wednesday. So I've got to connect with Dan and get a date locked down, but that's going to be my goal this week, is to get met up with him and figure out a date that I can go up on his show, and we can do that. So, yeah, it was, both of us had kind of a snafu one that I just completely thought it was a Wednesday and it was a Monday, which was my bad. But Flag, we're going to definitely get get over onto Vines, Mr. Vines show. Jim Drunken Miller jokes as well. Can't leave out Jim, man. Greg Kemp, any good quarterback prospects? Oh boy, there's loaded with very good. I don't know if there's maybe 2 great ones, Greg, and then everything else is very good. I think it's going to be loaded to the nines from 2nd to the 4th round with a lot of quarterbacks, much more than we've seen over the last 5 years. You'll see more quarterbacks, I think, taken between the 2nd and 4th round. Michael Penix, UW, well, he certainly is a very interesting guy. Quinn Ewers out of Texas. John Schneider supposedly really likes that kid quite a bit. Cameron Ward out of WSU. Jordan Travis, he plays the game like a Doug Flutie down there at Florida State. He's a really fun quarterback to take a look at. Spencer Rattler, Bo Nix, Shadur Sanders of Colorado. There's a lot of guys. I don't think there's only the great ones though, Greg, when it comes to Caleb Williams and Drake May. Like truly upper level type quarterback prospects. There's a lot more of these kind of middle of the road guys, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing, of course, Greg, because especially if this team wants to look to go young and cheaper at quarterback and stick back to the old philosophy and model, which was the 2012 model, you went into the 3rd round to go get your quarterback. And if they're going to try to stick to that same philosophy from once before, maybe they stick in a real specific certain way to the way that they did it before in that same kind of manner. But there's some good ones already out the gate. There's another kid I got to look at Duke. I'm starting to just dive into the guys that are available out there. But Caleb is really, really impressive and certainly is going to go number 1. And May's just right behind him. Megan, you see on Wednesday, guys, my mentals need a rest. Sounds good, Megan. And thank you for all your donations to support tonight. And hey, I'll wear the Zorn jersey. You give me the Zorn jersey, I'll pop it on. Swear. DJ Owen, how can I share the link to tomorrow's show? I got you, buddy. Got you. Let me get over here to this thing. Copy link address. There we go. So it should be posted down there in the chat, DJ, now. Go ahead and use that link right there in the chat. You just copy that one. We'll be going live off of that one tomorrow. Thank you, though, DJ, for all the donations, man. You had a few donations on here as well. I really appreciate all those donos, man. And we'll be seeing you tomorrow. Bruce Griffin says, man, who thought of a San Francisco-Seattle stream? Brilliant. Well, I think we've done this before, Bruce, with Jesse, and we've done it last year. I think we did with both of the games that we played. We met up, I think all 3 of the games we played, we met up last year. So we've been doing this a little bit before, but we both kind of agreed and thought when we were talking offline about this, that, it's very clear that this is it's going to come down to the Seahawks and San Francisco 49ers, as far as the way this is going to unravel in this division, and maybe even how it unravels, Bruce, in this conference. And it's very unique in that fashion compared to the rest of the NFL, I think. And I think that makes it that much more interesting to have kind of the mano-a-mano discussions and the tete-a-tete a little bit on the back and forth, and one side trying to kind of probe into the other for weakness and how one can get over the other, how this can kind of play out in its many different fashions and forms. But it's also, Jesse does a great job on his side of it, and I do just always enjoy the discussions that we can have when talking about these 2 teams. It's going to be good. Who do you think will lead the team in receiving yards? It may not be DK. I think DK leads it this year. Why do I? I think he gets a few more opportunities, a little bit less of the single coverage. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba doing damage underneath will free up for DK to go out there and have a 1,1300 yard, maybe even a 1,400 yard like season, would be my impression. Or prediction. Flag Sabbath says Trotter and Leonard Taylor in 24 draft. Let's go. Jeremiah Trotter's really good. Really good. Some people like Flag. The the other middle linebacker there more than Trotter, which I thought was interesting because there's two of those guys that are going to go in this draft, it looks like. But Trotter was really impressive watching him play. He's got just everything you want skill set wise of a modern linebacker. He doesn't seem to be getting as much hype as I thought he was going to get flagged, though. So I've looked into some of the pre-draft stuff. Will says, honestly, I think Caleb is going to end up in Arizona with their 2 first-round picks, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's possible, Will. I do say it's my whole contention a little bit with these guys that are the generational quarterbacks is that when you have a team that's picking there to pick the generational quarterback, they're not going to want to move off of it. You know, they're not going to want to make that trade and go some other direction with it. And I know that the Bears moved off of Bryce Young this year. I think there's some debate about whether or not he'd be a true generational quarterback. I don't think there's going to be down to that debate when it comes to Caleb. Whoever to me lands at number 1 overall, I think is the team that ends up taking Caleb. If Arizona lands at 1, they'll take him. If Houston lands at number 1 and they got that first pick, they'll take him. But if it's the Rams there, Rams will jump all over that. They're not going to move out. I don't think they would move 2 first-round picks at that point. Even if they're 2 really high first-round picks, I think they would just jump on Caleb Williams. Why do I says I think it'll be DK2? I feel pretty good about strongly that it is. And Megan, no worries on the jersey. Whether now or in the future, at some point, I'll be down if you ever do. I'll be down if you ever do. All right. Well, let's go ahead and wrap this sucker on up. We're 12:15 on in. A good, Jesus, did we get 6 hours in today? We might have gotten almost 6 hours in today. Another just fantastic stream with you guys. Tons of support as ever from the channel. Thank you to all of you guys out there that have donated your hard-earned cash here to the channel throughout today, like today, where there's just multitudes of donations coming through. You guys are really tremendous as always with your support. Just frankly amazing. We are getting ready here to training camp to start in literally 1 day. We've officially crossed the line. We're on the 24th. 25th is the start of camp. We're 1 day from the start of camp. Get hyped up. You've got yourself one of the most exciting, jam-packed teams of talent that there exists in all of the NFL. There are teams that look at us with a jealous eye, wishing they could be in the kind of situation that we do find ourselves. Let's revel in it. Let's enjoy it. Let's celebrate it. Let's have fun this upcoming season, whatever manner in which way that this thing happens to turn, but I think it's going to be a very successful one. I certainly do. You guys are absolutely amazing. We will be back tomorrow, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, 6 o'clock Pacific Standard Time with Lax Second Sports. I appreciate you guys for jumping on in with that, jumping on here. Tomorrow, strap yourselves in. If you come into the stream, it's going to get hot and heavy. I think we're going to get a lot of Niner fans in there because we're doing the dual stream. So if it's not your thing to get in with fans that are going to be a little bit kind of edgy on things, then it's okay if maybe you avoid it on tomorrow's stream if that happens to be the case. We're going to try as the host to try to keep this as we can on the center of the road, but there's only so much control that we have in this kind of situation. So please understand that from our standpoint, there's just so much we can do. We don't want to be just sitting there hitting band hammers throughout whole streams at that point. It's just the nature of this particular beast with this type of rivalry. You're dealing with your nemesis. That's what's going to happen. Not a lot of good things are often said in those kind of circumstances or situations. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. Get ready for this upcoming season. We got a hell of a season up. We got a week coming up that's going to be jam-packed with a variety of different things coming along. We got a website on deck. We got merch on deck. I got a new sponsorship here with Underdog Fantasy. So, hey, just one more note on that. If you haven't already and you're considering it, go over to Underdog Fantasy, sign up over there, use my code NEST, and they will match you up to $100 on your first deposit, and you'll have supported the channel in addition to that. I call it a win-win-win situation, especially if you can go out there and maybe win a little bit of money playing those fantasy games as you can on that particular app. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys. You are amazing in every way and form. Never change. And thank you for all the encouragement you guys have provided here throughout this offseason, just in a stream like this. The positivity here, the community here, it is second to none. Niners fan channel, any other fan channel out there that exists sports-wise, nobody's got the kind of community that we've got. Support, the way you guys make me think, nothing but just smart responses, smart, intelligent thought processes in the channel chat here over and over and over again. They ask me at times, those folks that new that come in the channel, they say, why do you respond to every comment? Why do you try to respond to every question? Because it's so often intelligent and smart. It makes me think. It makes me consider something that I hadn't before. You guys bring that every single time to every single show. And I hope you guys know it is very much appreciated. My name is Brandon Kane. I'm going to be back in 24 hours, less than 24 hours. And I hope you don't forget in that time because I try to remind you. But just in case you need me to remind you one more time before we get to tomorrow, we got to face those dirty, rotten Niner fans. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.